at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free worlds. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area in the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. To now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Well, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 103 of Iran Revolution Live, 103 days with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie.
Thank you so much. Armin, how are you doing today?
I'm good. I have a much better understanding now on what's going on behind the scenes with Ghalibaf and JD Vance. So I feel confident regarding the direction of how things are going. So I'm happy.
Really?
Yes.
I would love for you to dive into that and let us know what you're thinking.
Oh, really? Okay.
So, of course.
Okay. It seems that Ghalibaf has actually behind the scenes been very flexible with the Americans, and the very, very opposite in front of the cameras. And the problem that he's having is that the Americans keep coming say that he is being very flexible behind the scenes, and then that is making the pro-regime people get really angry regarding if that's actually the case. And then he has to come out and be like, no, I'm not doing any of that. And then he comes and he puts it on his maximum. Like, so there's two Ghalib. We were dealing with two completely different Ghalibafs here. One who is behind the scenes becoming like so-called very reasonable, very flexible Ghalibaf, and the Ghalibaf who is scared out of his mind from the pro-regime people in front of the cameras and coming out and putting the most extreme, non-flexible face on in front of the cameras just to make sure that the pro-regime people don't turn against them. So we're dealing with two Mr. Ghalibafs right now.
So how do you think that's going to play out? Because I mean, I'm sure like the Americans must know. They must know that this is the case, right? So
Yes.
they must know that by portraying Ghalibaf as this sort of moderate, reasonable person, that's going to make the hardliners very angry,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And like they're not going to be happy with that. Right. So guys, so
Yeah.
just for reference, this is this guy here. This is Ghalibaf. He's the, parliament speaker. And then there's Arakchi, the foreign minister. He's the guy where, had that crazy interview. Remember, it was like right before the conflict started. And he was like, oh, if they attack, I welcome an attack because we're going to destroy them. Remember that crazy interview? And then he's the one that is talking about like, oh, we're only enriching uranium for peaceful purposes, which is crazy. So this is Ghalibaf and Arakchi on this side. And then JD Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner on the other side.
So Goldie, just that picture that you were showing, it shows how insane the situation is, because we don't know if Ghalibaf is going to go to Pakistan or not, because the Americans are saying like he's coming, and then the Islamic Republic is saying he's not. Which shows that if he actually goes, because Arakchi is considered a so-called reformer, but if Ghalibaf goes and talks to the Americans, that would be seen as like it's okay for Arakchi to be considered treasonous because they're reformers, so they're treasonous anyway. There's Zionist spies anyways. But if Ghalibaf actually does go meet with the Americans, then the pro-regime people are like, what the hell? Ghalibaf is talking to the Americans like he's a traitor, like so he's a spy as well then. And then that what that's going to do is that now, because there's a lot of announcements that Mujtaba Khamenei has said that he trusts Dr. Ghalibaf. So now if he goes meets with the Americans, they're going to say that, okay, he's a spy as well. So whoever told us that Mujtaba has trusts Dr. Ghalibaf, they're also lying to us, because Mujtaba Khamenei would never do that. So then the whole accusation of who's a spy, who's betraying us, basically starts spreading everywhere. It's a mess basically right now for the Islamic Republic situation. Yeah.
And I think that President Trump is aware of that, and he's playing off of that, right? Like this is basically psychological warfare that to me is effectively doing, if anything, I think this is damaging what's left of the IRGC even better than just the boom booms, because now it's like
Right.
these internal fractions, and they're taking advantage of these internal fractions to pit these people against one another. And I think it's basically become like these irreconcilable differences now between the various factions, because like you've always said, the glue that has held all these terrorists together is Khamenei, and Khamenei is dead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if I was Ghalibaf, I would be like, listen, I will give you everything you want, including the enriched uranium and the guarantee that we will never enrich anything again. Just can you shut up? Can you just not say? Can you just stop exposing this Jekyll and Hyde thing that I'm doing here? Like, can you just like let me save face to the pro-regime people? Like, do you guys like why do you guys have to keep going on the media and just telling everybody that I'm behind the scene, I'm doing this to you guys? So I don't know.
And then here's what's interesting. When I'm looking at his X profile, he reposted something from Mushtaba's account, right? The cardboard leader. And it translates to, "Dear warrior brothers, the desire of the masses of the people is the continuation of effective and regret-inducing defense. Furthermore, the leverage of blocking the Strait of Hormuz must certainly continue to be used." So Ghalibaf reposted that. That's from like That's from March 12th that he reposted, but he reposted that recently. And then, just a few days ago, he was like attacking the Americans. He's like, your reckless moves are dragging the US into a living hell for every single family. And our whole region is going to burn because you insist on following Netanyahu's commands. Make no mistake, you won't gain anything through war crimes. So you're right. He is definitely portraying a very different image online.
Yeah.
And then he's also going with like this. Now, this is what I want to get into. I want to like get your thoughts and comments on this 10-point plan, because there's so many different like 10-point plans or like a 15-point plan. And, obviously we don't trust the, anything coming from the Islamic regime. But I find it very interesting and very bizarre that that mainstream media and Western media seems to think that anything coming from the side of the Islamic regime is legitimate in any way, shape, or form, right? So here, so this is like 24 hours ago. So he says, statement on the violation of 3 key clauses of the 10-point proposal before the start of the negotiations. The deep historical distrust we hold toward, because it's the United States that's the one that's distrustful. It's not you guys who are, the crazy jihadi terrorists. The deep historical distrust we hold towards the US stems from its repeated violations of all forms of commitments, a pattern that has regrettably been repeated once again. As the President of the United States has clearly stated in his truth, the Islamic Republic of Iran's 10-point proposal is a workable basis on which to negotiate and the main framework for these talks. However, 3 clauses of the proposal have been violated so far. Oh, wow. Okay, so what he's saying is that this 10-point proposal that the Islamic regime provided, which part of that proposal included agreement to enrich uranium, right? So Ghalibaf is claiming that President Trump agreed to that 10-point plan, which we know is not true. Because like that was never part of the English version that was given, and we don't even know if that's the one that was given.
There's at least 3 10-point plans that are different from each. I mean, JD Vance exposed them and were like, yeah, the 10-point plan that they're putting out there is not the one. The one that they gave us was one fantastic. JD was like, the one that they gave us was wonderful, but the one that they gave out to the media is like, oh my god, the maximum demand. So Goldie, it's actually possible that Ghalibaf has told the Americans that he will even be willing to give the enriched uranium. Like he has been telling them that. Like that's how attractive it looked to the Americans, which is like insane if true. And that would mean Ghalibaf, like the pro-regime people will not, like they will like tear him apart. The pro-regime people will tear him apart. And this is not sustainable for the Ghalibaf people. Like if they're like, how long can you go on with this? Like at some point you're going to be exposed to your own supporters that you're doing this.
This strategy is just so bizarre, and I really don't understand it. Like, did they actually think that they could get away with showing showing a different proposal to the United States, but then sharing a different one with the media?
There's a saying in Persian, which has been this policy of the Islamic Republic. Basically, their policy is like, just let's live for the next 24 hours. So for us, it doesn't make any sense because long term, it doesn't make any sense how like this is going to all fall apart. But for the Islamic Republic, they see it as a win if they're not dead for another 24 hours. So they're not thinking long term. They're thinking like, let's just survive the next 24 hours and not die. And if you look at it short term, it does make sense, actually.
Right. But so, something like if I was them, and I don't know, maybe I'm being too like reasonable and rational about this, but if I was them, I mean, do they not understand that just this in and of itself, the fact that they gave the United States one plan, but now they're sharing a different plan with or like a proposal, right? They gave the US one proposal, But now they're sharing a different proposal with the media, and they're claiming that President Trump agreed to this proposal, and now President Trump is, violating the terms of the ceasefire. If I was on the U.S. side, I would look at this and be like, well, then why are we even negotiating when, like, even before negotiations began, you guys are lying and you're putting out fake news and fake propaganda once again.
Well, I mean, I think that Americans understand that they need to lie to their own followers. So, and if they can't do that, they wouldn't be able to negotiate. So maybe they're just letting them, like, sure, whatever it go. Like, they're showing them a little bit of flexibility, because I think the Americans are more focused on what they're going to do rather than the propaganda that they need to put out there for their survival. So maybe they're being a little bit flexible with that.
But here's the thing, though. I mean, it would be one thing if, let's say, they were sharing this with their own followers, like in Persian, inside of Iran. But this is what they're sharing with mainstream media. And President Trump spoke about this. President Trump spoke about this plan. So let me go to President Trump's. See this is what he posted yesterday. So let me just remove the chat so people can see the screen. So President Trump posted yesterday, just over 24 hours ago. He said, numerous agreements, lists, and letters are being sent out by people that have absolutely nothing to do with the USA-Iran negotiation. And in many cases, they are total fraudsters, charlatans, and worse. They will be rapidly exposed after our federal investigation is completed. There is only one group of meaningful points that are acceptable to the United States, and we will be discussing them behind closed doors during these negotiations. These are the points that are the basis on which we agreed to a ceasefire. It is something that is reasonable and can easily be dispensed with. It's very much like fake news CNN last night, headlining a source that had no power or authority to write a letter claiming great authority. President Donald J. Trump.
Yes. So they do. So the interesting thing here, Goldie, is that so 2 points. First of all, the reason why I think the Islamic Republic is even putting these fake narratives in English out there is because their followers will notice, like, their followers, like, they're not just following them in Persian, they're also following what they're telling the world. So that's why they have to. So even though it's in English, it's not for us, it's for the regime followers. And what I'm noticing that President Trump is doing is that they're telling us that they're getting something completely different from the Islamic Republic, but they're not showing it to us. What is it like? They're allowing them, the Islamic Republic, a little bit of a way to get away with, like, the propaganda to their own followers, because they understand that if they completely throw them under the bus, that, like, they wouldn't even be able to talk to the Americans at all, like, if they basically expose everything.
So this is from last night as well, 11 p.m. Eastern. President Trump wrote, the failing New York Times and fake news CNN each reported a totally fake 10-point plan on the Iran negotiations, which was meant to discredit the people involved in the peace process. All 10 points were a made-up hoax. Evil losers make America great again. So he posted that last night, and then this is also interesting. Yeah. So he writes, all U.S. ships, aircraft, and military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry, and anything else that is appropriate and necessary for the lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy will remain in place in and around Iran until such time as the real agreement reached is fully complied with. if for any reason it is not, which is highly unlikely, then the shooting starts bigger and better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before. It was agreed a long time ago, and despite all of the fake rhetoric to the contrary, no nuclear weapons and the Strait of Hormuz will be open and safe. In the meantime, our great military is loading up and resting, looking forward actually to its next conquest. America is back.
So, Goldie, you know how I will summarize all of this? The
Yeah.
problem is that United States is not negotiating with Ghalibaf. Given how much control the regime supporters have over what Ghalibaf says, at the end of the day, United States is indirectly negotiating with regime supporters, and they're not. Even if Ghalibaf wants to be flexible, they're not flexible. And can I also share something with you from Saeed Qasim-Najad?
Yeah, of
Because
course,
this
of
is
course.
yeah. Look at this. So Saeed Qasim-Najad is saying the regime has published its version of the 10-point plan. The White House can easily prove the regime is lying by publishing the real 10-point plan. What is the reason for not publishing it? Protecting a regime that the administration said is lying to its face. Well, again, this is what my answer is, because that they're trying the White House is trying to show some basically is doing Ghalibaf a favor, because if they expose them that much, then it will be over. Because if they expose Ghalibaf that much, he will lose complete credibility among regime followers, and then there will be nobody to talk to. That's why. That's what I think. They're not exposing him completely.
Well, I mean, I would also say that one of the reasons that the White House probably isn't sharing the 10-point plan is they don't want to give their cards away. Why would they?
But those are not the American cards. Those are the Islamic Republic cards. And if they give so that would be giving up exposing the Islamic Republic by giving their
Islamic
cards
Republic
away.
one is already there.
Well, not the real one. We haven't seen the real one. We've seen the fake ones of the Islamic Republic.
We've seen the fake one, but Saeed Qasim-Najad is saying, why isn't the White House publishing the one that they received from the Islamic regime?
Yes.
And I'm saying there's probably a strategic reason for that, right? Like all this 10-point back and forth confusion, like I feel like this is a way to pit the regime against one another as well.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think there's a spectrum on pitting. So there's different levels of basically causing chaos among the regime. I think they're not going all the way. So they're going to. So this is very strategic. So if you basically expose the regime to regime followers, 50%, it will be doubt. They will be like, oh, is Ghalibaf betraying us or not? And they will basically, oh, Goldie, this is actually very interesting. Listen to this. If you're not exposing Ghalibaf completely, then you will keep the regime followers divided. But if you expose them completely, then you would unite them against unites all of them against Ghalibaf. So that's why it's better to expose them halfway, not completely. Because if you expose them completely, then all the regime supporters will oh, actually, we agree with each other. This guy has betrayed us. F him. Let's go to someone else. So that would unite them.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I think is happening. That's why I think I don't so I have a lot of respect for Saeed Qasim-Najad, but I think on this I kind of see it differently, and that's fine, because this is we're getting into political analysis now, right? So we don't know what the right or wrong answer is, but my read of this is exactly what you said. My read of this is causing chaos, and President Trump is seeing that just like this one thing is causing a lot of arguments inside of the Islamic regime with Islamic regime supporters. And you're right. If the White House was to come out and maybe show the real plan, that would, like you said, unite everyone once again. But right now they're deeply, deeply divided. it might be, if you want, maybe play that video again. One of the videos where they're all arguing and then they get into like the, talking about different imams or something.
Oh yeah, I actually this is also one of the ones which is very good. This one, because they actually show like this fight here. So they're disagreeing, like, why did we doing a ceasefire? And somebody points to the billboard, like why are we opening the Strait of Hormuz? Look at this. So look, like he's saying that the last thing that that our Lord said is that they have to keep closing the Strait of Hormuz. Or like everybody's pointing up. We're like, guys, look up there, look right up there. And they go up there, and the billboard is quoting their supreme leader saying that the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed. And like, then why are we opening it? We even look the billboard says that Mustafa said that it would remain closed. They're like, look, that's the last thing our supreme leader said. It's right up there. It's on the billboard. And like, so why did you opening it? Why all of a sudden in the middle of the night you're saying that we are opening? They're like, we shouldn't like limit our supreme leader. You're closing his hands. You're reducing his options. Oh, like Imam Hussein didn't accept the humiliation. He didn't accept the humiliation to accept the terms of Yazid. So why are we accepting this humiliation because of our infrastructure? Like we shouldn't accept this humiliation of the ceasefire. Like all of us, we're going to be in the field and we're going to continue to stay in the streets, and we're willing to give every single drop of our blood. Like we will not accept negotiations with the Americans.
My gosh.
Oh my god.
Armin, I'm seeing, okay, this is totally random. I'm seeing a new feature in the studio, and it's called widgets. Do you see that?
Oh.
I don't know. And then there's something called polls.
Polls, yes.
And I just added it.
How do people respond?
I have no idea.
Oh, type 1 or 2 in the chat. Oh.
Oh.
People type 1 and it will yes, 2. Oh, that's great. Okay, so now, and Goldie, every time we're not sure what our audience thinks, we could put a poll up and then people could vote, and then we will see what percentage believes in what.
I wonder if this also works. Apparently it's supposed to work on all the, it's supposed to work on X and Rumble as well.
And both YouTube channels at the same time. So it gathers all of them.
I mean, I'll have to test it out separately on X maybe and on Rumble, but it seems to be working.
So this is good because now from now on we could see what our audience.
Cool. Yeah, and then can like
by the way, Streamer keeps adding new features really fast. I think because of AI, the coding has become faster.
Okay, if I go there, then it hides the chat. Interesting.
Oh, you could move it around?
Yeah, only in the corners though.
Oh, okay.
Only in the corners. Okay, cool. I was just curious about that. All right. I'll stop the poll. Thanks, guys. Now we can poll. We can do polls. Awesome. Okay.
Let's see.
I was just curious about that. Okay. So going back to, sorry, what we were talking about here. So you're right. Like there's this internal division.
Yeah.
And then this is what Carolyn Levitt said yesterday about the 10-point plan.
The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. The president will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America. And he as a negotiating team will focus on this effort over the next 2 weeks.
So yeah, that's very interesting.
At the end of the day, Goldie, whatever we don't know, we at least do know that the Americans are not going to accept enrichment of uranium and keeping that enriched uranium that they already have. We know that. And we also know that whatever Ghalibaf wants to do, the pro-regime people in Iran are not going to accept the Islamic Republic giving up enrichment of uranium and giving up the already enriched uranium that they have. So we know that that's one truth. This is one truth. So that means that we're gonna, go back to fighting at some point, one way or another. That's basically the summary of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we're getting into a situation, Armin, where there is so much unverified news, right? There's so much news out there. There's so much, going on that we don't really know about. It's difficult to, I think, really understand what's happening. But I find it very interesting that President Trump is confirming that the United States, military isn't going anywhere. The military ships, aircraft, military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry, they're not going anywhere. Because ultimately, strength, it's peace through strength, and the fact that more is going. That's interesting. Do we have any updates on the Strait of Hormuz? Is the Strait of Hormuz open or closed? I'm getting
no, it's not open. I mean, it's open for what the Islamic Republic wants to be open, but it's not at all. Like it's basically they're continuing to. This is why Brent is going back up a little bit. Oh, it dropped again.
So let's just watch this very, very quickly. It's only 45 seconds from Fox News.
Pakistan in peace talks, and this is what the table is going to look like for what could be J.D. Vance's biggest assignment yet as vice president. He will be there. Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, will be there. Jared Kushner, another special envoy, will be there on the U.S. side. On the Iran side, you've got the parliament speaker who has been talking to President Trump, Mohammed Bagher Galip, and then Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister. Officials here are not negotiating in public about which points have to stay, which points have to go to end this military campaign in the Middle East. But it is very notable, both here at the White House and at the Pentagon, officials are starting to refer to epic fury in the past tense, something that happened, something that was very effective.
Araghchi sounds like a vegetable or something.
Honestly, I'm really enjoying all the different pronunciations of their names. I find it really funny. I love it. I love it.
It seems
I
like
love
a
us.
seasoning that you put on your food or so. Aragachi. Put some
Or
aragachi.
barch. Barch is mushroom. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Okay.
man.
Aragachi.
Okay.
But Goldie, if Ghalibaf actually goes to Pakistan to meet with the Americans, oh my God, I can't wait for the videos of pro-regime people and the comments by the pro-regime people losing their mind. They're like, oh my God, we knew it. Ghalibaf is also a traitorous Zionist spy. Oh, get him, somebody get him. Oh my God. So, by the way, guys, so if you look at this, this is actually a very good image here. So, the understanding is that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are at the level of Abbas Araghchi, right? And that's why if they only send Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the Islamic Republic is supposed to send Abbas Araghchi. But JD Vance is supposed to be higher level, right? Because he's the vice president. So his equivalent would be Muhammad Bagher Ghalibaf. So if they don't send Ghalibaf, you're supposed to not send JD Vance. If they send Ghalibaf, then you're supposed to send JD Vance. So the meeting of equals. That's the way that the Islamic Republic is looking at this. No, well, not the Islamic Republic, like the Ghalibaf camp of the Islamic Republic. I mean, we don't even know what we mean anymore when we're talking about the Islamic Republic. We have to talk about the specific camps instead of just talking about the Islamic Republic because it's more fragmented than ever before.
Okay, listen to this. This was just posted.
Comments from President Trump on the ceasefire in Iran. The president telling NBC News in a brand new interview that he was very optimistic a peace deal with Iran was within reach and that Iran's leaders talk much differently when you're at a meeting than they do to the press. They're much more reasonable. President Trump also saying that if Iran does not make a deal, quote, it's going to be very painful. That just in. John?
Well,
So
Sanders.
So the Goldie, I think like by now everybody should have been now used to this whole roller coaster that we're going in.
Yeah.
So when President Trump says, I'm very optimistic, he's not very optimistic because just 2 days ago he was like, I'm pretty sure we're going to end the civilization. And then that like he didn't do that. And today he's saying, I'm very optimistic that we're going to have a deal. So this is just a roller coaster strategy that we just have to. We're just on a ride. We're on a roller coaster ride. I mean, Mahir is right. Don't take him literally. Just take him seriously, but not literally. This is a roller coaster strategy. We have no idea what he's confident about.
I think it's also important to remember the terms of the deal, right? President Trump has made it very clear that he wants unconditional surrender. Okay? Unconditional surrender means laying down your arms. It means getting rid of the IRGC, disbanding the IRGC, right? What would that do? Unconditional surrender would weaken the Islamic regime to the point where the people can rise up and overthrow them. So guys, there's only two outcomes here. There's only two outcomes. Either there's going to be a peace deal with unconditional surrender, which means the Islamic regime is so weakened that the people can then rise up, or there's not going to be a peace deal and President Trump is just going to continue booming them. Yeah. Right? But either way, like either path that either way that we go, it's going to result in the end of the Islamic regime.
Yeah. We're basically wondering if there's going to be a surrender phase in the middle with a leader of a surrender phase in the middle or not. That's what we're saying here. And Goldie, remember how we kept on talking about there might be a temporary period in between. So there's the revolution phase, there's the transition phase, and then there's the post-transition phase. But it would be more peaceful, and if we could get it to a revolution phase, a surrender phase with the leader of the surrender phase, and the transition phase with the leader of the transition phase being Princess of Pahlavi, and then a post-transition phase. So if we could insert a surrender phase here in the middle, that means that a lot of these objectives could be done without military, without a lot of boom booms, like less boom booms, more surrendering, which is good because that means that we get to keep more of our infrastructure if we could do it with a surrender phase rather than, skipping the surrender phase. And it looks like right now they're seeing if the leader of the surrender phase could be Ghalibaf. That's what's happening. So, the Bakhtiar or the Gorbachev, I don't know, or the Sisi in the middle, before we get to the transition phase with Princess of Pahlavi as the leader, could be the Ghalibaf.
Yeah.
But again, but Goldie, you're right, because guys, let's say that happens. This is why, especially Iranians watching this, this is why you shouldn't panic. Let's say somehow Ghalibaf pulls this off. He's like, Americans, here's the enriched uranium. Here's the commitment that we will never enrich again. Here's this, here's that. And then there's a deal. And the Americans are like, this is good enough for us. Bye-bye. Let's go. And Ghalibaf has the Islamic Republic, and the Islamic Republic survives. This is not a stable situation for the Islamic Republic, because not only we have 95% of the Iranian people who are against the Islamic Republic, now we also have the remaining 5% of the Islamic Republic who are of the Iranian people who are pro-Islamic Republic. They will also do an uprising against Ghalibaf because they're not going to have that. So we will have a double uprising. We will have, like, instead of having 95% of the Iranian people being against the Islamic Republic, we will have close to 100%. And that is not sustainable, and that will collapse. That will be a temporary in-between situation.
Yeah, I saw a really good comment from someone on X, on my X feed. I can't see it now, but it was someone named Louis, and this person said they're negotiating the how, not the what. The what is already determined, and that's exactly the point that Armin and I are trying to make, right? The end result is already determined, right? The end result is basically the end of the IRGC. So the only thing that is now taking place is how that's going to happen. Is it going to be through the IRGC agreeing to lay down their arms, which I don't think is going to happen, or is it going to be through boom booms?
Oh, actually, Goldie, that's a very good point, because we're going to have to see how much influence Ghalibaf has over different segments of IRGC, right? And I don't think it's that much, because if it was that much, they wouldn't be coming out and say, hey, Mushtaba said so. Hey, all the armed forces, the order is stand down. Like, why do you need to do that? Why do you need to do that? If Ghalibaf was enough, why would you have to keep on saying, like, hey guys, please put your missiles back, okay? Keep your missiles in your pants. Mushtaba said, like, stop attacking, right? So they were choosing, yeah. So Ghalibaf is not enough. He doesn't have that much control. I'm pretty sure he has control over some parts of IRGC,
but not all.
Not enough. But not all.
I mean, I think what Ghalibaf might be doing is, because he was the former head, he was like a former IRGC head commander or whatever, before he went into politics. He's probably trying to use that as leverage with the United States to claim that he has control over the IRGC because he's like a former commander, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's actually the case right now, because there's a different IRGC commander. But I think that's what he's trying to pull. I also saw a really interesting post in Persian, Armin, complete and total rumor. So I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently there's this rumor that's starting to go around that the reason the Americans maybe are referring to Ghalibaf as like more reasonable and moderate is because Ghalibaf gave away the locations of all the other people, like Larijani and others, so that they could be boom boomed. And Ghalibaf did that as a way to gain some rapport and goodwill with the Americans.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true, but if it is true, I wouldn't be surprised. He's historically more pragmatic, self-interested, and uses these whole religious mumbo jumbo more as a way to gain power rather than actually being a genuine believer. So I wouldn't be surprised. Like, if you get that rich and that influential within the Islamic Republic, you're one of the more pragmatic minded Durkas rather than the Mahdi ones.
Yeah.
So
here's
I wouldn't be surprised if he also gave away the fact that the enriched uranium is still under the rubble and they haven't been moved. Like me, he might have also said that. And also, he also gained some favors from the Americans by showing that he could move ships from the Strait of Hormuz. Like, you know, President Trump was like saying like, oh, they let 20 ships go through. So that Americans were like, okay, that's nice. So he has some influence. Yeah.
Here's another video of the internal. I don't think we've seen this one. This one is English subtitles too.
Oh. Goldie, I can't wait for the movie of all of this to come out.
I agree. I agree.
Oh, here.
Oh, I need another Red Bull. I'll be right back.
Okay.
You play it though.
Okay, the ceasefire and negotiations are tearing through the Islamic Republic's own base. Ooh, so good. What was once controlled messaging has turned openly hostile, with rallies now filled with vitriolic attacks on regime figures. Muhammad Baqir Ghalibaf, who is leading talks with the US, is being openly insulted. Ooh, guys, did I not tell you this is going to happen? Are you not impressed? I told you this is going to happen way before it happened. Way before it happened. Are you not impressed? Muhammad Baqir Ghalibaf, who is leading talks with the US, is being openly insulted and denounced by regime supporters. He's being called a bastard and a freeloader, exposing deep fractures within the regime. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. Oh my God. This is good to be right about this one. Hold on, let me refresh this because it's not here. Oh, these are my guys. I love watching these videos so much because this is how the regime falls. This is how the regime falls. For years on my Persian channel, I've been saying that the best thing that we have for the regime to fall is this internal division. Like, even when the master revolution started, I said, guys, Iranian women taking off their hijab, the reason that hurts the Islamic Republic is because of this internal division that it causes. And now, for years, I've been saying this, and now you see it happening. It's like today news has come in and been confirmed that where has Ghalibaf gone? Islamabad. Guys, remember just a few minutes ago, I was telling you that if Ghalibaf goes to Islamabad, it will be confirmed that he's going to be meeting with the Americans, and that will make these people see red. Look at this. They're like, oh my God, the news has been confirmed. He's going to Islamabad. He's going to Islamabad to eat and negotiate. Oh my God, he's raising his voice. To eat? Let me see. I'll make sure. I didn't hear eat, just to negotiate. So like, wow, this translation is completely wrong. I'm just going to listen to it and translate it myself. This translation is wrong. So you're saying, yeah, the news has come that Ghalibaf has gone to Islamabad. That part is right. Yeah, the translation is wrong. He's saying, hey, Ghalibaf, Mr. Ghalibaf, anything that you have in this region, in this country, is because of the blood of our supreme leader, of our martyr supreme leader. And I curse be upon you if you want to betray the blood of our martyr supreme leader.
تو هر چی داری تو این مملکت صدقه سر رهبر شهید ماست تو صدقه قرآن
Oh no, sadaqah, sadaqah. So whatever you have can be sacrificed for the blood of our supreme leader.
آقای ما بودی یعنی لعنت به تو اگر بخوای خونه آقای ما رو پایمال کنی آی مردم در آخر جمله آقای ما
Yeah, the translation is completely wrong. He's saying, oh people, the last sentence of our
آقای شهید ما آقا عبدالله گفت علا ابن الدعی ابن الدعی ای مردم
Okay, they're going to Arabic. He's saying, like, he's mentioning one of the holy figures in Shia Islam, and now he's translating it to Persian. He's saying, like, oh people,
این حرامزاده پسر حرامزاده مردونه که بین اصلتین من رو بین دراغ قرار داده بین سلت و ذله بین مرگ و ذلت و حیات من ذله
Hayat min nazalat, Hayat min nazalat, Hayat min nazalat. Guys, this is the famous thing. So he's basically quoting Shia religious people back in the times of the, Hussein and Ali and stuff, regarding that they're not going to accept hypocrisy, that they, so Hussein in Karbala, the third Imam of Shia Muslims, before he was killed by Yazid, he said, Hayat min nazalat. We will not accept this. We will never accept this humiliation. This is a famous thing. It's a famous phrase that Shias will say whenever they're being threatened to give in, to surrender. They remind you that Hussein, before he was killed in Karbala by Yazid's army, he said, Hayat min nazalat. Like, we will not give in to this humiliation. So basically, this is the Shia way. You have to, they're saying, like, just keep fighting. Keep fighting and do not humiliate yourself by talking to the enemy. Look at everybody saying that. Hayat min nazalat. Hayat. Guys, this is a very famous phrase in Shia Islam. Very famous phrase. And that means that they're going to continue fighting. And this is a no to negotiation phrase inside Shia Islam. And everybody's now repeating it. So guys, this is gonna make you a Durkha expert. So you already know hey dad, and so, but Hayat min nazalat, this is something that you have to learn as well, which is like, if guys, one day we have to tell you the story of Hussein so you could understand that every time in geopolitics, in Shia geopolitics, when they want to make sense of everything in modern times, they have to go find a story back about Ali, Hussein, Fatima, Hassan, to see something that they, how Sunni Muslims always look at what Muhammad did to figure out if what they're doing is correct or not. That's not what Shias do. Shias look at Hussein, Ali, Fatima mostly, and sometimes when they have to give in, they go and look at what Hassan did. But these are the people, these are the stories that if you understand, you will be able to make sense of their policies. But Goldie, they're cursing Ghalibaf now. Ghalibaf, guys, this is a huge escalation because Ghalibaf is not considered to be a reformer. He's considered to be a hardliner, right? But he was like a little bit, like reform, so-called reformist leaning, and some people, like a lot of hardliner, so-called regime supporters, were skeptical about him. Like, is he like one of us or not? So when they curse people like Hassan Rouhani and Javad Zarif or Muhammad Khatami or Hassan Khomeini, that's normal. But now they're going after Ghalibaf. That is supposed to be a hardliner, and that shows that the divisions are growing within the hardliner camps as well. If they're cursing Ghalibaf as well, guys, if Ghalibaf goes to Islamabad, it will be undeniable that he's negotiating with the Americans, because right now, if he doesn't go to Islamabad, he could come and talk to the Americans and be flexible to them behind the scenes, and then come on X and post the most aggressive things against the Americans to be like, no, not me, I'm not doing that. But if he actually goes and meets with, JD Vance in Islamabad, that would be over for him among many regime supporters. What a great video, Goldie. That was a great find. Amazing video.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's a good one.
These are so good.
Also,
Goldie,
Armin,
isn't it?
the results of
Yeah.
our latest poll is in. So 98% of our viewers prefer Armin GPT over ChatGPT.
Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate that. Love you guys. Oh, that's so sweet.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
There were some
Okay.
people putting 2. I see you guys putting in 2.
Oh. Goldie. No, just kidding. Just kidding. It's a trap. It's a trap.
The poll's done. The poll's done.
Okay. Okay. Oh my God. Goldie, isn't it impressive how the things that we predicted is coming true regarding this internal division if they want to negotiate? I think like I'm actually very happy with the level of analysis that we had here.
Yeah. And I'm just finishing up a post, but I just want to share like a video. We've shared this before, but I mean, it just really puts it into context, right? Let me just finish this post really quick, and then I'll put it up.
I'm organizing the tweets that I want to go over in the group discussion today.
Yeah.
I'm organizing them so that I can summarize everything at the beginning for our group. Let me put this. Oh my God, this is so good. Oh, all right. So, guys, while Goldie is preparing that, let me actually then explain to you some the Hossein story. Okay, so because again, if you understand this, you will always try to make sense of things from now on. Okay, so after Muhammad died, we had 4 caliphs. How do you say it in English? Khalifa. Okay, so they're rightly guided ones that Sunnis believe, they agree with, right? So Abu Bakr, Omar, Osman, and the 4th Khalifa is Ali, which is for Sunnis. That's the 4th Khalifa. But for Shia Muslims, they don't believe in the Khalifas. They consider him to be the first Imam. So we have 12 Imams in 12 Shia Islam, starting with Ali, and the second one is Hassan, and then third one is Hussein, and it goes all the way to 12, which is the Imam Mahdi, the 12th Imam, which is in hiding, that they're still waiting for. The hide and seek champion of the world. So Imam Hussein, the main Imam is Imam number 3, Hussein, and what happened to him in Karbala, and the fact that he sacrificed his life to go fight in a battle that he knew he would lose to save Islam, and the events that happened during that battle in Karbala, in Ashura, in the day that the time is Ashura and the location is Karbala, is the center of of how Shias try to make sense of politics. The events of that day, when Hussein's army was up against Yazid's army. Yazid is the evil person according to Shias, and Hussein is the good Imam that went and sacrificed himself to save Islam. So one day we might want to go through what happened to Ali, to Hassan, to Hussein, so that you guys, when these Durka people, they refer to them, you have a better understanding of what stories they are using to make different points. What is this?
So I just wanted to say, like, this guy. So this is Ghalibaf. This is Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament. He's leading the Death to America chants in the Islamic regime parliament. This is the most reasonable and moderate person that's left alive in the Islamic regime for the United States to negotiate with. So just watch this. This is Ghalibaf. This is the guy that's more moderate and less radical than the rest of them.
آمریکا مرگ آمریکا.
This is also why all these people, like supporters of the regime, are angry at him, and they're mad because they feel like he's betraying them, because he's always said, death to America, and we're never going to negotiate, and the great Satan, and blah blah blah. Yeah, this is a guy who's supposed to be moderate. I mean, he could be moderate compared to, I don't know, Khomeini or something, but he's certainly not moderate compared to like a normal, regular person.
I mean, whatever he says, like he just says whatever he needs to say to survive.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't believe in anything. He just wants power. He ran for president, like I think 4 times or 3 times. Like he just wants power. That's what he wants. But anyways, Goldie, I need to go to our discussion group. So guys, I'm going to put the link in the chat if you guys want to come talk to me there and ask me questions about what's happening, about details regarding behind the scenes within the structure of the Islamic Republic, the Shia ideology, and how that relates to their way of politics. Anything you want to ask me about what's the current, military operations, the current so-called ceasefire, if you want to come and, what's going to happen with the Iranian people, what stage the revolution is at right now, come and talk to me there. And again, the link is in the chat. On the Atheist Republic channel is also pinned to the top. So I'll see you guys there, and I'll be back with Goldie in about 2 hours or so.
Quick question before you go. Do you know this person? Let me just send you the link to his account on X, because he posted something really interesting about Ghalibaf, but I have no idea who he is. So I don't know if I should share this or not.
Oh, I follow him.
Okay.
Hold on, let me see.
Like, is he regime or not?
Let me ask around, maybe. Let me see who follows him.
Because he wrote this post about Ghalibaf. It's really interesting. He seems to be followed by a lot of I don't know.
I do see some people on our site follow him.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I'll leave that with you. I'll leave that with you.
Okay.
And then, maybe later on, if you do your analysis after your group discussion, and then if you think it's appropriate, we can share that, because I'm not familiar with that account.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
Sure. All right. All right, guys. I'll see you soon. Again, wait one more time. Then link in the chat, and I'll link to the discussion group in the chat. I'll see you guys there, and I'll be back in about 2 hours. All right, guys. See you soon.
See you soon. Okay. So, let me just play. Some of you are asking for 2C TV updates. He's enjoying a weekend in Paris with his wife for her birthday. So let me just share with you my News Nation interview with Chris Cuomo from a couple nights ago, and then I'll see if I can find my other interview from last night. It was really good as well, and I was with Sheila Nazarian, and I love her so much.
Up until a few hours ago, we were really wondering whether or not the President of the United States was going to bomb so heavily in Iran that he would kill a civilization. Now, I know people are saying, well, he didn't mean that. He meant the regime. Isn't that a pretty easy word to distinguish? Destroy the regime versus destroy the civilization? Look, for me, it's a sigh of relief. I don't know how this situation gets any better for America. I don't have any reason to believe that the regime, which is still in place, there's no indication it won't be in place, and it clearly still has weapons, and we don't know anything about its nuclear capabilities. But here's the other factor that matters. What does this mean for the people living under the yoke of the regime's oppression? I want to bring in an Iranian-born human rights activist, all right, Goldie, who was just, 1 year old when her family fled Iran after an assassination attempt on her father. Just last month, an Iranian-linked, or really regime-linked hacking group placed a bounty of 250 grand for her head, literally. Goldie joins me now. Thank you very much for taking the opportunity. This is a tricky situation for the American people, okay? You know very well, I don't have to tell you, you understand us and our culture. It is your culture as well. You understand what's going on here. What do you want to say to people who say, we want good things for you, we just don't want to do it this way, and we're afraid of that it never ends, and the regime is still going to be in place? What does this mean to the people that you protect and defend?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on. It's an honor to be here. I'm very thrilled. And, I'm actually more American than you might think. My dad actually lived in Texas in the 70s for a decade. He went to Texas Southern University. Yeah. So Texas is my favorite state. With respect to what's happening right now, I mean, the reality is that the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat basically was successful because of Jimmy Carter and the Democrats. These are the same Democrats that today are attacking President Trump and trying to justify and defend a brutal Islamic dictatorship that has been murdering Iranians for the last 47 years. I don't know if you know this, but I actually noticed a few days ago, I was monitoring Islamic regime state TV. The Islamic regime was actually using social media posts by Chuck Schumer, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Jon Stewart to attack President Trump and defend what it's doing. So there is a problem within the United States, I would say, with how the Democrats are attacking President Trump, and they're basically being useful idiots for the Islamic regime. Well, now with respect to what's happening,
well, hold on, Goldie, let's go one point at a time. Here's the other side of it. One, you got a lot of people within MAGA who don't like this. You got a lot of people who voted for Trump because they never wanted to see anything like this happen again, in terms of military intervention without Congress, that we're not sure where it's going to lead. The second thing is, there is a big difference between wanting the regime to win and not liking how the government is going about dealing with the regime. Those are two very different things. For instance, I would automatically understand getting rid of the regime in Iran. I'm not saying there's political will for it in America. What I don't understand is the president told the Iranian people, told the American people, I'm not here to change the regime. Then how does anything get better for the Iranian people? Why is that not worthy of criticism from your perspective?
Well, ultimately, it's not up to the United States to instigate regime change. That's the right of Iranian people, right? So it's our right to self-determination. What President Trump is saying, and I think it's really important to remember what he said back on February 28, when he announced that he has exterminated Khamenei and sent him to hell where he belongs. President Trump said that when our operation is over, the people of Iran will have a once in a lifetime opportunity to reclaim control of their country and take their country back. That's exactly what I think is happening here. So no, President Trump, it's not up to him to instigate regime change. It's up to the Iranian people. Yeah, and what I'm seeing here is there is an alignment of interests here, right? The Iranian people and the people of America are on the same side. We have one common enemy. That's the Islamic regime that's not only been occupying Iran, but a regime that has been murdering Americans for the last 47 years, a regime that chants death to America, a regime that is responsible for all of the IEDs in Iraq, by the way. No one ever considers the fact that there's a lot of proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, other Ashtisabi in Iraq, that are all responsible for the deaths of American soldiers.
It's very real. One of those IEDs blew up a foot from my face. I understand very well what they're capable of and what they do. I'm fine. The fighting men and women did what they do best. We rely on the majesty of our military. They are amazing individuals who are capable of amazing things. Kept me alive, did everything they had to do, just like they do day in and day out. The question is whether we're abusing. By the way. No. I'm just a reporter. I was just there watching what they do. My point is this, Goldie. Before this, the regime was in place. We don't know what the situation was with the nukes. We don't know what the situation was with the missiles, but they clearly have them because they're using them like right now as we speak. The strait was open. Gas was in a different place, which matters to Americans as it should. And we were ready for a war at home over what is going on with affordability and healthcare. Now the strait is closed. It is a calamity. We don't know whether the regime, you can do enough to degrade it. And there are big economic reverberations. And many of us are worried that our military families are going to once again have to carry the load. What do you say to Americans who have these concerns?
So the price of oil, if it has been down, it's been artificially down, and it's been down because of the blood of the Iranian people. It's because 90 million Iranians have been held hostage. But I want you to think about this. The Islamic regime was incredibly close to having nuclear weapons. Even now, as part of this fake ceasefire deal that the Islamic regime claims that they have made with the United States, which is false, by the way. And we can get into the terms of the fake ceasefire deal that the Islamic regime is putting out. But they're claiming that the United States has now agreed to allow the Islamic regime to uranium enrichment, basically. And I just want you to imagine, if you think the price of oil is bad right now, this is temporary. Just imagine what would happen if a nuclear Islamic regime had control of the Strait of Hormuz. So what's happening right now is short-term pain for long-term gain. What I can tell you is that prior to 1979, when Iran was an ally of the United States, the price of oil was down. And President Trump is a very, very smart businessman. He knows that in a free Iran in the future, the price of oil will go down, because at that point, instead of Iran selling its oil or giving oil to China, we're going to be, selling that oil to the United States or whoever else that needs.
Right. That's understood. That's understood. Yeah. Look, a free Iran is better any way you look at it. The question is, what can America do to motivate that? Is this the right thing? But I'll tell you something, as you well know, America controls a lot more of the world oil market than Iran ever has or ever will. So this shouldn't be just about oil. But it is definitely a very tricky bit of business there for the Iranian people who are in such a desperate position, and for the American people who are also, a lot of them, in a desperate position. Goldie, thank you for coming on. Thank you for making your case. You are welcome here to make the case as we go forward. This is certainly not the end. Thank you very much.
Happy to come by anytime. Thank you so much.
Thank you for watching.
Guys, I don't really have a lot of experience with Chris, but I really enjoyed that. I thought he was fantastic. Like he was, very receptive. His producers were great. And like he knew exactly where my position was. Like I had a, quick call with his producers before, and they said, Chris is very excited to have me on. So I really enjoyed that. I thought he was fantastic. And, I really enjoyed having that conversation, right? Because you guys also have to remember, the questions he's asking, of course, you guys know the answers, you guys know the topics, because, all of you have been watching Iran Revolution live and following along for a very long time. But the whole point of doing different media interviews on various outlets is to reach out to new audiences. So I actually really enjoyed the questions, and I never shy away from a tough question, right? Like, I actually welcome tough questions because it gives an opportunity to expand on an idea and to provide your perspective. So, like, I really enjoyed that. I thought that was great. And like, there's never anything wrong with asking like a tough question, right? That was a great conversation. Like, I really really enjoyed that. You know what, it's okay if he interrupted me, guys. I have a habit of rambling because there's so much information that I have. There's so much information that I want to share that sometimes I do ramble. So like, it's okay because the interruptions kind of help to keep the conversation moving forward, and it keeps the pace going as well, because otherwise I would just totally ramble on and on. So I didn't mind the interruptions, not at all. I mean, that's part of an interviewer's role anyway, is to sort of time management and moderation, and keep all of that stuff going. So I really enjoyed that. I was thrilled to go on Cuomo, and would gladly do it again anytime. And it was really nice for him to say, we look forward to having you back. So that was really really awesome. So yeah, no, I liked that. Okay, I see a few let's just go to a few of the super chats, and then we'll go to some other breaking news. Just do this here really quickly. There we go. So we're not looking at my face. So Audra, member for 2 months, Javit Shah. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support, Javit Shah. Taufei, huge super chat. Thank you. Has anyone considered the concept of pack bonding? The Iranian people needed someone to lead them, care about them, and give them hope. HRH Reza gave them that. They will follow him now without question. Anything else is moot. He is alpha. 100% agree. Speaking of King Reza Pahlavi, he actually put out a new post. Wait, I was working on this one. Let me just save this post. He put out a new post. Let me share that really quickly. So look at this, guys. He is calling out the United Kingdom. So he's calling out Keir Starmer. Finally, he's calling out Keir Starmer. So Keir Starmer put out a statement, and no one cares about him anyway. Like, he's just, ugh. So he said, the 2-week ceasefire between the US and Iran today is welcomed by the UK and our allies. The goal now must be a lasting end to the war. Along our international partners, the UK will work to ensure a return to freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. So I'm just going to put traitor. Just put traitor. Okay. So King Reza Pahlavi responded to Keir Starmer, retweeted him. And let's see if he's already... Oh yeah, total ratio here. So Keir Starmer is at 8.1 thousand likes. King Reza Pahlavi retweeted him. Wait, so let's just go. April 8th. Okay, so Keir Starmer put this out April 8th, which is yesterday. He put this out yesterday. 8.1 thousand likes. King Reza Pahlavi retweeted this 2 hours ago. Just about 2 hours ago. It already has double the likes. It already has 16,000 likes. And so what King Reza Pahlavi, he's basically calling out Keir Starmer. So he's saying, the United Kingdom has endlessly appeased the criminal regime in Iran. The Prime Minister speaks of protecting the innocent civilians of Iran, but failed to act to help stop the regime's massacre of 40,000 innocent Iranians in January. Only an end to this regime that brings terror to Britain's own shores will yield lasting peace and regional stability. Keir Starmer should follow in the footsteps of Churchill, not Chamberlain. He should support the Iranian people's fight for liberty. The Iranian people will remember who stood with them in their hour of need and who stood against them. There is still time for the government to change course. Prosecute the IRGC that slaughters innocents. Expel the illegitimate regime's ambassador and act to support the people of Iran. So he is calling out the United Kingdom, and I'm very pleased about that. Okay. I have a few videos that I wanted to watch with you guys. So this one, I know this guy. I know this guy, the regime wrestler. Sorry, not regime, the Iranian wrestler who's like calling out the regime. Anyways, you'll see.
2 Iranian Americans who escaped the regime. Sheila Nazarian got out in 1985. She was 6 years old, smuggled in the back of a truck covered in burlap sacks. Sardar Pashai is a former Iranian national wrestling champion, former head coach of Iran's national wrestling team. His dad was a dissident and a political prisoner in Iran. Sardar says he could not go to his parents' funerals for fear of being arrested if he went back to the country. Sardar Pashai and Dr. Sheila Nazarian join me now. Wonderful to have both of you with us. Thank you very much for joining us again. Sardar, let me start with you. As you look at Vice President Vance, he's heading to Pakistan with other negotiators this weekend. What is your message for them as someone who understands the country from such a personal level?
Hi, Martha. Thanks for having me. Actually, I saw Vice President before your program saying that deal is possible if Iran doesn't lie or doesn't cheat. But with respect, Mr. Vice President, Iranian regime is going to lie and is going to cheat, and you cannot trust them. Why? Because their regime founded based on hatred and hostility toward Americans and Israeli, and we have been seeing that for the past almost half a century. But the result was just the regime got more aggressive, they took more hostages, and they executed more protesters. So do not give CPR to a dying regime.
Dr. Nazarian, what's your message to the negotiators headed to Pakistan?
I think that there are military goals that we have achieved, but there's also humanitarian goals, Martha, that we have not achieved. They are executing 1 to 2 teenagers, young people in Iran every single day, while we in America are talking about negotiating with terrorists. This regime has to go. There is no regime change, as President Trump, who I adore, has referred to many times. This is not regime change until this regime is gone and the Iranian people are freed from this murderous Islamist regime.
I want to play for you. This is just a resident who spoke to the cameras on the streets in Tehran. And here's what he said.
They were forced to accept these terms because of the resilience our people showed over these 40 nights, so that the blood of our martyrs would not be in vain, and so we could achieve our main goals on the international stage. Now we are recognized as a major power in the world.
Now we are recognized as a major power in the world. Sardar, your reaction to what that man had to say?
You know, a regime is using his propaganda everywhere, and you saw they.
And I just want to say, like, Sheila is great. Sheila is fantastic. Actually, so after this, I'm going to share with you my interview from last night. I just screen recorded it, so I'll share that with you. And she was on as well. And that was the first time that I was like on with her at the same time. But, you know, we know each other. We follow each other on Instagram. And, you know, it's actually very, very interesting in a very heartwarming way to see how so many of us from different parts of the world have started to, just very organically and very naturally, whenever we do these media interviews, we always have the same messaging, and that's because we're all, sharing the truth and the reality and, what's actually happening inside of occupied Iran and what the people want. And so it's really nice how, even though like we're not like a team, like there's no, official group or anything like that, but because we're all sharing the thoughts and, of people inside occupied Iran, it's almost like we've become this organic team. And so, for example, last night when I went for my interview and I saw her, I just like this big smile came on my face. And then our interview was actually, it just, even though like we weren't talking to each other from beforehand or even afterwards or even during, but it fits so well because both of us were like touching on different points and agreeing with one another. So we follow each other on Insta and stuff, but that was like my first sort of real interaction with her, and she's just absolutely lovely person. And she's her family is Jewish, and they actually had to escape Iran after the 1979 Islamic Revolution because Iranian Jews were being persecuted. Prior to that, her family lived freely in Iran under the Shah, right? Because there was like religious rights and everyone was equal and stuff like that. So I will play that video for you after this one.
They took all of those children for using as a human shield. They don't care about the people. It's just like pushing this narrative to picture that all Iranian people supporting the regime and also hating America or the Western values. This is not true at all. When I talk to people, as you mentioned, with all of these difficulties, they're buying generators, they're saving water, they are having an extremely difficult situation, which is caused by Iranian regime, but extremely worried that the regime survived. This is really the biggest fear they have. So when they see these military bases, detention centers are being destroyed, they are not sad. When they are seeing these top IRGC members are being killed, they don't mourn them. Actually, they feel that the world is safer. So I hope international community do not forget about the people of Iran.
Yeah, I'm so glad you're making this point. It's so important. We heard from a lot of Democrats, Dr. Nazarian, that they were shocked at President Trump's comments the other day about, the potential for ending a civilization. And then after he, agreed that they'd work on a ceasefire, this was their reaction to that move. Watch this.
Donald Trump just caved, backing down from his fake deadline.
Trump has backed off, and there will be some who will call it, taco. Right? Trump always chickens out, which is making way too light of it, but it is also a truth.
Iran has taken America's and Israel's best punch and is still standing, still negotiating. The talk of unconditional surrender has been replaced.
They are mocking us right now.
Your reaction to that, Doctor?
I think there's 2 points to be made here. Number one, the Democrats first say, oh, you're going to destroy an entire civilization. And then when that doesn't happen, they say, oh, he didn't destroy the entire civilization, Taco Tuesday. So make up your mind. And then the other point with the language of President Trump, Martha, Iran has been saying death to America and death to our civilization every single day for the last 47 years. So if President Trump wants to speak their language and say, no, you know what, death to you, good for him. He's just speaking in a language that they're going to understand.
Sardar, just about 20 seconds left. Once again, what you want people to understand about how important it is that this doesn't end with this regime in power.
Yes, very important. I think these people have tried many times. They got slaughtered. They deserve to be supported. And I hope President Trump, I have this message for you. Any point, 10 points, 15 points you have on the table for negotiation, please include humanitarian one. And also those people on the prison death row, you're important. You make a red line for them. Say don't execute any more prisoners.
Thank you both so much for your bravery. You've been through a lot in your lives, and it's wonderful to have you both here. Sardar Pashayi and Dr. Nazarian, thank you for joining us today.
Okay. Let me pull up my video now from yesterday.
Deal.
The idea that President Trump would
So that's me backstage. That's me backstage.
ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd.
Plus, stocks surge with the Dow jumping over 1,300 points and oil prices plunging. Wall Street is staging a massive relief rally. We're tracking when those savings will actually hit your wallet. And Mamdani mess. New York City's first Muslim mayor finding it difficult to deliver. It turns out that running a city is a lot harder than coming up with catchy campaign slogans. All that and much more. The Pulse starts now. Good evening, friends, and welcome to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. Well, tonight, friends, the skeptics, they're silent. For weeks, the experts told you that we were entering another forever war with Iran. They were so wrong. 6 weeks ago, friends, President Trump set a deadline. He promised surgical strikes to dismantle the radical Islamic regime's military threat, and he did.
We're doing this not for now.
Hi, Goldie. Michael here from The Pulse. How are you?
It's a noble mission.
Doing well. We're just in a quick setup. We're coming to you right after this, okay? Thank you so much for being here.
Sure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran.
The president, he didn't want a decade-long war. No, he wanted quick results. And tonight, those results are in. The mission achieved. The Strait of Hormuz is open and oil, it's flowing again. Wall Street is absolutely loving the news. Stocks surging as oil prices plunge. And soon, friends, you'll feel that at the gas pump as well. But look at the mainstream media. They seem pretty disappointed, practically rooting for the ceasefire to fail.
Trump is now trying to brand that ceasefire as victory, declaring yesterday a, quote, big day for world peace, as if he did not start the day threatening to order the U.S. military to carry out some of the most serious war crimes. In the 12 hours between his threat and the announcement of a ceasefire, it's not clear that Donald Trump achieved any of his objectives.
But don't believe that spin, friends. There is a massive gap between what Iran says to the camera and what they whisper in private. Today, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, she made it clear the media needs to just stop with all the lies.
The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false.
And to the IRGC leaders that are still alive and possibly still looking for a fight, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has a simple message for you. Figure it out before it's too late.
When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple and it was powerful.
So for now, the White House says that the ceasefire will hold as long as the strait stays open. But if it closes, well, the mission restarts. It is that simple. America is leading, friends, from a position of strength. And the world is a whole lot safer tonight because of that. Joining me now are two powerful voices. Goldie, a human rights activist and former Canadian lawmaker who has dedicated her career to exposing the regime's radicalism, and Dr. Shia Nazarian, a world-renowned surgeon and human rights advocate who fled the revolution.
Did you see the smile on my face as soon as I saw her? I was like, oh, look who's here. And I was like, did you see that? I got like this smile on my face. I was like, oh my gosh, it's Sheila.
Canadian lawmaker who has dedicated her career to exposing the regime's radicalism, and Dr. Shia Nazarian, a world-renowned surgeon and human rights advocate who fled the revolution as a child. Ladies, thank you so much for joining the Pulse this evening. You know, there are reports that J.D. Vance will lead a U.S. delegation in talks with Iran and Pakistan this weekend. Goldie, I'll start with you. What's your initial reaction to these peace talks taking place?
You know, I kind of see these peace talks as a little bit of a front. I mean, we've already seen that the Prime Minister of Pakistan has lied about the
so-called 10-point plan and the conditions that the United States has supposedly agreed to when it comes to whether or not Lebanon is included within the terms of this ceasefire. So I don't really have a lot of faith in Pakistan, but I do have faith in President Trump. I have a feeling that President Trump knows what he's doing here. And what he's done, it's been great for the markets, but he's also exposing the IRGC. And right now, the reports that I'm getting from inside of occupied Iran is that the IRGC is pretty much collapsing. All the various factions are fighting amongst one another. There's one group that's very angry about the ceasefire. There's another group that is happy for the ceasefire. So I think as we continue to monitor events inside of the Islamic regime, we're going to see the Islamic regime moving more and more towards an internal collapse, which will give the Iranian people an opportunity to rise up, overthrow them, and reclaim the country.
And that's exactly what we do hope takes place. Dr. Nazarian, there is a large gap between what the regime says publicly and what they're doing in private. Are they actually preparing, do you think, for long-term peace, or are they just reloading for the next fight?
They're 100% reloading for the next fight. Think of them, David, as a cancer that if they are not completely removed from the body, will continue to multiply and grow. And I do agree with a lot of the things that you said in the intro, where we've gotten a lot of military wins. We've definitely dismantled a lot of the, armamentarium of the IRGC. We've killed off a lot of their leaders. This is all true. But one thing that was not mentioned is the humanitarian issues happening inside of Iran. David, every single day, they are executing 1 to 2 young people. Every year, year after year, per capita, Iran is at the top of the list for executions of protesters for things like crimes against God, whatever that means. So every single day we might be saying, we won, but until this regime is removed, our children, mark my words, and grandchildren will have to deal with this again. And I think the regime is at its weakest point right now. And if we don't finish the job, we will feel sorry about it later.
Yeah, hopefully finishing the job is exactly what takes place. I agree with you 110%. It's sad to think about all those lives that are still right now being taken. The White House says that this ceasefire depends entirely on the Strait of Hormuz staying open. But Goldie, does this regime actually have the internal control? It doesn't sound like they do, to keep their own military in line. What are your thoughts on if it's going to hold?
I don't think it's going to hold. We've seen a lot of news and rumors coming out. We're still trying to determine what is fact and what is fiction. But what we're seeing is that there are rumors of ships that have been turned back. And so we don't actually know if the Strait of Hormuz is fully open. We're waiting to receive confirmation about this. But the Islamic regime, pretty much, they're like a headless chicken running around. And, even after the ceasefire was announced, we saw that the Islamic regime was launching missiles at Tel Aviv, at Israel. They were launching missiles at the UAE and at Kuwait. So I don't know how effective the ceasefire is actually going to be, because I think that the various factions within occupied Iran who are, part of the Islamic regime, they've lost control, and various factions are just sort of operating on their own.
Yeah, and it's hard to know, if nobody's in control, what exactly are they going to do, and I think we're seeing that as well. Dr. Nazarian, you talk a lot about the useful idiots in the West who believe regime propaganda. I know we see the mainstream media acting as a PR firm for Iran. What goes through your mind when you see some of these talking heads, some with massive platforms, spewing hate for President Trump and even calling him the Antichrist?
Yeah, it's really interesting. They were freaking out about him saying, the end of the civilization, where they're totally fine with Iran calling for death to America every single day for the last 47 years. That doesn't appall them. But, when Trump uses their own language against them, all of a sudden it's terrible. And then when he didn't do it, they called it Taco Tuesday. So it's almost like they were disappointed that he didn't end the civilization like he said he was going to. Furthermore, we've seen for the last 2 years, and I've been fighting these young, useful idiots on college campuses shilling for Hamas, which is basically, bankrolled by the IRGC, and against Israel, our ally. And now when they're seeing women kicked in the back, kicked in the head, raped before they're killed, shot in the head, they say nothing, because if they go against the IRGC, it means that they've been wrong all these years, because the IRGC equals Hamas. So their hatred for Jews, their hatred for Israel, their brainwashing is so strong that they are actually standing up for this regime that is the most anti-gay, most anti-woman, human rights abuses, hanging people in public every single day, and they say not a word because they would have to admit that they've been on the wrong side for the last 2 years.
Yeah, and it seems like they just are not willing to admit they were wrong, and they have been. They are. Now, before this war started, there were thousands of people marching in the streets. Now that there's a potential deal on the table with, in essence, the same regime in place, are you still hopeful about the potential uprising, Goldie?
Absolutely, 100%. I think what's happening behind the scenes is President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, they are laying the groundwork for regime change, ultimate regime change and revolution. However, one thing that all parties have made very clear, including His Royal Highness Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who's the leader of the Iranian National Revolution, he, even in a statement today, said that ultimately regime change is the responsibility of the Iranian people. Now, the Iranian people attempted to do regime change back in January, and we saw what happened. Over 45,000 unarmed Iranians were slaughtered in 2 days, and more since then. But what's happening now is that United States and Israel are leveling the playing field, and so I think moving forward, what's going to happen is, when the time is right, and that was the message that the Crown Prince put out today. When the time is right, he's going to make the call, and the Iranian people will rise up and reclaim their country. And now that United States and Israel have severely weakened the IRGC, we're going to see a more level playing field.
Hopefully that's exactly what takes place, and hopefully it does take place soon. Goldie, Gamari, Dr. Sheila, Nazarian, God bless you, ladies. Thanks for joining the Pulse tonight.
Okay, so that was my interview from last night. Before I go to Fox News, I'm just going to go back and answer some of the super chats. So I think the last one was Taofe, so thank you so much for that. Then the next one is from Justin Lefevre 5653. Guys, if the 10-point proposal included everything Trump asked for, then Trump had to consider it, because if he didn't, then Dems could use it against him politically, saying, see, it was never about America first. Yeah, I mean, that is a very good point. That is a very good point. But I think what President Trump is saying is that the plan that they received is not the same as what the Islamic regime has publicly released to the media. So the one that the media is going with is not the one that President Trump saw and said, okay, this is like a workable basis. Because remember, President Trump did say that, let me just pull up his post, right? So President Trump did say, oh, my browser has lost connection. Wait, let me just fix this. Stop sharing and reshare. Okay. So President Trump did say that we have received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate, right? But the issue is the 10-point proposal that President Trump and his team received is not the one that the Islamic regime sent to the media, or the one that's been going around, right? Because the one that the Islamic regime sent around is just a different one. And President Trump has made very clear that that's not the one that they saw that was agreed to, right? And remember, President Trump hasn't even actually agreed to anything, right? Basically, he's just saying this is a workable basis from which to negotiate, right? So somewhere to negotiate from. That's all he's saying. But yeah, you do make a good point. Ang Mordechai says, Armin, my Iranian husband feels as passionate as you do and is shouting at the moment. LOL. Oh, Armin's not here, but we will share this with him when he gets back. Yes, Armin's rants and shouting is wonderful. Gives us all an energy and a mood boost as well. Then we have Shaul Kachol. I don't speak for our government, but we, the Israeli people, want regime change and a free Iran. I hope we get there as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Actually, a lot of my Israeli friends have reached out to me and they're like, Goldie, like, what's going on? What do you think? I mean, yeah, I know for a fact that Israeli people don't want a ceasefire either. And, thank you so much for your bravery. And thank you for standing by us. We're both fighting the same enemy. Both of us, both of our nations just want this to be over with. We just want it to be done and over with. But I think we're getting there. I think we're getting there. I think we are very, very close. So I'm very excited and very grateful to all of our Israeli friends. There is news about Hezbollah and Lebanon. I know we haven't focused too much on that, but in honor of the fact that Israel is currently decimating Lebanon, and the fact that let's go to advocacy, and the fact that so funny. What's he saying here? So the Islamic regime, they're losing their minds over the fact that Israel is like decimating Hezbollah, right? And the reason why? It's because Hezbollah is the IRGC's proxy. Hezbollah is 100% funded by the Islamic regime. And the role of Hezbollah is to act as like a backup. So the fact that, this proposed, like the other thing we haven't even considered is that this potential ceasefire is also giving Israel an opportunity to put more resources towards destroying Hezbollah, right? Because I've heard that the strikes, the attacks against Hezbollah in the last few days have been insane, like completely massive. It's been on like another level, right? So, oh wait, what? I blocked you instead of a troll about 2 weeks ago? Me? I'm sorry. I have no idea how that happened. Are you sure it was me? Oh no. Wait. Okay, let me go to the song that I want to play, and then I'll see what's going on with that, and I'll unblock you. Sorry. Sometimes it happens, like I don't know if it was me, but it could have been someone else, but let me see what I can find here. All right, guys, I will be back momentarily while I figure this out.
אתה נראה כמו סוס יאור, יש לך שכל של ציפור, עדיף שתישאר בבור כי בקרוב אתה תמות. אתה פשוט אידיוט גמור עם שיגעון גדלות חמור, אתה שטן או בקיצור אתה חלאת האנושות. גם אם תזרוק עלינו טילים או תאיים על הגלילים, החברים שלך מסוריה ואיראן. גם אם תפיל כאן עוד קטיושות, תדע שאין כאן שום ירושות, ביחד נתגבר על הצרה. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך. אתה עלוב, אתה קטן, אתה מזכיר אורנגוטנג, יש לך קינים על הזקן ובקרוב תעוף מכאן. אתה ג'וק מת, אתה בואש, אתה מתחיל להתייאש, צהל אותך רק מבקש כדי לשרוף אותך באש. גם אם תזרוק עלינו טילים או תאיים על הגלילים, החברים שלך מסוריה ואיראן. גם אם תפיל כאן עוד קטיושות, תדע שאין כאן שום ייאושות, ביחד נתגבר על הצרה. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما نفسی دگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و هنگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، همه ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش.
Okay, guys, I am back. Am I Jewish? No, I'm not Jewish, but I have a lot of Jewish friends, and I love Israel. I don't know, it's a fantastic country. Okay, so Agent, I looked at my ban list. I couldn't find you there. I couldn't find you on my ban list, so I'm not sure what's happening. Unfortunately, like sometimes there's a glitch, and for some reason, certain people just I don't know why, like they're not able to go through. So you weren't on my ban list, but I couldn't find you there. But what I did is I added you to the approved users list. So hopefully that will go around whatever the issue was. I have no idea. So I mean, you can try it and see, but I apologize if that happened. But I couldn't find you on the ban list, so I'm not sure what was going on there. But yeah, there you go. Maybe try like refreshing the stream now or something. I don't know. Can see if it's working. There was a few other accounts where the same thing happened. Like they were just, for some reason, they were just like they couldn't send super chats or something like that, and I couldn't find their names on the blocked list whatsoever, or like the hidden list, right? So I don't know. I have no idea what's going on there. But yeah, hopefully it's working now. Okay, let's go to the next thing, because I've gone through all of these super chats now. And oh, there's also a sticker from BMTH84896. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Where's the... Here we go. Oh, you know what? So someone is saying, I mean, YouTube could have blocked you for breaking the terms of the agreement. Who knows? I mean, yeah, it could have been that. I have no idea. YouTube is pretty crazy that way. Any news from Petipto? Yeah. Petipto's doing great. Here you go. Let's see what Petipto is up to. So this is the most recent update from Petipto about 24 hours ago. He said, Iran's revolution began with the people. Oh, oops. Let me share my screen. Sorry, guys. So Petipto says, this was about 24 hours ago, Iran's revolution began with the people and will end with the people. Keep in mind, internet connection is not very good right now in occupied Iran. And of course, Petipto has to be very careful with everything that is going on. So Petipto is fine. He is laying low. Okay. Let's go to this quick update from Fox News. Not available says, in Afghanistan, the U.S. armed and provided air support to a militant group which drove out the Taliban. There is nothing similar in Iran. No, I mean, that's true. We don't have like militant groups in occupied Iran because we're very westernized. There's no like militant groups like that. We're just like a normal society. Although, some of the more rural tribes, they have guns, but they're not militant groups. It's just like nomadic tribes, right? So, or not even nomadic anymore, but there are certain, tribes like my tribe, like the Lor Bakhtiaris, the ones who live in like the rural areas, they have guns. The MEK is a terrorist cult, and they don't have any presence inside occupied Iran. It would be terrible news to give the MEK weapons. They're basically terrorists, and President Trump knows that. One thing that's actually really interesting about all of this is that one of the biggest worries that we Iranians had, especially those of us outside, is how much attention the MEK was getting, because the MEK has a lot of money to use for propaganda or whatever the case might be, and so they have been promoting their own propaganda, blah blah blah, for a very long time, and we were all very worried because the MEK has no support in occupied Iran. But the fact that the MEK was doing what they're doing, there you go. Is it working? Yay, it's working. Okay, welcome back. Not sure what happened there, but I guess we fixed the problem. There we go. Welcome back. Okay. So yeah, the MEK was trying very hard to become, like the main revolutionary, whatever garbage nonsense, not because they have any support in occupied Iran, because they don't. The MEK is even more hated than the Islamic regime. So, given that like the Islamic regime right now has about maybe 5% support in occupied Iran, the MEK would be like 0.001% support, right? So the MEK literally has no support from anyone. But the purpose of the MEK has been to confuse non-Iranians. And the purpose of the MEK has always been to promote themselves as like, the opposition, the official opposition. And, they have their like weird prime minister or president, or, whatever. And so that, we've always been fighting their propaganda. And, they are traitors as well. They're terrorists. They've murdered Americans in the past. They're basically like this weird jihadi communist cult. They have like a camp in Albania called Camp Ashraf. And they have a lot of money. So, they pay people with a lot of big accounts to promote them. Now, 10 years ago, the MEK was all over the place. 10 years ago, the MEK had fooled a lot of politicians, especially, including like Canadian politicians. But the last 10 years, the rest of us have really started, speaking out and becoming more active and countering all of that MEK jihadi nonsense. And one thing that I find very interesting, and I'm very glad about this, is that, there have been, here and there, maybe like some MEK people in certain, countries, in very like, in certain like news media outlets. Like I think I saw one MEK person on like the Will Kane show or something. Will Kane show. There's like one, in France, one in the UK. But they're very like their numbers are very, very low. Okay. And now I'm hardly seeing them at all. And as you can see, none of the key players, right? No one is, talking about the MEK or anything like that, thank God, because everyone knows that the MEK is a terrorist jihadi cult, right? It's basically a communist Islamist cult. The MEK is one of the reasons that the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat happened in the first place, and the MEK is just as dangerous as the Islamic regime. So yeah, they're totally not involved. And what's interesting is anyone who has been involved or is currently involved with the MEK is no longer part of President Trump's administration, right? His current administration. Mike Pence being one of them. So, all right, let's watch this Fox News, and then we'll continue.
All right, this is a Fox News alert only moments after President Trump announced a ceasefire in the Middle East.
Oh, I think we already watched this. When was this from? April 8th. Yeah, I think. Oh, I don't know if we watched this one. Anyways, this is a good one to watch again because it's Sean Hannity and Mark Levin. So this is really important.
All right, this is a Fox News alert. Only moments after President Trump announced a ceasefire in the Middle East, Iran, in fact, launched drone and missile attacks against Israel and other nations in the Middle East. So that aggression does beg the question, can Iran...
I mean, you know what? I did actually play this. So I'm going to see if I can find something that's newer. Okay. Sorry, guys. For some reason, I thought that was for today. Okay. Oh. Okay. Look at this. Okay, this is from this morning. Right.
Here we go. 9 o'clock in New York City. The fragile peace, the U.S. and Iran ceasefire holding for now, but the pressure is coming from all sides. This before the vice president, J.D. Vance, leads high-stakes talk over the weekend. Good morning, everybody. We've got a ton to get through. I'm Bill Hemmer. Buckle up. Here we go today.
Good morning. I'm Dana Perino. I'm surprised it is only Thursday because it feels like it could be next Thursday. There's been a lot of news, but we are here on America's Newsroom. We're going to take you through it. So these negotiations we mentioned, they're going to take place in Pakistan. And the goal is a diplomatic path forward. Their success or failure could hinge on the Strait of Hormuz. That's the key waterway that's still closed. Meanwhile, President Trump warning that U.S. forces are ready to resume their devastating strikes unless the regime complies with the deal.
So here was the post from late last night. Here we go. It's a long one. All U.S. ships, aircraft, and military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry, and anything else that is appropriate and necessary for the lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy will remain in place in and around Iran until such time as the real agreement reached is fully complied with. If for any reason it is not, which is highly unlikely, then the shooting starts bigger and better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before.
So let's get to it. Trey Ying standing by in Tel Aviv. Let's check in at the White House first. That's Peter Ducey's spot. Hi, Peter.
Dana, good morning. One of the first things that made officials here suspicious of that first Iranian peace proposal was that to folks in the West Wing, it looked like something churned out by AI.
The first 10-point proposal was something that was submitted, and we think, frankly, was probably written by ChatGPT, that was submitted to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. That immediately went in the garbage and was rejected. There was a second 10-point proposal that was much more reasonable.
That's where we're at. Vance is now on deck for his biggest assignment as vice president so far, leading these peace talks in Pakistan Saturday. President Trump will be watching from the U.S., where he is still stewing about military allies who left us hanging during epic fury. The president writes, NATO wasn't there when we needed them, and they won't be there if we need them again. Remember Greenland, that big, poorly run piece of ice. The man NATO sent to try to keep the U.S. invested in the alliance, Mark Rutte, now talking about his private chat with the president yesterday.
He is clearly disappointed with many NATO allies, and I can see his point. But at the same time, I was also able to point to the fact that the large majority of European nations has been helpful with basing, with logistics, with overflights.
Some of the words that officials here are using to describe epic fury are in the past tense, like an operation that has already met its military objectives. But President Trump still is not going to pull any manpower out of the Middle East until a peace deal is reached or not. Dana?
Okay, Peter, that's still up in the air. Thank you so much. And now let's go to Trey Ying. He has the latest from Tel Aviv. Hi, Trey.
Yeah, Dana, good morning. We just got a new statement from CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper, who said Iran suffered a generational defeat, adding the U.S. military achieved all of its objectives. Here's what Cooper had to say.
U.S. forces have paused offensive operations in accordance with the ongoing ceasefire. However, we remain present. We remain vigilant, and we remain ready if called.
We remain vigilant, the words there from the CENTCOM commander, as we do have a new statement from Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, who said the repeated aggression by the Zionist entity against Lebanon is a flagrant violation of the initial ceasefire agreement and a dangerous indicator of deceit and lack of commitment to potential accords. The coordination of these aggressions will render negotiations meaningless. Our hands will remain on the trigger, and Iran will never abandon its Lebanese brothers and sisters. Now, the Israelis yesterday conducted dozens of airstrikes against Iran's largest proxy in the region.
I also just want to point out, like, when the Islamic regime says they're never going to abandon their Lebanese brothers and sisters, they're actually referring to Hezbollah. Actual Lebanese people are occupied by Hezbollah. So it's very frustrating for Lebanese people as well when the Islamic regime purposely conflates Lebanon and Hezbollah, right? It's kind of like how with us, when people refer to the Islamic regime, they're like Iran this, Iran that. It's like, no, it's the Islamic regime. We, the Iranian people, hate the Islamic regime. So I just want to make that very clear, right? And again, like even in the media, right? Even in the media where they're saying Israel's Lebanon offensive, no, Israel is not attacking Lebanon. Israel is attacking Hezbollah, which is occupying southern Lebanon. So Lebanese people, especially in other parts of the country, are actually very happy about this because they hate Hezbollah. They want Hezbollah to be destroyed. We Iranians, we want Hezbollah to be destroyed as well. But this is the same frustrating thing that like Lebanese people have to go through, right? Not as bad for them because Lebanon is still somewhat of a normal government, unlike the Islamic regime. But so here it's just they're making it seem as if Israel is attacking Lebanon, right? And the Lebanese people must retaliate. No, Israel is not attacking Lebanon. Israel is destroying Hezbollah. Hezbollah has been occupying Lebanon, and Lebanese people want nothing to do with Hezbollah. And in fact, for a very long time, especially before social media and the ability for people from various countries to communicate with one another, for a lot of times, Lebanese people were also, did not like Iranian people because Lebanese people thought that Iranians supported their occupation because they had no idea that we Iranians have also been occupied by the Islamic regime. So the fact that it was like, Iran supports whatever, right? So, but now, especially in the last 10, 15 years, but more so, now we all realize, oh my gosh, we've all been colonized and occupied by this Islamic caliphate. But again, this is why the language and the words matter, because Israel is not attacking Lebanon. Israel is attacking Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is a terrorist proxy group that is 100% funded by the Islamic regime, which, by the way, the Islamic regime is occupying Iran. And Hezbollah, not only do they, murder, Christian Lebanese people, but they also murder Iranians. So I just want to make that very clear. This is not like a Lebanon offensive. This is Hezbollah, and we all support this. Like, get rid of Hezbollah, destroy them.
Hezbollah, you can see some of these strikes here in the Lebanese capital.
Okay, good. So at least they're saying Hezbollah here.
In its Lebanese brothers and sisters. Now, the Israelis yesterday conducted dozens of airstrikes against Iran's largest proxy in the region, Hezbollah. You can see some of these strikes.
See? Against Iran's largest proxy. I hate that. No. It's the Islamic regime's largest proxy, Hezbollah. It's the Islamic regime's proxy. It's not Iran's proxy. But there you go. It is what it is.
Here in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, specifically the Dakhya neighborhood, the IDF says they took out a top Hezbollah official identified as the personal secretary to Hezbollah's Secretary General Naim Qassem. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying this yesterday about the operation's goals.
We have more goals to complete, and we will achieve them either by agreement or by renewing the fighting. We are prepared to return to fighting at any moment necessary. Our finger is on the trigger.
Israel preparing for a variety of contingencies in the days ahead as international attention remains on the Strait of Hormuz. Yesterday, 4 different vessels were able to pass through this area. According to initial reports, these were not oil tankers, but container ships. Today, there are questions about how many vessels will be able to get through, as Vice President J.D. Vance issued a new warning last night to the Iranian regime.
I encourage the Iranians to come to the table seriously. We've seen some signs that they're going to do that. We've seen some signs of bravado. Fundamentally, we're in a good spot. They're reopening the straits. We have a ceasefire. And frankly, if they break their end of the bargain, then they're going to see some serious consequences.
The vice president speaking very clearly there about the negotiations that are set to take place this weekend in Islamabad, Pakistan. He'll be joined by special envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Bill, Dana.
Trey Yings, thank you. And now let's get to Bill over at the board.
Okay, we're going to explain a few things, Dana. I want our audience to think about 4 or 5 things on this first map here. Number 1, the country of Oman, and then UAE, and then Iran over here. And in between this area is the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so that's the balance that we look at right now. This is what we believed happened in the Strait of Hormuz over the past 24 hours, April 7th to April 8th. Today's the 9th of April. I count 10, maybe 11 cargo ships and tankers that have gone through the Strait of Hormuz. And what you see in green are those entering the Strait of Hormuz. What you see in yellow is those exiting. On a normal day, before this war started, some 40 days ago, you would have 100 ocean liners going through the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, 24-hour period, it's 9, maybe 10 over that 2-day period, April 7 and April 8, all right? Here is the old track, all right? From the Gulf of Oman, right? Off the coast of Oman, Iran is over here, and then in turn, the tankers would come this way as well. What Iran is doing right now is they're diverting these ships to come closer to its shoreline. We talk a lot about these islands that Iran has, that owns right now. That's like Larak Island. This is Kamesh over here, a larger island. So what the Iranians are doing is they're diverting traffic this way so they can hopefully, they believe, at least they say it publicly, collect that toll in either cryptocurrency or Chinese yuan. That's the strategy on behalf of the Iranians today. We're going to watch that throughout the day and see whether or not that traffic picks up April 9th, April 10th, into the weekend when J.D. Vance and others are in Islamabad. This is what the Israelis did in the meantime. And this is a really good question as to what the Israelis thought this ceasefire was all about, what the Iranians thought it was about, what the U.S. thought it was about. Everything you see in blue is a strike that the Israelis hit with his Hezbollah targets on the ground in Lebanon. By some reporting now, they went after 100 targets in a 24-hour period. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Okay, so there we go. We're next going to go to Mark Levin. Wait, let me share my screen here. So this doesn't have like, it's not like directly related to the Iranian Revolution, but it kind of is. It kind of is, right? Because he's really like here, he's calling out like the growing fake influence of new media, podcasting, and online personalities. You know, like all the people that are like attacking President Trump, the people that are like, you know, defending the Islamic regime. Because, you know, I really do believe that the situation happening with Iran versus the Islamic regime right now, it has exposed a lot of people. It has exposed a lot of people, and it's left a lot of people, you know, scratching their heads and wondering what is going on. Why are certain people, you know, taking the side of the Islamic regime over the United States? And the Iran situation has really, really like shown people's true colors. So not directly related, but it also is, because, you know, for the last 103 days, ARMIN and I have been, you know, working very, very hard to counter the disinformation and misinformation that's out there. So we're going to watch this. It's about 26 minutes long. I'm going to take a short break, but I'm going to be watching as well, and I'll be watching the chat. So yeah, let's watch this and I'll be back soon.
Lost it. Now, he may have lost it for a lot of reasons. Right. Money. What's happened to Tucker? He's lost it. Now, he may have lost it for a lot of reasons. Money, foreign influence. Maybe he is just a psychopath, in my view. He's attacked MAGA. He's attacked Christians. He's attacked Jews. He's attacked the whole value system of Judeo-Christian beliefs. He's promoting Sharia. He promotes Putin. He's endlessly trashing our military, our war efforts, our right to self-defense. Our history is colonialist. He brings on guests who basically reinforce the views of the enemy. Guys like Fuentes, who's out there, who is a rambling, incessant, racist, bigot, Jew hater, Christian hater, America hater. Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this is Liberty's Voice, our video podcast. Thank you for being here. Spread the word. Obviously, you know how to get here. We're on Rumble and we're on YouTube, absolutely free, and we'd love to have as many people as possible. I feel like many people, and sometimes we, live in an unreality. We live in a world created by nuts and kooks and frauds. Now, you might say, well, that's not you, and it's not me. For the most part, it's not us, because you and I don't live on the internet every second of every day. But there are people who do, and they're like hooked on it like drugs or like booze, and they can't get off. And they're on there all day long. They're commenting all day long. And when it's people who are younger, like many of you, it's not a healthy thing, because that's not the real world. It's simply not. It's part of the real world, I guess, but it's not the whole world. And so you actually have a division that's happening in this country, at least one division, more than perhaps many more, where you have people who live in that world and almost exclusively in that world and don't live in the rest of the world. And this concerns me a lot. The idea of new media, independent media, was to create competition with the big dogs, who were mostly left-wing, mostly Democrat, mostly anti-Republican, anti-conservative, you know, and they are. They're partisan activists on the left. And our media are made up of a zillion of these people, from producers and directors to editors to obviously the hosts and the nature of the guests that they choose. And so competition is always a good thing, isn't it? But what competition can also bring is what? In the economic world, it can bring cheaters, scam artists, and so forth. Well, that's not legitimate, is it? It's not ethical, it's not moral, it's not part of the civil society. Well, the media are a business, are, plural. They are a business. And now we have different tiers of this business. Network TV, cable TV, newspapers, magazines, radio, podcasting, and the internet. Podcasting and the internet. Now, we as conservatives, as constitutionalists, as Make America Great Again, MAGA, whether it's under Reagan or whether it's under Trump, are these podcasters and is this new medium serving us well or poorly? Well, obviously, there are some hosts who are fantastic, and they're serious about having substantive discussions about what's going on in the country, domestically and in foreign policy. I mean, we're in the middle of a war. That seems to me very relevant, as well as the 250th anniversary, using our platforms to teach, to learn, to educate, to be educated about our history. Because what we know for sure is that our government schools don't teach our history. They teach what I call anti-history. That is, to undermine our founding. So we have to use the new media, right? Which isn't that new. It's about 20, 25 years old, but new in the context of things, to advance the cause of what? Americanism. Americanism, the civil society, Judeo-Christian values, the Enlightenment. These are the things, broadly speaking, that make America so unique and Americans so unique, right? And so we discuss it all the time, whether it's on radio, TV, or here And we're going to do deep dives right here on my video podcast as we have the last few days. But I want to talk about this sort of new media and how there's so many opportunities in this new media. Again, in context, it's 20, 25 years old. First podcast I read started in the early 2000s. But the point is, what's happened to it today? It is so free and it's so open that basically anybody can be a podcaster. Well, that's kind of cool because you can make a decision on who you're going to listen to, right? Right. But there are people out there who use the platform in very deceptive, sabotorial, evil ways. And it's happening right now. Look at this headline from Politico. Vile on every level. Tucker Carlson rips Donald Trump over Easter Sunday F-word post. Tucker Carlson criticizes Trump's expletive-fueled Easter message threatening Iran. Who do you think you are? And so he goes on attacking Trump. Now, this is the latest in a series of obviously planned and strategic attacks on the president. He's attacked MAGA. He's attacked Christians. He's attacked Jews. He's attacked the whole value system of Judeo-Christian beliefs. He's promoting Sharia. He's promoting Islam. He promotes Putin. And by the way, he's not the only one. There are others. Then you have guys like Fuentes, who's out there, who is a rambling, incessant, racist, bigot, Jew hater, Christian hater, America hater. And he's now rooting for Iran to win the war against our military, against our country. A regime, not a people, a regime that is a police state against its people, has killed thousands of Americans. He's rooting for them. He also says MAGA should die. He also trashes the president, says he's going to vote Democrat, that we should all vote Democrat. And when the Democrats win, he says he's going to leave the country. And all he does is spew this stuff on and on and on, drops the curse words, the F-bombs, attacks Jews. He uses Saul Alinsky tactics, focusing in on individuals to try and destroy them and so forth. So if you're not a person that has big platforms like me and you're targeted by these people, you're destroyed by these people. And they do that to send a message. Don't you dare challenge me. Don't you dare question me. Don't you dare criticize me. For all the talk of freedom of speech on the internet, that takes place. It's intimidation and threats. And when they get big enough platforms, that's what they do. And there's so many others. Look at this guy Bannon. This guy Bannon confessed to a felony, not any felony, a horrible felony of stealing money from you, Mr. and Mrs. America. He asked you to send him money to build a southern wall. Well, did he build a southern wall? Is that what he did? No. And then he's out there proselytizing about what truth is, what people should believe, who's good, who's bad, who's unprincipled, and so forth and so on. What do these people all have in common? And they're not alone. You have Megyn Kelly out there who's just trashing people left and right, except not like Candace Owens, who she feels she has to protect. And Candace Owens is one of the biggest human cancers on the body politic out there in the new media. And I can go down the whole list. That's not my point. My point is what's going on here. And this is being not just facilitated by, but motivated by, promoted by the media. Why would the media promote these people? Why would the media promote these spats? Why would the media stir the pot when it comes to these people with these marquee headlines? Why are they even following them? Well, let me read something to you that I just put on social media here, because I've been thinking about this, and I entitled this Sick and Getting Sicker: The Fake Influencers and Their Left-Wing Media Enablers. You know, 7% of my radio audience listens to podcasts. 7%. So I decided I need to come into this platform, which in many ways is a cesspool between the internet and podcasting. You really need to be discerning. There's some really good podcasters out there, but the vast majority of them are not. I wrote, the media continued to propagandize for Tucker Carlson and his ilk by claiming they are conservatives and or MAGA. They are neither. They grifted off these movements. They contributed nothing to either of them. Now, they showed up at events, but they were there to promote themselves, not the president or the future president, Donald Trump. If you're going to vote for Donald Trump, it's not because, wow, Megyn Kelly said I should vote for Donald Trump, or wow, Joe Rogan said I should vote for Donald Trump. They don't have that kind of influence. I may not have that kind of influence. Who knows? But the point is, you voted for Donald Trump because you like Donald Trump, not because somebody told you to vote for Donald Trump. You're smart. You make your own decisions. Why would you wait for somebody? Donald Trump is bigger than life. His charisma, his attitude, his belief system, his accomplishments. So somebody over here is going to say, I encourage you to vote for Donald Trump. Well, I wasn't sure, but now I am. No, that's not the way it works, especially not with Donald Trump. So these people are grifters. They go to UFC events, there's Donald Trump. They want to do an opening act at Madison Square Garden because there's Donald Trump. They're not drawing crowds themselves. The president is drawing the crowd. They're using him to speak to his crowd. You and me, Mr. and Mrs. America. Let me go on. So they've grifted off these movements, conservatism and MAGA. They contributed nothing to either of them. Now think about that. What have they contributed to the conservative movement? The Tea Party movement, Convention of States, the Reagan Revolution, the Trump Revolution. What have they actually contributed to the Trump Revolution? Nothing. They're on the bandwagon. They're not leading the way, are they? And when the secret texts were released in the litigation involving Tucker Carlson, which showed his true feelings about Trump, it was awful, horrendous. And it's not just him, the others. Now, you might say, well, Mark, you know, in 2016 in the primary, you backed Ted Cruz and a lot of us, but so what? It's a Republican primary. You can back whomever you want. But what did you do? What did I do when the primary was over? I immediately supported Donald Trump. And I'd been in touch with Donald Trump even when I was supporting Ted Cruz. To put it more accurately, he was in touch with me. He would call me. Even today, Donald Trump, he and I are very dear friends. He would say, I remember you were not early on Trump, but you became very quickly Trump and are one of the most loyal people that I know. That's all true. And my answer to him is what I told you at the time. I don't know. I didn't know Donald Trump in 2016. I had no relationship with him at all. No discussions, nothing of the sort. I've known Ted Cruz for decades. And I still think he'd make a great president. There's several people out there who would make great presidents. But I didn't go on the anti-Trump bandwagon and start trashing Trump. As a matter of fact, the one time I announced that I was never Trump, it lasted about 18 hours because it involved one of his guys saying things about me. I thought that guy was part of the campaign. So I addressed that guy and I said, that's it. I'm never Trump. That guy's a liar. The president called me. He said, that guy's not on my campaign. He no longer represents anything I do. And I went on the air the next day and I said that. But people can't stop on the internet twisting the truth and lying and so forth and so on. Period. But let me get on with the core point. Most of these people were backbenchers or even outright failures in various media outlets, political offices like Marjorie Trader Gangrene, and comedy clubs. Joe Rogan was a comedian at first. This guy, Dave Smith, who most of you never heard of, I call him the unknown comic, very diabolical guy. They say he's a comedian. Has anybody ever heard of them? No. Some are just common Joes and Karens off the street. Or maybe uncommon, like Fuentes. He's got the mind of a mushroom. But most have contributed little or nothing to these movements, clung to them, held tightly onto Donald Trump's coattails, then tried to devour them with self-aggrandizing and emotionally unhinged conspiracies and daily racist diatribes. Now, each one is different in a sense, and yet they overlap in a sense, don't they? But Carlson is the most prominent among them because he earned his cred and became somewhat famous on Fox. The others came through different routes and mechanisms. And so they've taken this popularity that they've had in the past, certain among them, and they've used it for exploitation purposes. Others came through other routes and so forth. So it's a rule, but there are exceptions to the rule. And as they draw larger audiences, as podcasting and social media have skyrocketed in terms of viewers and users, they use these platforms in increasingly psychotic ways, publicly revealing deep mental and behavioral disorders. Now think about some of these people, seriously. They're not right, are they? They're not right. They lash out, which is fine, but they lash out in the most perverse way. Or they rewrite the Bible. Or they rewrite World War II. Or they bring guests on who promote Holocaust denialism. Or they bring guests on who say that Christians are better treated in the Arab world than they are in Israel. Or they attack Christian Zionists and evangelical Christians. Or they attack endlessly people who they're jealous of. Or they attack Jews. Or they attack this, or they attack that. In other words, it's almost like a mental institution in some ways. It's very bizarre. And there are no governors, meaning to the mouth. They think dropping the F-bomb and other curse words is very cool. It's attractive to younger people and so forth. And they certainly don't teach anything or convey anything profound or interesting, do they? It's like Jerry Springer on steroids, but I think I would be defaming Jerry Springer's memory if I said that. It's worse than that. For example, there's not a head shrinker around who can keep track of Tucker Carlson's multiple personalities and cognitive and emotional dissonance over the last several years. People, what's happened to Tucker? He's lost it. That's what's happened. Now, he may have lost it for a lot of reasons. Money, foreign influence. Maybe he is just a psychopath, in my view. Maybe he's just a bigot, in my view. I don't know. I can't tell you why, but I can tell you it is what you see. It is what you hear. Of course, Carlson's not alone, and it is this sickness that draws an audience of rubberneckers like an accident of every sort, rubberneckers of every sort, foreign and domestic. And more we're learning that a lot of the audience for these people are foreigners, and not just foreigners from countries that we're at war with, or that are adversaries or enemies, or countries that have a significant Muslim population, of which a certain percentage is Islamic, jihadi Islamic. And so if you're one of those, you're going to be hooked on Tucker Carlson because he's endlessly trashing our military, our war efforts, our right to self-defense. Our history is colonialist, imperialist. He brings on guests who basically reinforce the views of the enemy. And again, he's not alone. But that draws eyes, which means that draws big paychecks to this new medium of podcasting and the internet. They don't care where those eyes come from. They could care less as long as there's lots of them. And you notice they kind of turn towards communist China, and the kind of the promotion of communist China is sharing power with the United States that Carlson talks about. Not the United States is the single superpower and the country for good in the world, but communist China, which slaughters millions, which really is imperialistic, which is on the verge of invading Taiwan, which has destroyed Hong Kong and imprisoned the small d Democrats there, which is threatening Japan, threatening Australia, threatening South Korea, threatening the Philippines, threatening Vietnam. We're going to have to learn how to share power with China. And he says it repeatedly. Does he really believe it? Perhaps, but there's a big damn audience in China, isn't there? And I don't think it's an accident that state-run media in Iran, state-run media in Qatar, state-run media in Russia have all used Tucker Carlson's show to advance their own country's propaganda and brainwashing. But he's not alone. The imbecilic, warped, and bigoted are portrayed by our media as thought-provoking and even profound. So no wonder the media, which are nearly uniformly populated by left-wing Democrat activists, inflicted with and suffering from Trump derangement syndrome, are among the most exploitive of the onlookers and roused by these preposterously characterized influencers, following their every podcast and tweet, looking for the infinite opportunities to practice yellow journalism. That's journalism of the 1800s, complete with sensational headlines and lurid exaggerations. When you look at the Drudge Report, or you look at Mediaite, or you look at any of these aggregator sites, and even more, when you look at actually so-called mainstream news, which of course isn't mainstream, but reaches millions of people, they dip into this cesspool, this toxic cesspool, and they love to stir the pot. They love to run with their headlines. They love to use it against whom? President Trump. Against the conservative movement, against MAGA, for the midterms to help the Democrats. And so these phony influencers, they're only influencing one side against us, the left, the Democrats, the people who want to impeach Donald Trump. They literally want us to lose the midterms. One of them just circled back and said, even if they drop a nuke, that is Trump on Iran, I'm still going to vote Republican. But the others, they dismiss us, we, Mr. and Mrs. America. And they have used many people who are patriots to get to where they are. And so the media reinforce and motivate these chronically unstable and deranged so-called influencers to become increasingly sensationalistic and maniacal. Sensationalistic and maniacal. The media are driven to destroy these movements, our movements, by using these podcasters and bloggers who they claim represent you and me. They build them up as thought leaders. They build them up as electoral powerhouses and the faces of these movements. They claim that they're the faces of the movements. So they exploit them. They encourage them, does the left media, in order to destroy us and in order to help the Democrats and the left. So the media and the so-called influencers have a perverse symbiotic relationship, one to the other, that has become self-perpetuating and is doing grave damage to the civil society. You and I, we care about the civil society. John Locke wrote extensively about the civil society. Aristotle wrote about the civil society. Montesquieu wrote about the civil society, all of which influenced our founders and our framers. Now, the problem is there appears to be no limits to this evil ecosystem because these so-called influencers are getting richer and richer, and the media, they're getting more eyes. They're getting richer and richer too, off the backs of our society as they try to destroy it and are effectively doing so. There's no question that this is pure poison. No question whatsoever. This is pure poison. Now, I can name a lot of other names who are doing this sort of thing. I have no doubt that the reaction will be vile because that's how this works, apparently. But it is what it is. And I will always respect my audience, you. I attract patriots, not foreigners who hate our country, I'm sure. And we have to be able to have these conversations. I consider this new platform, my talk radio program, and my Fox program all to be us as a nation at a town hall meeting where we can communicate and so forth. I look at some of these podcasters, and I don't spend a lot of time on it because I'm busy and because it's not worth it, but I want to convey this to you. And I wonder, what have they actually contributed to anything? Is there something they've said that's profound? Is there something they have written that's profound? Is there something they've done that's profound? Now, there's always exceptions to the rule, but I'm talking about the rule. I'm talking about these phony influencers and what they're doing to you, what they're doing to our country, what they're doing to our movement, and what they're going to do to the midterms if we don't push back. The point is to try and take this medium and improve it. Not that I'm Don Quixote, but try to improve it. Try to use it as a force for good. Try to use it as a force to push back against the left, against the Marxist Islamists, and now, unfortunately, against the woke right neo-fascists. I'd rather expose and confer information and provide a platform that can be used for positive things going forward. Please spread the word to as many people as you can to view the program. You can view it on Rumble by following us. You can view it on YouTube by subscribing for free. We're going to put it on other platforms as well in the near future. All right, I'll see you next time on Liberty's Voice.
I don't know about you guys, but I really enjoyed that. I thought that was I think that was very helpful, especially in helping to expose or at least explain what's going on, especially when it comes to all of the fake news and the fake narrative when it comes to Iran and the Islamic regime. Because, of course, the Iran situation has really, really exposed a lot of these grifters. And they've pretty much gone full, like anti-America. So the next one that I want to share. Okay. Fox News just put this out.
So we've now just had our second oil tanker flow through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is hearing the United States president, no doubt. In focus now, Victoria Coates, Vice President of National Security for the Heritage Foundation, and also former Deputy National Security Advisor during President Trump's first term. So, Victoria, we're starting to see a little movement. We are far afield from what normally would be passing from that strait and how normal kind of progress would be happening at this point. But that's 2 oil tankers and another ship not carrying oil in the last little while. Your reaction?
Well, it's a start, Harris, and I think the Iranians are trying to maximize the leverage their control of the strait gives them, but I think they're aware that this is an asset with declining value. You have the entire region getting together to try to create bypasses for the strait going forward. So they have this leverage now, but they're not going to have it in a year. So yes, they're going to use that as strongly as they can in these negotiations this weekend. But I think we also need to bear in mind, that this is the last time they're going to be able to play this card, and we're going to be in a much stronger position going forward.
Just real quickly, because, we often will see the markets jump on this. I just want to mention it, that right now there are 187 loaded tankers that are waiting to cross the Strait of Hormuz, according to Kepler data. We learned this from our Fox Business correspondent, Lauren Seminetti. They're carrying 172 million barrels of oil and refined products like jet fuel. It will take the product about a month to hit all the refineries and move forward, according to experts at Rystad Energy. So that's really what's in play here. And as you're saying, nations are looking to pipelines like the one that Iran just hit inside Saudi Arabia yesterday, Victoria.
Yes, that's the Petra line that's been moving about 7 million barrels a day east to west across the Arabian Peninsula. But the country I think we really should start talking about is Oman, because you could build pipelines through Oman and bypass the strait. And Oman has to be, I think, sick of being looped together with Iran as these kind of co-custodians of the hostage taking of the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, I think Oman might want to, they were shelled by the Iranians during Epic Fury, and maybe they would want to be more strongly lashed up with UAE, their neighbor, with Saudi Arabia, with Qatar, with Kuwait, and with Bahrain, and that group of countries then can develop this alternative architecture, leaving Iran utterly isolated.
So it's interesting, the strategy that you're talking about that's going on, not even in the background, just a side-by-side with everything that Iran thinks it's accomplishing right now, which is zero. President Trump is looking to hold NATO's feet to the fire on their participation or non-so. He's floated exiting the organization. But the Wall Street Journal is reporting he's now considering a narrower plan to punish allies for not backing the United States in the Iran conflict. President Trump met with NATO's Secretary General yesterday and posted this on those allies. None of these people, including very disappointing NATO, understood anything unless they have pressure placed upon them. He also said NATO wasn't there when we needed them, and they won't be there if we need them again. NATO chief Mark Rutte says this.
He is clearly disappointed with many NATO allies, and I can see his point. This was a very frank, a very open discussion, but also discussion between two good friends.
Victoria.
Yeah, the Secretary General has, a very difficult job right now, and he's a good man and a friend of the United States and to President Trump. And I think he is doing his best with a rather bad hand that he's been dealt by what I call old Europe. And these are countries like France and Spain in particular. The UK has been disgraceful. These should be our best and strongest allies. But we have to bear in mind that New Europe, Poland in particular, the Baltics, the Scandinavian countries have really stepped up and helped us, and I think shamed some of those old Europe countries into doing more. So I think the situation is salvageable. I think the Europeans are going to have to deal on Greenland and on their defense expenditures, and then maybe we have a path forward.
Be sure to like and subscribe for.
Okay. Now I want to share some news from my feed. So, guys, look, the Muslim Nazi terrorists in Canada, in Toronto, they're going to be holding a vigil for Khamenei, right? The dead guy. So the Muslim community of GTA and the Iranian Islamic movement of Toronto are going to be holding a vigil for the dead terrorist Khamenei. This is so weird. Look. And I just want to remind everyone, Khamenei is a terrorist who was the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The IRGC is a listed terrorist entity in Canada. These people who are supporting this, these people are all terrorists. And this vigil is an open display of and support for terrorism. Canada has fallen. So there you go. There's that. Oh, and by the way, so right now today is Khamenei's Chehelom. So Chehelom is again like 40 days, right? So 40 days after someone dies, it's traditional to hold like another funeral mourning celebration for them. The funny thing about Khamenei is that he hasn't been buried yet. So they haven't actually had a burial celebration or funeral or whatever they want to do for him. They haven't done that yet because they're, of course, afraid of being boom-boomed. But today is his 40th. And look at this. The people that are out on the streets to, mourn Khamenei's 40th are not even Iranian. They're from Iraq, they're Hashd Shabi, and then they're also from the Afghan Fatimiyun division, right? So these people are not Iranian, but they're the ones that are out on the streets, right? Because the Islamic regime imported these people into the country. So, you know, when Armin and I say the Islamic regime is a foreign occupation, this is what we're referring to. And look, they're even waving the flag of Iraq, right? Like, guys, Iran is literally occupied right now by foreign terrorists, and this is just disgusting. Watch this. Like, these people are not Iranian, and yet, unfortunately, you're going to see like the mainstream media or like large accounts that, you know nothing about Iran. They're going to like post these images and be like, oh, look, Iranian, this is the rally around the flag effect, or, whatever. So just watch this. It's just vile. Oh my gosh, they're not even speaking Persian. Whoever's on the microphone is speaking Arabic. So whoever's like speaking, they're giving instructions to these people in Arabic. Remember, Iranians, we speak Persian. We don't speak Arabic, but they're talking Arabic here.
هلا بولاد الحسين هلا بولاد الدار الشيخ عدنان ماجور قواك الله اقطعوا الشارع اقطعوا الشارع هرب العراق هذا بركات الحسين عليه السلام.
Yeah, guys, this is pure Arabic. They're holding Iraqi flags and they're speaking in Arabic at Khamenei's like 40th funeral celebration or something.
بركات الحسين عني.
So that was all Arabic. And then, guys, these people, these are Afghans. These are the Afghan Fatimiyun. So you can see here, they're holding the flag of Afghanistan. So again, the people that are participating in this, vigil for Khamenei are not Iranian. Iranians hate them. Yeah, they're all like, these are all Afghanis. They're part. So you see the flag? I think that's the Fatimiyun flag. So the Fatimiyun is another terrorist proxy militia group from Afghanistan. By the way, these are the same terrorists who murder Iranians, right? So the Islamic regime has brought them in to suppress the Iranian people and prevent them from rising up and overthrowing the Islamic regime. And of course, they're all chanting Magbat Omriko, death to America. Of course. Yep. There you go. So, okay, now the Muslim Nazis are continuing to threaten President Trump. And what's really funny, I guess, in a weird, sick way about this, what this like jihadi Durka cleric is going to say is that he's basically going to say Iran holds all the aces, but guys, card games are banned. Oh, did you know that? So yeah, when the Islamic regime took over Iran in 1979, they also banned card games, because card games, any form of card game, is basically a form of gambling. So it's really messed up that this jihadi cleric is making a reference to like, holding all the aces in like a card game or something, because he's part of a brutal Islamic dictatorship that not only murders people and Iranians, but they've also banned card games because card games are evil and they're un-Islamic. Yeah.
هم به مردم بگم هم به تهران اگه شما قماربازید ما آخونده هم بعضیامون خوب قمار بلدیم آسه بازی دست ماست شاه دست ماست بیبی دست ماست سرباز دست ماست 10 و 9 و 8 و 7 و 6 و 5 و 4 و 3 و 2 هم دست ماست میخوایم حاکم کوتت کنیم مردم میخوایم آمریکا رو حاکم کوت کنیم 3-0 جلو میافتیم.
That was so stupid. Guys, of course, people play cards. People play cards in occupied Iran. Decks of cards are sold like, on the black market, let's say. Yeah, like when I was in Iran as a child, like, I played, different card games or whatever. But okay, let me just read this for you, translate it. So he's saying, let me say this both to the people and to Trump. He's like, if you are gamblers, like if you're a gambler, we clerics, he's like, we clerics, at least some of us, also know how to gamble, which is messed up because they've banned gambling, but now he's admitting that he's a gambler. He's like, we have the ace, we have the king, we have the queen, and we have the jack. We also hold, he's like, we also hold 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. So guys, here he's making a reference to an Iranian, like a very famous Iranian card game called Hukm. And Hukm is very similar to, I would say the closest equivalent of Hukm is Hearts. Let me pull it up. It's actually a really, really fun card game. Okay. So we call it Hukm. I just looked it up. So, okay, this is new for me. Apparently it's called court piece in English. So Hukm in Persian is a trick-taking card game similar to the card game Whist, in which eldest hand makes trumps after the first 5 cards have been dealt, and trick play is typically stopped after one party has won 7 tricks. A bonus is awarded if one party wins the first 7 tricks or even all tricks. The game is played by 4 players in 2 teams, but there are also adaptations for 2 or 3. So, like, Hukm is something, it's a very, very fun game. And then game appears to originate from Iran or India. Basic rules. Anyways, I mean, I can give you the I can try to find like an online game or something, and like we can just test it out. Hukm is really fun. I'm actually really good at Hukm. But going back to this, so to this like jihadi mullah, so he's making a reference to the card game Hukm, which, by the way, card games are banned. These people have banned card games. So he's saying we will defeat you 3-0, which means like we're gonna like beat you. He's like, we are gonna coot you 3-0, because it basically, like, if you win a round and the other person doesn't get any tricks, but you're not the hakim, then you get 3 points or something. So he's like 3-0 up front. So basically just saying we have all the cards, we control the deck, and we're gonna beat you guys. Wonder if I can find an online. Let's see if I can find something. Let's see. Oh, okay. Look at this. Crazy. I need to reorganize my cards. Wait, what's going on? All right, okay. So here, this person came down with the ace. So I want to put down something low. Because that's my partner. So we just won this round because my partner came down with the ace. So now he continues. So now he's putting a 9. He put a jack. So I want to try and beat this guy. Wait, what's going on? Who's yelling Goldie, Goldie, Goldie? Is there a troll in the chat? What's going on? Is there a troll in the chat? Is that why you're yelling Goldie? Guys, don't just yell Goldie, Goldie. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna use ace. Oh my gosh. All the Iranians in the chat, they're so excited now. Yes, of course. Guys, I'm explaining the game to non-Iranians. So I want to try to like, so this guy, this guy here, okay? This guy is like my partner. So we're a team, and then these two people are a team. So I'm gonna put down my ace. Okay, ace. This is hook. This is the Iranian game hook. So we won that. Okay, so now that I won, it's my turn to play this round. No, it's okay, guys. I want your opinions too, especially the Iranians. Oh, you're cheering. Okay, if you're cheering. All right. Okay, guys. So, guys, give me some like options here. So I think the next hand I should probably go with the King of Hearts, right? Because the Ace of Hearts has already come down. So I should probably play the king because, yeah, exactly, the King of Hearts. Okay. See, the Iranians know. Guys, if I lose, I'm totally going to like embarrass myself in front of all the Iranians right now. So I'm going to put the king. Oh, no. Oh, no. So, okay. So see how he brought the 3 of diamonds? So 3 of diamonds is like the trump. So because he doesn't have any hearts, so he put down the 3, and then that's how they won that round. So now it's the clubs. So my partner came down with the ace, so we're going to win this round. So I'm going to put down the lowest card I have, which is a 5. Okay. Yeah, it's similar to euchre, but we use all the cards. Right. There you go. Yeah. So now, okay, see, so this is a problem. Like, why would my partner do this? He put down the jack, puts down the 6. I know that this guy, like my partner is totally like he just stabbed me in the back. I know that like this one doesn't have any hearts, so they're going to win this round. So I'm just going to put down my 5 because this guy's going to come with, see, the jack of diamonds, and they're going to steal that hand because they don't have, this guy doesn't have any hearts. Okay, so I don't have anything higher than a king, so I'm going to put down my 9. Oh, man. Shoot. Well, I can only put down my queen, but this guy's probably going to steal the hand. See, because he had the king. My partner totally stabbed me in the back here. Oh. Oh. Yes! Guys, I have the jack! Okay. Okay. Whew. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, what do I do? What should I put down? نمیدونم کدومو بذارم. President Trump just went on Truth Social? Okay. Let's go to Truth Social. We will continue hook in a moment. Oh! Whoa. Okay. Nothing to do with Iran Revolution Live, but this is guys, we literally just watched that video by Mark Levin calling out all these people, and now President Trump is just doing the same. Wow, look at this. Okay, so he says, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon, because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. And everyone else knows it too. Oh, he's calling them out. Whoa, 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 whoa. Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones. Oh, look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN 100% approval rating of Trump. Not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Ooh, or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA. They're losers just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for the country. MAGA is about winning and strength in not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that. But I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. Whoa. Whoa, guys. That was like perfect timing, because we just played like that podcast by Mark Levin. Wow. Wasn't that amazing timing? We just finished watching that podcast by Mark Levin, and now President Trump. Wow, thanks for sharing that. All right, okay. Let's go back to our card game. Are you guys starting to so this is the card game. Okay, so wait, which card should I play? Guys, this is crucial. We need to win 3 more hands. No, I shouldn't play this. Guys, 4 and 10 are my trump cards. I don't want to play my trump cards because what if I need them? 10 of spades? No, because I think, isn't the jack of spades still there? 5. Should I do the 5? Go low? 10? Okay, wait, let me do a poll. See, now we can do a poll here. It's going to be fun. Okay. 5 spades, 10 of spades. Okay, wait, let me just change the position here. Okay. Which card should I play? Five or 10. You have to type either number 1 or number 2. So this is a new feature. So if you want me to play the 5 of spades, type 1. If you want me to play the 10 of spades, type 2. Five or 6 doesn't matter. 5 or 6 is irrelevant because they're right beside each other. So if I play 5 or 6, the outcome would be irrelevant. Okay. Iranian. Okay, let me ask the Iranians now, because everyone's saying 5, but Iranian, Migan, what should I play? The most of the Iranians are saying to play 10. I can't remember. Did the Jack of Spades already come? You do 10? Okay, let's do 10. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll do 10, but let's see what happens. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh. Oh no. Oh, Borid. Oh, Borid. Oh my gosh. Oh. My partner came through. Borid. Okay, 7, 9. Oh my gosh. All I have is the 10. Oh. Wait. Okay. Duh! Yadam Raf. They already had the ace. Okay. Oh my gosh. I think we're gonna lose. Oh, yes, Borid. Okay, guys. So here's a strategy now. So because I already know my partner is gonna win this round, and I don't have a club, so I can just play a random card. So I can just play like my 5 here because we've already won. Okay, we need one more hand. We need one more hand to win. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. We won! Oh my gosh. Okay, we won. Oh my gosh, we won. Okay. So this is hook, guys. Whew. Okay, so now it's my partner's turn. Okay, so my partner picked diamond. Oh, nice. Oh, I don't have too many. Right. Okay. So he came down low. He came down with the 2. Oh, you guys want the link? Sure. I literally Googled it online because I wanted to show like basic. Oh, so guys, for everyone who's tuning in, this was the jihadi mullah was making a reference to hook, and then I was like, well, it might just be easier for me to just share the game of hook, so that you guys. Okay, so wait, 2, 5. Yeah, I guess I should play the ace here. I'll play the ace. The ace, right? What? So this guy has no spades. He took my ace. Oh my gosh. So I have to play my 2 because they've already won the hand. Okay. Shoot. You know what? I have to do this. I have to force him to play his trump card. Damn it. I should have gone low. I knew he was gonna. See, I have to go low here. Because I can't beat that. Shoot. Perkut nashim. Oh my god, I get kut beshim chi. Oh, thank God. Okay, thank God. Kut nashodim. Oh my gosh. So if this team won without us getting a single trick, then they would get 2 points instead of 1. That would be called a kut. Okay, wait. So queen. See, I have to go with my jack. I don't have anything else. Man, I should have. You know what? I shouldn't have gone with my king. I should. Oh, thank God. Oh my gosh, my partner. At least my partner's coming through. Because look, I have garbage. I have like no good hands here. Jack. I think I'm going to go with my ace. Coot. Okay, what do I do now? What do I do now, guys? Oh man, I have all low cards and I want to save like my hooks. What should I play? 2, 5, or 4? The 5 of spades? The 4 of clubs? The 2? I don't know, man. The 4? Ugh. No, I'm not going to play diamond. Diamond is my trump. Okay, I'll go with the 5. Yes! Oh my gosh! Oh! Oh. Oh no. I think we're going to lose this round. Oh no, they need one more hand to win. Shoot, I have to play my 4. Hopefully my partner will come through. Oh shoot! No, we lost. No. Okay. Okay, so now the trump card is clubs. My God. 2. I don't have anything good. I'm not gonna I can't use my jack. I'm just gonna go with 6. I'm gonna go with 6. Okay, this will be the tiebreaker until Armin comes back. Oh, thank God. Okay, see, good. Okay, he came with the king. Perfect. Jack. Okay, I only have a queen. Okay, so this guy, I'm not going to play my queen because we already have a high hand. We're already winning this round. And if he has a king or an ace, then we've lost it already. So I'm going to go low. See, so he had the king. There's still an ace out there, so I have to keep an eye on my queen. Okay, so oh good. Look at that. So I can go even lower now. Yay! Oh my gosh. Okay, so so my partner went low because he's hoping that I have the ace. I don't have the ace, and I can't play my queen because if I play the queen, then it's going to be lost by the ace. So I have to go with the 9 because it's still higher than 8, and I'm hoping that this will force the other player to bring out the ace, which means then I can play my queen because then the queen's going to be the highest one. See, there you go. Predictable. No. If I went lower, then he wouldn't bring his ace. I wanted to like draw out the ace. Okay, so I'm going to go with 5 because we're winning. Okay, I'll go to Truth Social in one moment. Let me just finish this and then we'll go. Queen, shoot. Okay, I have to go with my jack. I have no other option. I don't have good cards. This game is rigged. 10. Okay, see, now I can bring my queen because I know there's nothing higher. Yes. Amazing. Okay, so So my partner doesn't have any more diamond left, okay? But he didn't use his trump card. He just used like he used a different card. He just used a random. So now I know if I put down my 6 and someone else has like the other 2 might be forced to go with diamond, my partner can cut the deck with a trump card and take the round, like win the trick. So let's see what happens. Right? So they have to play diamond. See? So now he used, oh no! What? You should have gone with a higher card. Damn it. Man. Oh my gosh. If they have the ace, we're done. Whoever has the ace and king. What do I do, guys? What do I do? 3, 6, or 10? 6? 3, 6? Three? Okay, I'll go with the 3. Dude, no, we lost. We lost. All right, that's embarrassing. Okay, but there you go. So that's the card game hook. That is basically what that jihadi Durka clerk was referring to. So we haven't lost. It's basically the first to 7. It's the first to 7. Okay. So, President Trump, there are reports that Iran is charging fees to tankers going through the Hormuz Strait. They better not be, and if they are, they better stop now. Okay, there you go. Hello, Armin. Welcome back.
Hello. Oh, you?
I'm doing great. Just a new President Trump post. I shared some updates, and there was one of the updates was like a jihadi Durka that was saying like, Mikhad President Trump perkut bokone se hich. So then I basically started, I started explaining hook, and I was like, you know what, maybe I just like play a round of hook, and then just to show people. So then we were also playing a little bit of hook. Here, let me show you the jihadi mullah.
هم به مردم بگم هم به ترام اگه شما قماربازید ما آخونده هم بعضیامون خوب قمار بلدیم آس بازی دست ماست شاه دست ماست بیبی دست ماست سرباز دست ماست 10 و 8 و 7 و 6 و 5 و 4 و 3 و 2 هم دست ماست میخوایم حاکم کوتت کنیم مردم میخوایم آمریکا رو حاکم کوت کنیم 3-0 جلو میافتیم
What the? Why is he doing that?
I don't know, especially since like they banned gambling. So I was explaining like card games are, decks of cards are pretty much banned. Like you have to buy them like, underground in the black market. So
weird. Oh wow.
So I was explaining people how to play hook.
Oh no.
Wait, what happened to my game? Oh, it went away. Oh, I wonder if I could play with... No, we can't do that. So just play with AI. Okay, current game. All right, so we can go back here. All right, Armin, you tell me, what should
I forgot this. I haven't played this for so many years. I forgot how to play this.
You forgot how to play hook?
Yeah. I haven't played for 20 years. More
really?
Than 20 years. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay. One more round and then we'll continue while Armin gets all his posts and tweets ready. Okay, guys, so they brought a 6 of spades. I don't have any spades, so I can take the I can take the hand with the low 3. Okay. So I don't know what to go with, guys. What do I go with now? I don't have any good cards. You know, I'm just going to go low. Should I just go with the 2 of diamonds? Yeah, this is me. Okay. Oh, so they broke it with the 6. So this guy doesn't have spades, so I'm going to take it with the 10. Okay. I'm going to go with the 3. I don't have good cards. Okay, good. So at least we won this round with the king. Ooh, maybe he has the queen. King of spades. 7. Oh, man. See, I can't play my 5 to try and take the hand, so I'm just going to play something low because I want to keep my 5 for something that I can actually win. Ace of hearts. Okay, so I'm going to go low with the 5. So this is the card game that the jihadi mullah was talking about and how like they're going to beat Trump. Which, by the way, is illegal. Oh, man, we're going to lose this round, too. I don't have any good cards. What is this? This game is rigged. I'm telling you, this game is rigged. It's totally rigged. We're going to lose. It's rigged. Look. These people have all the good hands. It's totally rigged. Like, what is this?
Sure.
Maskhara bazi. Look, I don't even have. I only have the 5. I can't even go higher than the 5, which means they won. It's rigged. I'm done. Nope, I'm done. This game is rigged. Don't ever play it. Rage quit. Okay. Welcome back, Armin.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to your updates.
Okay. So in the middle of all of this, an IRGC officer decided to seek. I don't know if you know. Okay.
Yeah, talk about it.
Okay, so guys, I don't know if you know what sire is.
Yep.
It's basically Shia prostitution. And I'm not exaggerating. It's Shia approved prostitution, Islamic prostitution. So you might think I'm here. Let me actually look at the caption by Iran International. It's saying a video published on social media shows a law enforcement officer in, where is this? What? I don't know where this place is. Savo-Jablanc performing a one month temporary marriage or sire. Basically, guys, okay, tell me if I'm exaggerating, okay? What it means is that you pay her some money, then you have, what do you call sex, girl? Goldie?
Conjugal relations.
Okay, whatever Goldie said, you have that as many times as you can in that period of time, and then you go on your way, right? And then they call it sire. It's Shia. Okay, yeah, okay. I mean, okay, right. And so let me show. So, and it's completely Islamic, guys. Is that not prostitution? That's prostitution.
The other thing as well is that these sire, so these temporary marriages can also be as short as 1 hour.
Yeah.
So
or
you
2
could-
minutes if you want to.
Yeah,
You
like
could pick
have it for
whatever.
this, you know, whatever. What if she
Guys,
gets?
these are not wives. No, wives are limited. These are unlimited. Okay, so you could only have 4 wives.
Yeah. These
but
are
you can have-
concubines.
No, concubine.
Sort of
no,
like the
concubines
closest
are
thing would be
captured.
like, yeah, I guess. I don't know.
No, concubine are the ones who you don't pay your concubine because you own them. They're property, right? You pay these women.
Yeah.
So that's different. Yeah. So
guys,
concubine is not consensual. This is consensual.
Guys, someone was asking, so do they get a fake divorce? No, they don't get a fake divorce because it's time limited. So basically,
it's time limited.
Yeah, they're married for a certain amount of time, and then after the time is up, it's just automatically done.
Yeah,
it just expires.
Automatic divorce. You don't need you don't need to divorce her because she's not your wife.
Yeah,
she's your sire. So yeah, so let's watch this. Yeah.
بنده وکالت میدید با اجازه پدر شما رو به عقد برادر عزیزم محمد عباسی.
Oh, he forgot his name. So he's saying he's asking the permission of the father of this girl to give this girl to this person for
با مهریه یک سکه تمام بهار آزادی برای یک ماه در بیاورم.
So what for 1 month? Would you give me permission to, basically get you together for 1 month?
In exchange for like a gold coin.
Yeah, gold coin.
Yeah.
عروس خانم.
Arus? She like bride. Like how are you a bride? 1 month?
به بنده وکالت میدید با مهریه مشخص برای مدت زمان 1 ماه شما رو به عقد جناب آقای محمد عباسی در بیاورم.
با اجازه از آقا صاحب زمان و همه بزرگتران.
Oh, so she said yes, but she asked with the permission of the Agha Imam Zaman, like Sahib Zaman. So I think she's asking permission from Mahdi, Imam Mahdi. Okay, so that was the salawat thing. So yeah, so he's going to have her his way with her for 1 month, and then after that it will be over, automatically over.
Yeah, and it's basically like legalized prostitution under Islamic law.
Yes.
And
guys, you could have unlimited. So guys, wives are limited to 4, but concubines or sex slaves and sires, which are 2 different things, by the way, they're unlimited. You could have as many as you want. Only the wives are limited to 4.
Oh, people are asking what happens if she has any babies. They're just called sire babies. I don't know.
But you're right, sire babies.
Yeah, what happens if there's a baby?
And then it's a baby. Like you, okay, so the father has to, I think, provide for the baby. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look. So messed up.
Okay.
You know what's messed up? So like legalize, so halal prostitution, this is allowed. You can see like the mullahs, the clerics are doing this. Okay, so this is allowed in the Islamic regime, right? Legalized prostitution, no problem, 100% okay. However, having a boyfriend or having a girlfriend and having conjugal relations outside of marriage, that's banned, and you can get 100 lashes for that, right? And in the beginning, they would even like stone women to death for adultery. They've hanged. The Islamic regime has hanged young girls who have been raped because the young girl couldn't prove that she was raped, and so they murdered her instead. They executed her for the crime of adultery. So premarital conjugal relations is banned. That's haram. Women are whipped or stoned or murdered, hanged for that, right? That's not allowed, but Islamic prostitution is allowed under the Islamic regime. So there you go. And there are actually like prostitute houses in different parts of occupied Iran that are run by like these jihadi clerics, and they're called like sire khune or whatever. And it's basically like a prostitute house, right? Like you can go there, you can get like a temporary sire for like however long you want, like an hour maybe, or like 10 minutes, or I don't know, however long you want, you can get like a temporary sire, and then you pay the mullah, the pimp, for, yeah, basically it's a brothel. Yeah, it's a brothel. There are brothels, and you can go there and you can get like a sire, and you pay, and then, you can do whatever you want with like your sire. Yep. It's disgusting. You're on mute.
Oh, I said, yeah, and the girls can get as young as 9, and the younger it gets, the more expensive it gets.
It's just very, very nasty.
Yeah. In fact, there was a video of this mullah. Oh my God. That was like, I wish I had it here. He was like, this guy was like recording him secretly. He was like, what do you want? I have 14, I have 12, I have 9. You could go from the front, you could go from the back. Everything is allowed. I have white. I have some of them who are really, really white, and all that crap.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's a new post by King Reza Pahlavi. I already shared it earlier when you were away, but I just sent you the link in the studio chat so you can share it again and read that.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. This is from Princess of Pahlavi, saying the United Kingdom has endlessly appeased the criminal regime in Iran. Oh, wow. The Prime Minister speaks of protecting the innocent civilians of Iran, but failed to act to help stop the regime's massacre of 40,000 innocent Iranians in January. Oh, wow, Goldie, I've never seen Princess of Pahlavi go against somebody like in the West like this.
Well, he's going after Keir Starmer, right?
Yeah, I've never seen him do this before.
Yeah. Well,
This is the first time. Yeah,
So
great.
why don't you read Keir Starmer's message, and that'll give you context for what his post. That'll give you context for what King Reza Pahlavi is saying.
Okay, Keir Starmer posted this, and this is what Princess of Pahlavi is responding to. Keir Starmer posting the 2-week ceasefire between the United States and Iran today is welcomed by the United Kingdom and our allies. The goal now must be a lasting end to the war. Alongside our international partners, the UK will work to ensure a return to freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Should I read this whole thing?
No. I think that's fine.
That's good enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then let me actually repost this. Princess of Pahlavi said the United Kingdom has endlessly appeased the criminal regime in Iran. The Prime Minister speaks of protecting the innocent civilians of Iran, but failed to act to help stop the regime's massacre of 40,000 innocent Iranians in January. Only an end to this regime that brings terror to Britain's own shores will yield lasting peace and regional stability. Keir Starmer should follow in the footsteps of Churchill. Churchill and not Chamberlain. He should support the Iranian people's fight for liberty. The Iranian people will remember who stood with them in their hour of need and who stood against them. There is still time for the government to change course, prosecute the IRGC that slaughters innocents, expel the illegitimate regime's ambassador, and act to support the people of Iran. Yeah, there's no chance he's going to do that, unfortunately. But this is Goldie. Wow, I've never seen Princess of Pahlavi like this before. This is interesting. I'm happy to see it, though. I'm really happy to see it.
We have a new quotelet.
Oh, who?
I just sent it to you.
Oh my God! Let it be somebody big. Wait, Sayed Kamal. Wait, when is this? Sayed Kamal Kharazi, head of Iran's Strategic Council of Foreign Relations and former foreign minister of the Islamic regime, has succumbed to his injuries this evening. He had been wounded several days prior in airstrikes on his residence. Oh,
So remember, that was this guy. That was this guy. Here, let me pull up. I think I stopped sharing my screen. So that's the guy where there was a targeted assassination attempt on his home, and his wife was exterminated, but he managed to survive. This guy, remember? So one of Islamic Republic's key negotiators was seriously injured in today's strikes. This was on April 1st. So this is when they striked his house. Former Foreign Minister Kamal Kharozhi was wounded in U.S.-Israel airstrikes on Tehran, and his wife was killed in the same attack. 2 Iranian officials say he had been overseeing back-channel engagement with Pakistan for a possible meeting between Iranian officials and U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, raising serious questions about the future of any diplomatic track. Kharozhi, who heads the Strategic Council on Foreign Relations, has deep influence across both clerical circles and so-called moderate factions, and was reportedly being positioned as a key interlocutor in potential U.S.-Iran talks. So
I remember this.
Yeah, so this is the one where like his wife was like exterminated, whatever, I don't care. And apparently he finally succumbed to his injuries as well. So he is also now gone to hell.
So I remember this, Goldie, because I remember when he was targeted, many Iranians were happy, specifically because this to them were like, oh, so are there reformers on the kill list as well? Not because they were happy, not because he's very important. A lot of Iranians were happy because they were assuming that, you know, the Israelis and Americans are not going to be targeting the so-called reformers and moderates. And when this guy was taken out, a lot of Iranians are like, oh, so they might actually even take out reformers. And they got excited that maybe Rouhani and Zarif will also at some point be on the list. That's why this was significant.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Goldie, I did some digging regarding that person that you wanted me to check.
Oh, yeah.
So he, a lot of monarchists don't trust him.
Okay.
Because, I mean, he has been saying things that seems to be opposition, like anti-regime. However, because he has never said anything about in support of Princess of Pahlavi, but also because he has been successful in an academic career within the Islamic Republic, state-sanctioned institutions, so many monarchists view him as with deep suspicion.
So then, yeah, let's not share what he said then. I wasn't sure. That's why I want to ask you about that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Look at this. Ghalibaf put this out. Time is running out with like.
Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Ready.
Like, I don't know how, like, if I was like, I don't know, JD Vance or, Kushner or Witkoff, and I'm looking at this, I'm like, what? Like, do you think you're in charge here?
I mean, I know what's happening. He's trying to show that he's being tough to regime supporters. Like, that's what he's trying to do. You're like, guys, I'm not betraying you. Okay, I'm tough against the regime. I'm tough. Come on. Like, I'm not a giant spy. I'm not. This is not treason. I'm as anti-American. I'm as anti-American as the rest of you. Okay, that's what he's doing. He's saying, like, please, guys, don't forget, I'm anti-American. I'm anti-American. Don't think I'm betraying you. It's not just because I'm talking to them doesn't mean I'm betraying you. That's what's happening here. He's begging to be seen as an anti. It's not working though. Goldie, do you know why it's not working? Because for the past 47 years, we have never had this high of a meeting between the United States and the Islamic Republic. This is the first time. J.D. Vance is the vice president, and Ghalibaf is now the second, at least officially, the second most important person within the Islamic Republic. This level of the highest officials meeting between the Islamic Republic and United States has never happened. Never happened. So this is like if I was a regime supporter, I would like, what the hell? We're having the highest level of meeting with the Americans after they killed our supreme leader? Like, are we rewarding them? Are we telling them, like, oh, sure, we killed our supreme leader. Let's reward you with the meeting of of the highest officials? This is treason. This is treason. Kill Ghalibaf. What is this?
What's what?
Oh, there are reports that Iran is charging fees to tankers going through the Hormuz Strait. They better not be, and they better not be. And if they are, they better stop now. Oh wow. They are. I know they are. They're collecting crypto gold. Did you know that?
I heard.
USDT, stable coins, which is liquid, which is going straight to paying for the proxies. This is the money that the Islamic Republic guys is collecting at the Strait of Hormuz is being paid to the Afghanistani, Pakistani, and Iraqi militia groups to kill the Iranian people. Goldie, did you ever think in your life you would be hearing that oil tankers will be paying cryptocurrency to the Islamic Republic to pay for Shia militias?
It's crazy. It's crazy, right? Like how much more obvious do you want to be that like you want to use the money for nefarious purposes and therefore it has to be paid through crypto because the economy is tanked, right? The economy is tanked and they just want the money through crypto so they could steal it.
Yeah. Also because there's illiquidity issues when it comes to their oil revenue. So this is a quick couple of $1 billion every day that they could collect to make sure that they have some liquidity. Especially because a lot of their banks are being blown up and hacked. Like the IRGC banks are hacked and they're not working functionally. So by doing with by stable coins, they have this on hand so that they could use it wherever they want. Banque Sepah, which is the IRGC's bank, is being hacked and blown up. So that's why they're having a hard issue paying their fighters.
Sorry, there's like another President Trump Truth Social post.
Oh.
The Wall Street Journal, one of the worst and most inaccurate. Wait, let me change the chat for a moment here. The Wall Street Journal, one of the worst and most inaccurate editorial boards in the world, stated that I declared premature victory in Iran. Actually, it is a victory and there's nothing premature about it. Because of me, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and very quickly, you'll see oil start flowing with or without the help of Iran. And to me, it makes no difference either way. The Wall Street Journal will, as usual, live to eat their words. They are always quick to criticize, but never to admit when they're wrong, which is most of the time. President Trump has been on a rant today. He also had a crazy rant about like Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and all these people too.
Oh, what did you say?
Oh yeah. Here, let me send you the link so you can read this one. It was I'll send it to you in the studio. And what was really interesting about this particular post is that right before, remember we were watching the podcast with Mark Levin? Mark Levin was talking about all these like fake influencers, and he was calling out Tucker Carlson and like Megyn Kelly and like Nick Fuentes and all these people and saying how these people are basically like, you know, horrible people. So yeah, then President Trump comes up with this.
Oh, okay. Let's see. President Trump saying, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones, no Nick Fuentes, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran. Wow. The number one state sponsor of terror to have a nuclear weapon, because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it, and everyone else knows it and knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs. Oh, wow. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. Yeah, I should read the all caps one here. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump. Not hand flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. Wow. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox. He's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Or Megyn Kelly, who, oh my God, nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question. Oh my God. Or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man. Oh no! Oh no! A man when she's not. Okay. What? I don't know. God, am I awake? Okay, this is okay. What a time to be alive! I would hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. What? What am I reading? Oh my God! Oh my God! This is amazing. Also, she's very strong, given how she hits her husband. Oh, but actually, that's not funny. Don't abuse your husbands, ladies. That's not funny. You shouldn't do that. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune as he should have for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA. They're losers just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side. Hold on, let me bring the chat here. Wait, where was I? Okay, my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Traitor Brown. Marjorie Traitor Brown. Okay. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. Oh my God. MAGA is about winning and strength in not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again. And these people have no idea how to do that. But I do. Because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the whole world, President Donald J. Trump. Okay. No, not green, guys. It's not green, it's brown. She's brown. Oh my God. Okay, Goldie, your political analysis of this. How do you put your political hat on? Give us an analysis of what we just read, if you can.
I think Trump is just fed up with the grifters because this whole Iran situation, let me put the chat back up here. So, this whole situation with Iran and the Islamic regime, it's really exposed all the grifters. It's really exposed all the anti-American people who always claim that they are, MAGA or America first, and yet they're literally defending a brutal Islamic dictatorship that is the enemy of the United States. And that's what I think has happened. This entire conflict, Armin, there's literally no clearer conflict in the world where you have good versus evil. There's one side that is clearly good, that's America and Israel, and you have one side that is pure evil, like the Islamic regime that's occupying Iran. And the fact that these, grifters and others are basically putting out these contrarian statements for the purpose of making money, it's disgusting. First of all, as an Iranian, I think it's absolutely disgusting. But it's really exposed. It's really exposed themselves for who they are. And, President Trump is right. None of these people are ever asked to go on mainstream media or, news outlets. You and I are constantly doing, media interviews, right? Like we're going on various news outlets, media outlets around the world. And we're doing that.
Mostly you.
Well, you as well. But these people have not, right? Because they're pretty much blacklisted. And that's because everyone knows that they're insane. Like they have their own following. And I think a lot of people that are following them are probably not even American, or, they're like the lefties or, whatever, the crazy grifters. So, and they have been trying to attack President Trump. They've been trying to ruin the whole MAGA movement or whatever, and it's just not working. And I think President Trump calling them out, finally, this is going to go big. But you know what? So political analysis here, this also, the fact that President Trump is now calling out Tucker Carlson, this also gives some credibility to the theory that President Trump met with Tucker Carlson before the conflict in Iran started, because maybe President Trump knew that Tucker Carlson was speaking with Islamic regime officials behind the scenes, and that President Trump knew that Tucker Carlson was leaking information. So, because I find it very strange that, within what, 6 weeks, President Trump goes from inviting Tucker Carlson to the White House to all of a sudden calling out Tucker Carlson publicly like this. So to me, that just makes the theory about President Trump using Tucker Carlson because everyone knew that Tucker Carlson was leaking info. So they gave Tucker Carlson fake intel, and Tucker Carlson leaked that fake intel to the IRGC. It just gives that theory more credibility now.
What do you think about the fact that Piers Morgan is also now on this, on the side of these people? Like he had Megyn Kelly on, and he was agreeing with her. He was talking against President Trump.
Piers Morgan is not mainstream media either, but Piers Morgan isn't American, right? So President Trump, he's not focusing on Piers Morgan. He's focusing on the Americans. He's focusing on the anti-America Americans, right? Piers Morgan not being an American, I don't think that's even really, really relevant there. But there has been this growing movement within the United States with the so-called American influential podcasters or influencers or whatever, who have been very, very anti-America and anti-Trump. So I think that's why President Trump is calling out these people specifically because they're American. That's how I see it.
Right. I think Nick Fuentes, we should also remember that, because Nick Fuentes has a big audience, bigger than some of these people here. I think he has a bigger audience than any of these people here. So we should also keep him in mind.
So after my last appearance on Piers Morgan, where I barely had an opportunity to speak, I decided that I'm probably not going to go back for a while, just because I didn't appreciate not having an opportunity to speak. Plus the two people that were on the panel, it was me and Elika, But the other two people on the panel were just so low IQ. Like it was ridiculous, right? One was like this weird conspiracy theorist who was trying to claim that Israel launched the missile at Diego Garcia. And the other one, Anna Kasparian or whatever, she's just literally insane, right? Like all she does is yell and scream and just talk about the Jews. So that was like, it was not even like worth it for me. I was literally sitting there and I'm like, what am I doing here? It's basically just a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists who are just yelling about Israel, and I can't put a word in. And then when I try to say something about Iran, they just start yelling at me and saying that I'm a Zionist or I'm disgusting or whatever. So I was like, like in some of the previous panels, like it was interesting because there were some high quality people there. But the last panel, it was very, very low IQ. And it was utter garbage, right? So his producers actually reached out to me, to like my PR person, and they were like, oh, can Goldie come on next week? And I basically said to like my PR person to tell them,
send me there.
That's exactly what I said. I said to my PR person, I tell them I'm unavailable and they should invite my co-host ARMIN instead.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if that's going to happen though, because then
they're not going to. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. So then the producers were like, oh, well, what about like Wednesday? And then my PR person was like, they're very insistent. I'm like, I don't care. Just tell them that I'm not interested or like I'm unavailable. But, just get ARMIN to go and just be like, ARMIN is, I just said, ARMIN's very like spicy, ARMIN is able to get them, give them like the sound bites or sound clips that they want. So basically moving forward, because they'll probably like reach out again. So every time they reach out, the next time that they reach out, I'm just going to be like, I'm not going to come on until ARMIN goes on a panel before me. And I'll be like, I will only return to your show if my co-host ARMIN comes on for a panel first.
Oh wow,
that's my condition. So,
oh my God, Goldie, I don't know. You're so kind.
Listen, you know what? You think it's kind. For me, it's like I'm passing on the torture to someone else. So if you think that's kind, then it's fine. But then you're gonna have to go there, and then you're gonna do like the ARMIN rants and the whatever. Like, what are you talking about? Right? Like so.
Oh my God. I will. Yeah. Goldie, do you want to see something beautiful, like something that we like? I don't know what's happening on X, but Indians and Iranians are really celebrating each other.
Oh, I love that.
I don't know what's happening, but it's going viral on X, where Indians and Iranians are appreciating each other. So I don't know what has happened.
Well,
I don't know what caused it. Yeah.
Well, it's because we already have a lot of supporters from India, because Indians are experiencing the same jihadi durka nonsense as Iranians, right? Because there are a group of like radical Muslims in India, and those radical Muslims are mainly Shia, and they're big supporters of Khamenei and the Islamic regime, right? So India and Indians have the exact same problem that we Iranians have as well. So, and I think what's happening here is because of the new auto translate feature on X, we're now seeing more posts from different people around the world. And especially now with what the government of Pakistan has done in terms of supporting the Islamic regime, Iranians and Indians are also uniting over their mutual dislike for the government of Pakistan and their, jihadi durka policies. So, yeah, I think this is fantastic because, Indian people are one of our biggest allies, and Indian people know exactly what we are going through because they're experiencing the same issue and nonsense in India as well. Oh, look, Indian here. Hello. Namaste. Wait, is it namaste? Is that right? Namaste?
Namaste.
Welcome, friends. Yeah.
Anyway, so this was fun. This was fun to see. And this is just one. I mean, I'm just showing you one, but it's like apparently it's going viral.
Oh, that is super cute with a little kitty saluting. I love that.
Oh my god, so cute.
Oh, it is namaste. Okay, good. Great.
I think namaste means that I like recognizing someone's divinity inside of them. Like I think that's what it means. Like you're basically noticing their divinity, internal divinity.
Love that. Tusi's going live in about 8 minutes. In about 7 minutes, and he hasn't been live all day either. So I just wanted to mention that as well.
Okay, so let's have fun with this then. Watch this.
I am proud to announce to the world that Iran has won. We won. We finally won. We finally won. We finally won. This is a massive victory for us. I can't wait to celebrate our great victory. A beautiful, historic victory. I am proud to announce.
I like how Aruch, she's alone, just in the middle. All of these dead people, yay!
Funny.
Okay. Oh, I don't know if people would understand what's happening here. Should I?
Yeah, explain that. Explain that. You have like 7 minutes.
Okay, so this is Tusi. This is not Mahir Tusi, okay? This is a different Tusi, okay? But this guy was a Quran teacher in Iran. I mean, is a Quran teacher. And he got arrested for molesting children in his Quran class. In his Quran classes. And he was a favorite Quran teacher, was like a favorite Quran teacher of Ali Khamenei. And a lot of people also say that he also has relationships with Ali Khamenei himself. And not only that, he also brought children for Ali Khamenei. And also Mujtaba Khamenei. Okay, so I don't know how many of these are true, but the idea is that this person had his way with children in his Quran classes, and he also arranged children for, the Khameneis when they were like young boys, right? And there's also this report that somebody high up says that his personal experience was that these children, they were brainwashed in a way that if like Mujtaba like did anything with them, they would consider that to be like an honor, like the best thing has happened to them, that an holy man did that to them. Like they would make them feel like they were blessed with the greatest honor, right? So, but there's also a lot of dark jokes around this guy in Iran. Let me see if I could find the like when he already like they don't even deny it. Like this is him, say to see, okay? They don't even because within the Islamic Republic, he had a child sexual abuse lawsuit within the Islamic Republic, and he was found guilty, and he was supposed to be executed, but Ali Khamenei covered it up and basically let him free. Like he basically forgave him because a lot of people say that they forgave him because he has so much secrets. He has a lot of information that he could expose about the Khamenei family that would get Khamenei family in trouble. But he was, even within the Islamic Republic, he was accused of all of this and was supposed to be executed for it. But Ali Khamenei saved him, right? And then here, just yesterday, he was seen in the streets with the flag with let me see.
یه جمله اگر بخوایم شباب مردم به رهبر انقلاب که شما میدونم خاطرات زیاد با ایشون داریم و جلسه زیاد شید. قرآن میفهمد الله ان نصر الله قریب ان شاء الله. پیروزی از آن مردم ما.
So this video is going viral because somebody came to interview him, and a lot of Iranians are laughing at this video. It's because the person who came to interview him is saying like, "Hey, Mr. Tusi, hi, how are you?" Like, I wanted you to tell something to the people. he's like, and to the people and also to the supreme leader, and we know that you spent a lot of time with him, you had a lot of meetings with him, you had a lot of memories with him. And then he starts answering, he starts giving you a Quranic verse, and then the people will be victorious. So he started answering, but a lot of people are like, what are you, like, what is this question? Like, I know, he's saying, I know you had so many meetings with the supreme leader over and over again. People are like, what are you, like, is this a joke? Like, are you talking about, because the joke about Sayyid Tusi is that he meets with Mujtaba Khamenei because he has like intimate relationship with him. So he's saying, why are pro-regime people who know this about Sayyid Tusi, when they're talking to him, like, yeah, we know, hey, give us an interview. We know you had so many meetings with our supreme leader. So can you say something to the people? Like, what? Like, I mean, this is a public knowledge within Iran that this guy is, all of these stories about him. So why is that line of questioning just seems so weird? And then we also, let me go to the next here.
I'll just go to a few quick super chats.
Oh, okay.
So someone said, wait. Okay. Sorry guys, I have to keep up with the super chats too. Someone said IRGC just attacked UAE and Kuwait. Oh wow. Okay, we'll look into that. Seymour Butts. Oh my gosh, I always get caught with this name. Trump, Goldie had to take a break on war. If he hit the 60-day mark, he would have to go to Congress. Good news is after a certain time, the 60 days restarts. Okay, I mean, that could be another reason for the ceasefire. That kind of makes sense.
Is it?
I mean, who knows? That could be. That could be it. It could be one possible reason. Hebel Dan, war will resume after the next round of Hok Payanda Iran. Thank you. Yes. Well, war coverage has continued. Yes. As Rael says, this looks like Spades or Pinochle. Mauer Holland says, ChatGPT has nothing on Armin. We get screams, emotion, and laughter. ChatGPT, move over. Armin GPT is here. I agree. Spravenit Pro. Indian married to Iranian here. Been to Iran 5 times. It's the best country for culture and food. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm glad you were able to experience the culture and food. And soon when Iran is free, everyone can experience the culture and food. So looking forward to that. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
No.
And then Rasa 8667 sent multiple chats. Indian friend here. Disappointed they were not read. Okay. Guys, I'm sorry. The chat is moving so quickly that sometimes we can't see all the chats as much as we would love to, especially when we're also like sharing the news or giving updates. So I do apologize for that. It's just there's a lot of people watching, a lot of messages in the chat. We try to do our best, but we will. Okay.
So you saying they were about ancient bonds? Was there? You want to read the rest?
Yes. They were about ancient bond between the peoples, still relevant in similarities in Sanskrit and Farsi and many practices. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
So can I just really respond to this? I used to not really appreciate how important ancient bonds are. And ever since I started appreciating them, I started focusing on the ancient bond that the Iranian people have with Israel. I don't really know much about the ancient bonds that Iran and India has. And because of what you just said, I'm going to go look that up to figure out, like, to be able to highlight that more often. And thank you for your support.
Indians have always been huge supporters of Iranians, especially because of during the Arab Muslim invasion of Persia, many Iranian Zoroastrians fled to India, and Iranian Zoroastrians sought refuge and found refuge in India. And today they're the modern day Parsis, and the Parsis in India, with their Zoroastrian roots, are very, very, they're integrated. They've been there for 1400 years, and they're some of the most productive people. And yeah, so there is a very, very close ancient bond between Indians and Iranians, because many Iranians who were fleeing Islam found refuge within the Indian civilization. And so
that's the example.
the Hindus took in.
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
sorry.
I was just gonna say, so the Hindus took in the Persians, Zoroastrians, and basically even 1400 years ago, within the Indian civilization, there was freedom of religion, and the Zoroastrians were able to practice their religion freely. So yeah, there is an ancient bond between India and Persia.
Yeah, that's the example that always people like I mean, I know that about that, and that's the example that we always hear about when we're talking about the relationship between India and Iran. I just wonder, I do know that there's so much more than that, because even before that happened, like I want to go to the relationship between India and Persian Empire before that. Because these are just like Zoroastrians, but like the whole nation of Iran and India, there must be a lot of interaction before the Arab invasion. There must have been a lot of interaction there that hasn't been highlighted as much, and I think that it's worth looking into. That's what I was like talking about. But yes, that's something that people, because that's our history after the Arab invasion.
Yeah.
And I would just want to see how much of a bond did we have before that.
I think, well, we definitely had bonds before that as well. I'm just speaking about sort of like the modern day. That's just one example, but that's like the most poignant example.
That's the number one that people go to. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the number one.
I see another super chat from the Chill. Very, very good point. Let's hold off on that super chat. Let's go to 2C because he's already started. When we come back, let's dissect that super chat, because that super chat is very interesting and I do not want to rush through it. So we're going to go to 2C. We'll be back in about, half an hour or so, and we'll see you guys in about half an hour.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, different factions are clashing against each other in Iran. We've had a number of drones being targeted and spotted around a number of cities, including the capital in Tehran. The air defense system has been activated in the capital, as well as in the cities of Tabriz and also Karaj. And we're going to talk about the latest developments on the so-called ceasefire negotiations. We have a lot of videos, including the massive rows that we are now seeing out in public on the streets of Iran between the IRGC. Before we begin, I do need to give a massive shout out. It's a very special day today, Friday. It's now Friday, technically, where I am in Paris, the 10th of April. Happy birthday to the COO of 2C TV, who also happens to be my wife. Yes, nepotism works. Danielle 2C, happy birthday. That's why we're here, obviously, as it goes no since last night. So we're going to keep this focused, obviously, and then I'm going to get out of here. All right, let's talk about the hardliners in the IRGC. Let me show you the video first, and then I'm going to explain exactly what factions roughly we're speaking of, who are currently having a meltdown. Also, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi earlier tonight attacked Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom. Oh, just keep watching. It's going to get even better. Look at this. So, that guy is a multitasker. I'm going to explain why. So the man you see holding a rocket, right, is usually you have the clerics, the mullahs, the ayatollahs, and their job is to do absolutely nothing, right? They just sit around and preach and issue fatwas or whatever. Then you got the IRGC military, the actual terrorists who just go around and kill people. This guy is a multitasker. So he's a cleric. You can see his turban, his crazy beard. He's also an IRGC military personnel. And he is also a clown, as you can see, holding a rocket at one of their rallies, because they are now threatening each other. Before we show you the most insane video of the public rows that we are seeing on the streets of Tehran, we do have to confirm that Kuwait has now been attacked by the IRGC. We have this statement from the army and the Ministry of Defense saying this was issued by the official spokesman of the Ministry of Defense, Colonel Saud Abdulaziz Al-Utaibi. The air defenses in the armed forces are currently dealing with hostile attacks from drones that have penetrated the country's airspace, targeting a number of vital facilities. So this was earlier on, and the Kuwaitis confirmed that the drones were being launched from Iran, despite the fact that we're supposed to be having a bit of a peaceful ceasefire. It's not that peaceful. It's largely peaceful, as CNN would probably say, largely peaceful ceasefire. But let's go back to the IRGC having a bit of a disagreement with each other. They are now hunting down each other, as I reported last night. So you've got a couple of factions. You have the people who are going to Pakistan to negotiate. That was supposed to be tomorrow. It's now been delayed. Yeah, the first day of talks has now been delayed till Saturday. And that might technically still not happen because the IRGC are still saying that the IDF is hitting Hezbollah. That is very naughty. We're not going to talk unless they stop. They stop defending their own country. It's insane. But you have the government as part of the Islamic Republic. So those were Abbas Araghchi, who is the foreign minister, and the president, nobody cares about him, Pezeshkian. These are technically the reformists, the moderates, but that doesn't mean what you think it means because they are still Islamic Republic and they have blood on their hands. But they have some differences with the so-called hardliners. I mean, they're all hardline anyway. Then you have the absolutely insane loyalists to Khamenei and the Khamenei family, the IRGC guys. And then you have Ghalibaf, who's the Speaker of Parliament. He's in the middle and he's been playing all sides. But going to Pakistan, the two of the three factions have technically united, but that's just for optics. Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament, and the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi are going to Pakistan to discuss the. Hang on. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have sirens going off live in Tel Aviv, as you can hear. Tel Aviv is now under attack. I'm going to get some more information on this. I'm assuming this is coming from the north, but missiles launched towards Tel Aviv. Yes, it's from the north. Ballistic missiles are coming from the north towards Tel Aviv. Ashdod is also under attack. Ashdod is near Gaza in the south. There's also an attack in northern Iraq. The IRGC are now attacking Erbil as we speak. The US bases in northern Iraq, one of them is under attack. So the sirens have now stopped. There will be an interception shortly. Okay, we'll wait for more information. So Ashdod, Tel Aviv being targeted. Also Iraq, northern Iraq, Erbil is now getting attacked by the IRGC. As you can see, everything is going absolutely fine. What is this, day 2, day 3 of ceasefire? Largely peaceful ceasefire. Meanwhile, let's go to the issues between IRGC and IRGC, because there is a huge faction of the loyalists, the insane ones, who are against the ceasefire, and they are fighting against those who are doing the ceasefire. They call them the compromisers, and they say death to the compromisers. Let's watch this.
تو هر چی داری تو این مملکت صدقه سر رفتن شهید ماست تو صدقه خور آقای ما بودی یعنی نه آقای ما رو پایمال کنید. آی مردم در آخر جمله آقای ما آقای شهید مقام عبدالله گفت علا ابن الدعی ابن الدعی. این مردم این حرامزاده پسر حرامزاده مردم که بین اصلتین من رو بین دورا قرار داده بین سلت و سلت
Speaking Arabic again.
و سلت و حیات بین سلت.
It gets worse. It gets worse. It gets worse because obviously, in case you couldn't read the subtitles, he was basically attacking Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament, who was going to Pakistan to talk to the Americans. And he was saying that these guys are selling out our martyrs and those who sacrificed their lives. And obviously, we should be against it. Let's watch the rest of it from earlier on. Death to the compromises. We do not accept defeat. That's the same crisis actor. They don't want to negotiate.
آمریکا 300 سال عمر داره تو عمرش به هیچ کشوری حتی ظاهری چشم نگفته. این پیروزیه. امام خمینی دستور تغییر سفارت رو داد. آفرین مردم گرفتن گفت انقلاب بعضی کارا رو ما باید بکنیم و تایید کنیم. شما اجازه بدید وسط میدانیم وسط میدانیم اما هر موقع آقامون هر چی گفتن میگیم سمن و طاعتا. خب هر چی آقا گفت میگم سمن.
Your boss is not around.
این بنده خودم همینو میگه. اگر این حرف شما رو بپذیرم اصلا ولایت امام حسن رو باید بکوبم به دیوار. چرا بکوبم؟ بله آیا امیرالمومنین اینقدر بیورزه بود حکومت هم داشت نتونست صدقه بگیره؟ نمیدونست مرفاره ببخشید تو صلح با معاویه راضی بود؟ نه اگر فشار رو بپرسم نه یه ضربه دیگه مونده بود. نه یه سال ازتون بپرسم نه امام جامعه میدونه به درگی مردم میدونه پشتوانه مردم نمیدونه خدا میگه وایسی ببینید چی میشه ولی ساکت باش. امیدوارم که این نباشه. عمری ساکت وایسادیم پشتش. خواهرام میگفتن رهبر تایید نکرده ما حرف اینا رو قبول نداریم. این فقط یه چیز نشون میده. یعنی پاس میدید به آدمای دور و بر که یعنی چی؟ مملکت بر مدار نظم نمیچرخه. فرصت میده به 4 تا عراضه پاشم میام بیرون. همینه نمیخوای یعنی بیاد بیرون. اتحاد خالی الواجب خالی همون چیزی که ترامپ میخواد. بفهم بده اتحاد خالی ولی هیچی این به در ترامپ میخوره.
Brilliant. Okay, let me clarify something because obviously the establishment, liberal media in the West are giving you guys false reports, fake news about what's actually happening in Iran. If you've been watching CNN or reading the stupid newspapers, you might think, because they are telling you that the whole of Iran, Iranians more than ever are becoming united. President Trump's plan has backfired apparently because everybody's becoming even more united than before. The regime is getting stronger than ever before. Not only that the whole of the population is not on the side of the regime, inside their own regime, the system itself, the fractures, the split, the chaos, they are now doing it out in public. They can't even control their own people anymore. This is completely chaotic. They are not united and they are now going to be eating each other. Again, not in a good way. All right, let me give you some details about what's happening this weekend. So we now have the U.S. delegation, which will be led by Vice President J.D. Vance, and then you have Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff also joining him to actually do the work. We also have from the Islamic Republic side, Ghalibaf, who's the Speaker of Parliament, and Arakchi, who's the Foreign Minister. Technically, these two are from 2 different factions, but they they're doing this together to basically pretend that there is still some level of unity. Ghalibaf is basically not part of any of the normal factions because he's his own faction. He's a gangster. The guy is a corrupt criminal, and he would just jump from this side to that side to see what suits him better. The talks have now been delayed. They were supposed to happen tomorrow, Friday. Well, now today, Friday, the 10th of April. It is no longer happening until Saturday. The IRGC came out an hour ago saying we still have not confirmed that we're going to turn up. They might not even come. There was a report that Arakchi and Ghalibaf have already arrived in Pakistan, Islamabad. The IRGC media have now denied that claim, but the whole thing is completely chaotic. Also, the situation in Iran. Over the last few hours, we've had a number of mysterious incidents happening. Let's go to our 2CTV live map. That's not a live map, it's interactive map. Live map. You can see the north, the capital in Tehran. The air defense system has been was activated earlier tonight in a number of cities. We have in Tehran right here, to the left, to the west of Tehran, Karaj right here, and also northwest of the country in Tabriz. So we had the air defense system activated because they spotted drones. Drones were spotted right here in Tehran. Let's get close, actually. As well as Karaj and also Qom, near the Fordo nuclear facilities. At the same time, there was a drone report from Tabriz as well. So there was a whole situation over the last few hours, not just in the capital, but also in other cities that have sensitive nuclear and military bases, the ones that are still standing, relatively speaking. But we get back to that as we get more information about who is behind it, because the Americans have not taken responsibility. The Israelis have not taken responsibility. So it's not an Israeli drone or an American drone. It might still technically be Mossad or CIA, but it could be something else. It could be a different group. It could be potentially the Iranians who are against the regime, or it could be actually one of the factions who are kicking off against the others. Oh, I got the hiccups again. This is great. The hiccups are back. Good. Emmanuel Macron has now told President Trump that the ceasefire with Iran must include Hezbollah and Lebanon in order to be sustainable. Now, obviously, President Trump decided to ignore Emmanuel Macron, rightly so. And there was a conversation about the whole saga around the proposal, because the IRGC initially published a 10-point plan, and they said President Trump has agreed to every single thing. He's compromised, he's basically given up, and we are one. And then we realized that's not even true, because the Americans had a whole different list. On that, I am actually going to be on Fox News again in about 1 hour time, less than an hour. If you're watching this live, it will be around 7:20 p.m. Eastern time. What is it now? It's 6:26 p.m. Eastern time. I'm going to discuss all that properly on Fox as well. But to explain this, the Pakistan is also messed up. And the White House earlier today, the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, confirmed that when President Trump received the initial 10-point plan, which has not been approved, all he did was he basically threw it in, well, what the Americans call garbage.
I've seen a lot of inaccurate coverage today from the media about these negotiations and these plans already. So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false.
Yeah, so all that was a lie. And we debunked it first on 2CTV on the first night. We were the first outlet to actually call out the fake news, while CNN and Wall Street Journal and all the others were basically believing whatever the Pakistanis and the the IRGC idiots were telling them. President Trump has also confirmed that the US military is not going anywhere. He says, all US ships, aircrafts, and military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry, and anything else that is appropriate and necessary for the lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy will remain in place and around Iran until such time as the real agreement reached, obviously, is fully complied with and everything else. If for any reason it is not, which is highly unlikely, then the shooting will start bigger and better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before. It was agreed a long time ago, and despite all of the fake rhetoric to the contrary, no nuclear weapons and the Strait of Hormuz will be open and safe. In the meantime, our great military is loading up and resting, looking forward, actually, to its next conquest. America is back. Essentially, President Trump says, yeah, we're not going anywhere, despite what the Islamic Republic have told the media, that the Americans have agreed to withdraw their forces. The US military is not leaving at all. We're going to quickly go to Lebanon, and then I'm going to explain the biggest problem, which is the Europeans, including also the British government, Keir Starmer, who has now been attacked earlier tonight by the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi of Iran, rightly so. But in Lebanon, the Hezbollah supporters want you to think that they are extremely brave, they are extremely strong, and they're not going anywhere, and they never run away when they get attacked from Israel. That's what they want you to think. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have this interview from Lebanon, in Beirut, southern Lebanon. This IRGC guy in a car with, I'm assuming, his wife, says, we will resist the Israeli threats. We will never flee. We will never flee. Guess what happens next? Watch.
خليه يقصف وخليه يضرب ونحن بالمرصاد له والاتكال على الله والحمد لله مدينة سور صامدة رغم هيك العدو الإسرائيلي ما له أمان.
Wait. He's going. He panicked. He was like, oh, we gotta go. We're not going. Oh, we gotta go now. It's over. Why would you even bother? Stop. You could show that you're strong in a different way. Like, we knew what was going to happen. Considering there was also a heads up earlier, I'm not really sure. We're not going anywhere. Oh, we gotta go. Anyway, speaking of Hezbollah, we do have some update from the Israeli Defense Forces on what's been going on today. The IDF have now exposed Hezbollah's rocket launchers from the south of Litani as the Lebanese army, obviously their inventory has failed to actually do anything. So the Lebanese army have claimed that they have demilitarized this area on the 8th of January. The IDF calls it an absolute lie. Since the war began, Hezbollah has fired around 3,000 rockets and missiles from this exact area. You can see on the map, some of these areas include Al-Qalila, Yatar, Kafra. We also have Barashit and Jawiya. There are many others that, Al-Tiriri, which has been hit before as well. All these has now been exposed again by the IDF to have missile launchers. Let's go back to, I think there was a situation in Tel Aviv. I'm just double checking something. The IDF have now vowed to continue to attack the infrastructure of the Hezbollah terrorist organization. Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, was interviewed earlier today, and he said something absolutely fascinating. Now, if you think what I showed you just now about that Hezbollah guy who was saying that he's very brave, he will never flee, and as the strike started, obviously he had to flee. You think that was funny? The next thing is even funnier, because Keir Starmer said today that we just reached ceasefire. He actually used the word we. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, of the British government, said, we reached ceasefire. He did so much work, apparently.
What is the purpose of your visit here in the Gulf? What kind of influence do you think you can have?
Well, we've just reached this ceasefire, which is both welcome and I think there'll be a sense of real relief. There certainly is across the region and for the United Kingdom. But there's work to do, and I'm here in Saudi Arabia.
There's work to do. We just reached ceasefire, he says, the representative of the British government, and there's work to do. Someone says, happy birthday to your CEO. For the record, I am still CEO. I have not been overthrown by my wife. She is COO. She's in charge of the operation. Basically, she actually runs the things, and I am just a puppet. So I think I'm the boss, but I'm actually not. But yeah, she has not been fully promoted. That could be her next birthday present. Now, while the Prime Minister says we just reached ceasefire and we have work to do, the Crown Prince of Iran in exile, Reza Pahlavi, said, well, he attacked him, saying the United Kingdom has endlessly appeased the criminal regime in Iran. The Prime Minister speaks of protecting the innocent civilians of Iran, but failed to act to help stop the regime's massacre of 40,000 innocent Iranians in January. Only an end to this regime that brings terror to Britain's own shores will yield lasting peace and regional stability. Keir Starmer should follow in the footsteps of Churchill, not Chamberlain. He should support the Iranian people's fight for liberty. The Iranian people will remember who stood with them in their hour of need and who stood against them. There is still time for the government to change course, prosecute the IRGC, prescribe the IRGC, we can also prosecute if you want to, that slaughters the innocents, expel the legitimate regime's ambassador, and act to support the people of Iran. Well, while the Crown Prince said there is still time to change course, obviously he is correct to say that the Iranian people and the Americans will remember who was on their side and who was against them. And of course, the Israelis, they will also remember. Speaking of the Israelis, the Prime Minister, Netanyahu, also confirmed earlier on that there is not going to be a ceasefire in Lebanon, despite the false reports of the media.
תושבי הצפון היקרים, אני גאה בכם. אתם ממשיכים לעמוד איתן. אני מבקש לומר לכם, אין הפסקת אש בלבנון. אנחנו ממשיכים להכות בעוצמה את חיזבאללה, ואנחנו לא נעצור עד שנחזיר לכם את הביטחון. ההישגים הכבירים שלנו, גם באיראן וגם נגד ציר הרשע, הביאו לשינוי היסטורי במעמד של ישראל באזור. הם גם הביאו לשינוי לקשרים שלנו עם מדינות, קשרים שלא היו בעבר. לאחר פניות חוזרות ונשנות של ממשלת לבנון לפתוח איתנו במשא ומתן לשלום, אני הנחיתי אמש בקבינט לפתוח במשא ומתן ישיר עם לבנון כדי להשיג שני יעדים. אחד, פירוק חיזבאללה מנשקו, והשני, הסכם שלום היסטורי, בר קיימא, בין ישראל ללבנון. ישראל חזקה מאי פעם, איראן חלשה מאי פעם. אני כבר הבאתי 4 הסכמי שלום עם מדינות ערב, אני מתכוון להביא עוד. שלום אמיתי, שלום מתוך עוצמה.
Yeah, the Prime Minister was absolutely spot on. In terms of what you might have been seeing on the streets of Tehran, if you have been watching the legacy media, including CNN and BBC News, you might think that, well, we got the Iranian people out there in support of their government, of the support of the regime. Obviously, those footage are slightly misleading because obviously we've shown you what they're actually doing. These are the IRGC supporters who are fighting against each other. Small crowds, but they're not all Iranian citizens, are they? We've already shown you over the last few days the Iraqis who have invaded Iran, but in this one, the march that we had today in support of the Islamic occupation of Iran actually included a huge chunk of Afghans. Oh yeah, everybody from Afghanistan, you can come to Iran and pretend to be... Watch this. Sir. So the equality is absolutely terrible, but you can see the Afghanistan flag. You could also see, I'll point out, so that guy is Afghan. The guy with the hat is Afghan. The guy behind him is definitely Afghan. You can see his face. Genghis Khan was his father. And all the others. And also I point out the Afghanistan flag. Where is it gone? There we go. It's right there. Right down to the left, far top left. Well, right here. There we go. Apparently these guys are now being portrayed as Iranian citizens. This is yet another IRGC rally. Unfortunately, the quality coming from the Islamic Republic state media is not the best these days. I'm not really sure what's going on. But what we also now have is the latest footage from actual Iranian people, the real Iranian people. Do you think they will be out supporting this occupation? No. We finally have the latest video from the uprising that we just had in the country. This is from Karaj, actual Iranians. Look at the crowd. Look at the crowd. You see the difference? That compared to a bunch of Iraqis and Afghans who have occupied Iran, and a bunch of terrorists leading them on the streets who are also fighting against each other. Nobody knows exactly who's in charge. President Trump has single-handedly using this so-called ceasefire, has caused so much chaos inside the regime. He's actually somehow managed to cause more damage than during the first 40 days or whatever it was when they were doing the airstrikes. It's absolutely fascinating. With one tiny decision to do a temporary ceasefire and basically force the regime to submit and to come and talk and negotiate, the whole thing is falling apart because the rest of them don't want a ceasefire and they want to die, basically, because they actually thought they were winning. That was the problem of the IRGC media. They overplayed their hands way too much. They were going around telling their people, we are winning, everything's great, we just destroyed Israel, Tel Aviv is flattened. So obviously they're going to get a little bit surprised and angry if they hear, what do you mean we've now done ceasefire and we are now talking to the Americans, the enemy? Really? Are you kidding me? Yeah, you did that. You kept telling them lies, and now they believe the lies. We have an update from Admiral Brad Cooper of Central Command, praising the U.S. troops and give us the latest developments on the U.S. military.
Hi, I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command. Less than 6 weeks ago, more than 50,000 of America's sons and daughters in uniform launched Operation Epic Fury and embarked on a mission of profound consequence. We set out to dismantle the Iranian regime's ability to project power beyond its own borders, and we clearly accomplished this task. Iran has suffered a generational military defeat. The United States and Israel systematically destroyed Iran's ability to conduct large-scale military operations for years to come. Iran's conventional military capability, built over 40 years at the cost of billions of dollars, has been eliminated. As the president expressed earlier this week, our core strategic military objectives have been achieved after destroying Iran's missile, drone, and naval capabilities and their defensive industrial base. After successfully conducting more than 13,000 strikes on Iranian military targets and flying thousands upon thousands of combat flights, U.S. forces have paused offensive operations in accordance with the ongoing ceasefire. However, we remain present. We remain vigilant, and we remain ready if called. We also continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our regional partners in maintaining the most sophisticated and largest active air defense umbrella in the world. At the beginning of this campaign, I sent a letter to the force expressing my expectations, and our extraordinary warfighters exceeded each and every one of them. So to all our soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, guardians, and Coast Guardsmen operating forward, you represent the strongest, most lethal military the world has ever known. In less than 40 days, you destroyed the military that Iran built for over 40 years. Your courage, grit, and ingenuity have served America extremely well. Finally, I want to close by remembering and honoring our 13 fallen warriors who made the ultimate sacrifice during Operation Epic Fury. We continue to hold their memories and their families, their friends, and their teammates in our prayers. Their selfless service and dedication will always be remembered as future generations follow their example and carry forward their legacy. Our men and women in uniform represent the best of America. I just could not be prouder and more humbled to serve with them, and I know the American people share that same pride. So to our warriors, stay sharp, remain resolved, and continue to take care of one another. Thanks so much, and Godspeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have some breaking news coming from the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. He has now completely hit back at the IRGC. He's just posted this statement saying Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz, or not. That is not the agreement we have. President Donald J. Trump. So there has been a number of moments we've had over the last few hours, massive tensions. The Islamic Republic representatives are still technically refusing to start the talks. We were supposed to be having the first day of talks today, well, Friday, the 10th of April. That's not happening. So they've delayed it till tomorrow, the 11th. And as things stand now, they're not going to be talking unless the IDF stop defending Israel against Hezbollah, who continue to launch towards them, including what we just showed you live from Tel Aviv a few minutes ago. And with all this nonsense around the Islamic Republic, different factions of the IRGC all saying different things, including about the Strait of Hormuz being open, being closed, should it remain open, should it remain closed, and everything else, including demanding to have reparations from the Americans. That's not going to happen. It seems like President Trump is now using his the stick of the carrot and stick approach that he has to put more pressure, last-minute pressure, on the Islamic Republic, because about an hour ago, Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament in the Islamic Republic, he himself also posted, time is running out. So he's trying to do what President Trump does, but from the other side. He thinks he can copy President Trump. Doesn't really work. Not going to work. So President Trump is going to basically put pressure on them now to force them to come and surrender. This is the only option that they have. But if they do, if the Islamic Republic agree to a deal and surrender, basically, once they go back from Pakistan to Iran, they are going to get killed by the rest of the IRGC. So President Trump has single-handedly, as I said, not just caused absolute chaos inside the regime, but also cornered them. If they don't take the deal, surrender deal, well, they're going to get killed by the Americans. If they do take the deal, they're going to get killed by the rest of the IRGC. So it depends what sort of death you want to have. So do you want it quick or do you want it rough and slow? Speaking of quick, we can now also confirm that the IDF have managed to eliminate the commander of the Lebanese Resistance Brigade's terrorist organization in southern Lebanon. This is Maher Qassem Hamdan, who was responsible for the recruitment of this terrorist organization, weapon supply, and also funding the Lebanese Resistance Brigades in Sheba. 8 additional terrorists who were also trying to flee the area have been eliminated. That has now been confirmed, as well as, of course, as we reported first on 2CTV last night, the nephew of the Secretary General of Hezbollah, Qassem. Now, the United Arab Emirates have released a statement earlier on condemning the attack on Israel's consulate in Turkey, saying that the United Arab Emirates has condemned and denounced in the strongest terms the terrorist attack targeting the premises of the State of Israel's consulate in Istanbul. In a statement, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs stressed that the UAE's categorical rejection of such attacks, emphasizing the necessity of protecting diplomatic premises, missions, and their personnel in accordance with international law and norms, particularly the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, which guarantees the inviolability of diplomatic premises and the protection of diplomatic staff. The ministry further expresses a strong condemnation of these criminal acts and its permanent rejection of all forms of violence, extremism, terrorism, basically the usual stuff. Okay, so that's from the Emiratis, and they are absolutely correct to call it out. We did have also, just before we came live, the latest map of the sirens. We had long-range rockets that were launched again from the IRGC's Hezbollah branch in South Lebanon towards Haifa. Obviously, following Haifa, we also had Ashdod and Tel Aviv getting targeted. We're going to get more information about the interception in Israel that has now occurred over the last few minutes. Before getting to that, one second, I think. All right, yeah. I'm just going to quickly read out the latest statements from President Trump. This is crazy. Okay, so as you guys know, the anti-war nutters, including people like Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and all the other usual suspects, have been causing some chaos. And President Trump is now saying this. I can't. Are you ready for this? In case you haven't seen this on Truth Social already. President Trump says, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They are stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. And everyone else knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes. And they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They are nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now, they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them. And their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump, not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox and has never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. I think President Trump watches 2CTV because that's my line. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the new famous only Rosie O'Donnell question. Do you remember that? Or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, moved on to CNN now, the failing New York Times, and all of the other radical left news organizations, so-called news organizations, are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They are not MAGA, they are losers, just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on the world and country affairs, and after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Traitor Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing the right thing for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength. It's not allowing, strength is not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again. And these people have no idea how to do that. But I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. That was the longest toast, roast. That was the longest roast that we've seen in a very long time. That had like 50 million paragraphs. That was good. I love how he was primarily going to be targeting those guys, Candace and Meghan and everybody else. And then he was like, let's do a quick segue. Let's also bring in CNN.
Armin, are you there? Armin. Guys, everyone yell Armin. Armin. Yeah, I know. I need to leave soon. Hey. Sorry to interrupt. So I actually need to leave for the rest of the evening because I have plans. So I was hoping, if you want to finish playing 2C, or if you just want to go to like the rest of the news. Yeah. Sorry guys, my sister is stealing me. So I have evening plans tonight. So Armin, I'm hoping you can take over the show. Yeah, shoulders are out. I know shoulders are out. So
before you go, can you meet my daughter?
Oh my gosh, what's her name?
This is Nala.
Oh, Nala, so cute. Oh, I love her.
And then we also have this is also Pucci.
Okay, Nala and Pucci ببینم براشون. Oh, I love dogs. So cute.
Okay.
So cute. Okay. All right, Armin, I have to go for the rest of the evening. So
Yes.
I'm leaving the show in your hands.
Okay.
And
Yes.
and then before I go, I also have to say I'm gonna have a bit of a weird schedule tomorrow and Saturday. So tomorrow I'm going to start the show a little bit early, just so that I can kind of go over some of the updates, so you don't have to join. The only thing is though, I'm gonna have to leave at 3 o'clock, which is the time that you start your discussion group. So I don't know how we're gonna do it. Like I literally have to leave because I'm gone, and I won't be able to join for the rest of the day tomorrow. So what we could do is we could start Iran Revolution Live early and then just end before you go to your discussion group. It's however you want. Because when your discussion group is done, I won't be able to resume because I'm not going to be around.
Okay.
And then on Saturday, I'm actually going to be attending one of the global rallies that King Reza Pahlavi has asked Iranians to do. So if you want to speak about the global rally, definitely do that. So Saturday is also going to be a little bit weird. I don't know how long I will be able to do the show or what my schedule is going to be like. I will keep you posted on that. But
no worries.
Sunday we can go back to like the usual schedule. But that's sort of what's happening tomorrow and Saturday. And I'm saying this in advance so that people don't freak out if they're like, "Where's Goldie? Why isn't the show starting?" It's because I'm have some plans. So all right, but I do have to go before I'm late because I do have plans with my sister tonight. So
okay, sounds good. I will be here for another.
As long as you need to.
Okay, sounds good. So I'm gonna go crazy. Actually.
No, you can go crazy. Just no push.
Okay, no fresh fish. Okay,
I'll be
no
watching.
fresh fish.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, because I've been looking for this opportunity to rage against this last show I saw on Piers Morgan. So let
Yes,
me know.
go for it. Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
do that if you
Okay.
want to do that, and then I will watch it later for sure. So,
Okay.
oh wait, enjoy. Yeah, Goldie and Rosie. Oh my gosh, yeah, you can't, guys. Well, that's it. Like, listen, when my shoulders are showing, I'm in incognito mode, right? This is why when I go out, I show my shoulders because that way no one can recognize me, right? Like this is my costume, this is my disguise. So, all right, guys, I gotta go, but thank you all for everything. Thank you for tuning in, and I'm Israel Chai. God bless America. Payande Iran and Javid Shah.
Javid Shah.
But I'm not going to say the last thing that Armin says.
President Trump says.
You can say that, but I won't.
Okay. Praise be
Right,
to
guys.
Allah. There we go.
What?
Praise be to Allah.
There you go. So I'll see you guys tomorrow for just a little bit. But there you go.
All right.
And now we get to see Armin after dark. All right, guys. Peace out.
All right. Have fun. Okay, guys, do you want me to go over this one? I watched this one. I'm like, what the hell? Do you guys want me to review this with you guys? Because this was the most insane, nonsense-packed show of Piers Morgan I've ever seen my entire life. And I can tell you, he has had a few, but this one was one of the worst ones there. So let's go over that. Okay.
The reality is nobody thinks this was a big victory.
The Iranian people are arguably worse off than they were before, and it's all based on Bibi Netanyahu's special intelligence, which cost at least 15 American lives, the fracturing of the Trump coalition, probably at least the next 2 elections for Republicans. So great job.
The Israelis have been slaughtering the people of Lebanon all morning, carpet bombing cities just out of rage.
The first thing that President Trump has to do in order to make sure this lasts is actually restrain the Israelis, take away key components of the military aid that we give them.
It would restrain our ally, who, by the way, just helped us achieve one of the greatest military victories of the modern era. We would restrain them instead of trying to use the threat of continued belligerence from them to extract more punitive terms from.
By the way, guys, I don't know if I'm going to get to the Merendi area. I'm going to focus on the Megyn Kelly part. But I could tell you that Piers Morgan mostly agreed with Merendi. He mostly agreed with Cherendi Merendi. He basically agreed with him with almost everything except one thing.
The Iranians is silly.
I'm not responding right now because I'm going to get to this is just the intro.
The furore about President Trump's vow to end Iranian civilization was not about a fear he was about to do that or a hope that he would. It was about the foundational idea that the United States is a bulwark against exactly the kind of atrocities he foreshadowed. If the US is capable and willing to eradicate an entire population,
entire population? When did President Trump said that they're willing to eradicate an entire population? Look at this. Like, guys, like, did I miss that part? When did that ever happen? When did you could say, if you want to be genuine with your criticism, listen to this part again. Listen to this.
That the United States is a bulwark. President Trump's vow to end Iranian civilization was not about a fear he was.
When did he say Iranian civilization? Okay. If you want to be fair with your criticism, you could say that it could have been interpreted by saying, by maybe he was referring to Iranian civilization. Maybe you could say he wasn't clear, but you cannot say that it was him suggesting that he's going to wipe out an entire population of Iranian people. Are you I almost I stopped myself. Are you retarded? Are you retarded? Look at this.
About President Trump's vow to end Iranian civilization was not about a fear he was about to do that.
Never said Iranian civilization. Never said Iran. He never said it. Like, why are you so dishonest? Why are you so dishonest? President Trump never said Iranian civilization. He said a civilization. a civilization is about to be completely wiped out. Which civilization is he talking about? Is he talking about the Iranian civilization or the Islamic Republic, the Islamic civilization?
To end Iranian civilization was not about a fear he was about to do that or a hope that he would. It was about the foundational idea that the United States is a bulwark against exactly the kind of atrocities he foreshadowed. If the US is capable and willing to eradicate an entire population, how does it have the moral authority?
Eradicate entire population? Guys, which part of that post suggested that United States is willing to eradicate an entire population? Are you effing kidding me? In fact, the bottom part of that post was praised the Iranian people and talked about the past 47 years of corruption and brutality by the regime. And in fact, President Trump in the press conference before that, he said that if we destroy the infrastructure, that's because the Iranian people are asking for it because they want liberty. And he said that the United States is going to be involved in rebuilding that infrastructure after. How do you get all of that and think that he wants to wipe out an entire population? Is this like, are you guys, have you lost your mind? Like, how is that? How do you get that interpretation? Let's put everything together. Let's put everything side by side. President Trump said this is going to be destruction. It's going to be very devastating. It's going to be damaging. However, the Iranian people are asking for it because they want for liberty, even though this is going to hurt. We know it's going to hurt. And in the very same post that he talked about destroying a civilization, he started praising the Iranian people, and he mentioned make Iran great again. And he also in the press conference said that the Iranian people who want this, if it comes to destroying the infrastructure, United States will be involved in building. Listening to all of that, how could anybody listen to all of that and be like, oh, he wants to wipe out the entire population of the Iranian people based on the post? Based on the very post that in it includes the praising of Iranian people and wanting to make Iran great again. Oh my God. Like, guys, are these people stupid? Are these people stupid? Are these, like, I don't understand. Like, they cannot be this stupid because they're so like, oh my God. They're so successful. They have so many viewers. Like, how could you be this dumb and be this successful at the same time? Somebody explain that to me.
Global arbiter of right and wrong.
Or maybe it's on purpose. Maybe it's just because maybe they're not retarded. Maybe they're going like in which way the wind is. I don't think they're retarded. I think maybe they're just looking at which way the wind is blowing. And now the money isn't anti-Trump. The money right now is being, when the money was in being pro-Trump, he was pro-Trump. Now the money is to be anti-Israel and anti-Trump. That is where the wind is blowing. These people are not retarded. These people are not retarded. These people are evil. These people are evil. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about the truth. What they care about is being on the side that is the more popular right now. Being on the side that makes you the most money and gets you the most viewers. Anti-Israeli, being anti-Israeli gets you more views and more support these days. And that's what they're doing.
Entire population, how does it have the moral authority to be a global arbiter of right and wrong? But Donald Trump doesn't seem interested in that. Clearly, he sees the US as a muscular superpower which can throw its weight around to get what it wants. And to be clear, many people support him. Wait,
I got a super chat here. Thank you so much. I'm saying a little gratitude for ARMIN rant. We're not, oh my God, don't say that. You are, of course you're worthy. I am not worthy. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, Amir.
About that. So amid the shrieking noise and spin about the 11th hour ceasefire agreement, it's worth asking a simple question. Did the US get what it wants? Well, the Strait of Hormuz is open, just as it was before the war began. But nobody is in any doubt about the fact that Iran...
Wait, like, does this man not follow the news? Look at this.
Open, just as it was. Did the US get what it wants? Well, the Strait of Hormuz is open, just as it was before the war began. But nobody is in any doubt about the fact...
First of all, the Strait of Hormuz is not open. And, oh my God. And people try to make the point like, oh, the Strait of Hormuz was already open before this war started. So you're now negotiating for something that you already had before the war started. This is such a retarded take because in any negotiation with your enemies, you also negotiate the things that you're losing because starting the military operation. That happens in every war. Also, these people are so stupid that they don't understand that given that we just saw the Islamic Republic's ability to close the Strait of Hormuz, the only criticism we should have for the Americans is that why the hell did you not attack the Islamic Republic earlier? Given that now we know that once they go nuclear, this is going to be the de facto state. Guys, you have to tell this to anybody who everywhere. You have to be shouting this off the rooftops. Everybody who's complaining about oil prices, they have to understand that we are just getting a glimpse of what the world would be looking like if the Islamic Republic went nuclear. Everything you're complaining about, especially the closing of the Strait of Hormuz and the Islamic Republic's influence, control over the energy markets right now, would have been astronomically bigger and more problematic if the Islamic Republic was nuclear. Because given that they know that they could do this, the only reason why they haven't done this so far is because if they had done this so far, people would attack them. If they had a nuclear bomb, they would know that nobody would try to do regime change on them. So of course they would close the Strait of Hormuz at that point, and they would never have let it go. So everything that you're experiencing when it comes to the terrorist proxies, when it comes to the missiles they're throwing at everybody, when it comes to them closing the Strait of Hormuz, this would be astronomically worse if you just sit by like, well, we don't want them to close the Strait of Hormuz, so let's not attack them. Why wouldn't, if they eventually became nuclear, knowing that you never would attack them, why wouldn't they close it and collect the toll from everybody that goes there? Who could do anything about it? In fact, it would be even worse. Right now, they're charging $2 million per ship, and they want to share some of it with Oman. If the Islamic Republic had a nuclear weapon, they would be charging more than $2 million per ship. Because who's going to stop them? And they're not even going to share it with Oman. In fact, if Oman complains, they were like, how about we just take over Oman? In fact, guys, I guarantee it. If the Islamic Republic was nuclear, they would, right now, the discussion that we would be having is how to make sure, given that the fact that the Islamic Republic has taken Oman, like this is like, imagine in the future, they would take Oman, they would take the UAE, they would take Qatar, they would make it part of the territory, and now we would be talking about the Islamic Republic now going over to take Saudi Arabia. This is what we would be talking about. They would already have Iraq, they will already retake Syria again, and they will be going towards Jerusalem. They would be wanting to take over Israel. That would be the world that we will be living in if you didn't do any of these things that President Trump just did.
The fact that Iran controls it. In fact, some versions of the text refer to guaranteeing Iran's dominance. The Iranian regime is wounded and weakened, but there's no doubt that it's the same regime. Several branches have been hacked off, but the trunk and the roots remain. Many of Iran's military targets have been destroyed, but Iran still has its uranium, its ballistic missiles, and its proxies across the region. The Iranian...
That's okay. Well, thank you for making the argument for why we should continue. Like, oh, they have their uranium, they have their missiles. That means because it's not over. Because it's still not over. You're like, oh, the United States has won. The Islamic Republic... No, the United States has lost. The Islamic Republic has won because they still have the uranium. No, you idiot. The fact that they still have the uranium, the fact that they still have some missiles means that the battle is not over. You can't declare who has won if the battle is not yet over.
Plan, which Trump now calls a workable basis for talks, includes reparations for the damage caused, the lifting of all sanctions, and the release of Iranian funds.
No, you retard. That's the Islamic Republic version of it. That's not the version. That's that. Oh my God, this is such. Just follow the news. Don't you have a research team? Piers Morgan, I don't have a research team, and I follow the news enough to know that you're an idiot, that you don't actually know what's happening. The 10-point plan that you're pointing to is not the one that the Americans looked at and they liked. That is not the one. You're falling for Islamic Republic propaganda.
Seized by the United States. It's a multi-billion-dollar windfall. What does he think?
Wait, we got a super chat saying, ignorance, narcissism, and moral bankruptcy everywhere. The world needs a free Iran, Payande Iran, Am Israel Chai, long live the USA. Thank you so much. By the way, I don't know if the Hebrew part is Am Israel Chai, but given the context of what you just said, I just assumed the Hebrew part is Am Israel Chai. Hopefully I got that right. And thank you so much for the super chat.
They'll do with it. And on the question of cost, the US has now spent more than $30 billion on the war so far. 15 US soldiers are dead. Thousands of Iranian civilians are dead. Trump's approval ratings are at a record low. And his
Wait, what is he saying?
More than $30 billion on the war so far. 15 US soldiers.
$30 billion is nothing. Okay.
$1 windfall. What does he think they'll do with it? And on the question of cost, the US has now spent more than $30 billion on the war.
30 billion, more than $30 billion. What would be the cost of the world with a nuclear Islamic Republic? You goddamn idiot. And whatever the cost is of these military operations is nothing compared to the military costs associated with the containment of the Islamic Republic and all its proxies. Getting rid of the Islamic Republic, whatever the cost is to the Americans in both money and lives, is insignificant compared to the amount of money and lives that you Americans would have to spend to continue the containment strategy of the Islamic Republic.
So far, 15 US soldiers are dead. Thousands of Iranian civilians are dead. Trump's approval ratings are at a record low, and his base is at war with itself, all as the US prepares for elections, which could handicap or even end his presidency. We should all keep an open mind about what happens next. We should all be grateful for a pause in this war. But this is what a historic victory looks like. Well, Mr. President.
Guys, how many days have we gone through these military operations? Like, this is not what a historic victory looks like. Wars take years sometimes. Like, we are on day what, guys? We're on day what? How many days have we been into this military operation? It hasn't even been 2 months. Like, how is this a victory? How is this a victory? We're only at the beginning. We're only at the beginning of this military operation. Like, what are you, like, 43? Day 43? Day 40. Oh, yeah, Goldie is here. Goldie is in the chat. We're done day 40. Okay, thank you, Goldie. He's like, oh, this is not what victory looks like. Yeah, maybe because we just got started. Like, hey, Piers, pick up a history book. Look how long other military operations usually take.
About what happens next. We should all be grateful for a pause in this war. But this is what a historic victory looks like. Well, Mr. President, I wouldn't be so sure to claim that. First tonight, I'm joined by Megyn Kelly, host of the Megyn Kelly Show. Megyn, what's been the point of it all?
You got to say the deal sounds very much like surrender on our part, which I'm in favor of.
Wow, guys, look how pro-American these people are. Like, I'm in favor of America surrendering to the Islamic Republic of Iran, in Iran. Look at this.
Still sounds very much like surrender on our part, which I'm in favor of. I mean,
there's 2 points here. First of all, that is not a deal. That is the 10 points. That is the beginning of a negotiation, and you're even not looking at the right 10 points, you goddamn retard. You fail for the propaganda of the Islamic Republic. But even if it was the 10 points of the Islamic Republic, that is not the deal that the Americans have agreed to. That is just the beginning points of a negotiation. And and then that's the first point. So you don't even understand what's happening. Second of all, you are in favor of United States surrendering to a terrorist regime, and you consider yourself to be pro-American? You're in favor of United States being defeated by jihadis. Guys, ever Megyn Kelly, anywhere, claims to be patriotic and pro-American, you have to throw this clip here right at it. Anybody who celebrates United States losing to a bunch of jihadis is not pro-American.
Great. This needed to end. Ugly or any other way. It needed to end. It was folly to begin with. It was folly throughout. It remains folly. I'm sure Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham were feeling really, really good until the end part where we had to end it. And now they're very, very angry. Mark Levin was practically in tears on Fox News last night because we didn't see it.
Was Mark Levin in tears, guys? We watched Mark Levin. We watched the clip that she's talking about. Was he in tears? Oh my God, these people are so desperate. These people are so pathetic.
Angry. Mark Levin was practically in tears on Fox News last night because we didn't see it through, I guess, with the nuclear bomb that we were going to drop on Iran. We didn't go in commando style and seize all the...
Oh, guys, the plan was to drop a nuclear bomb on Iran, and Mark Levin was in tears. Mark Levin, who keeps on saying that we need to save the Iranian people. It's our moral duty to help the Iranian people. Mark Levin has been the most pro-Iranian American commentator that I've ever seen. Sometimes I wonder, like, well, okay, wow, okay, like, sometimes guys, I'll be honest, sometimes I take Mark Levin, like, maybe focus a little bit on America first because you're American. But no, Mark Levin insists all the time, like, he does focus on America a lot. He's a true patriot, but he also insists on caring for the Iranian people more than any other commentator that I've ever seen in US politics. Do you guys agree? No other commentator keeps talking about, like, guys, like, we Americans have a moral duty to help the Iranian people. Like, I don't know if I would say that I would be that like that if I was American. Like, that guy is very much interested in helping the Iranian people. He thinks that's the moral thing to do. And that guy look how dishonest that you have to be. The most pro-Iranian American commentator in the world that I've ever seen, Megyn Kelly, is saying that guy was in tears because we didn't drop an atomic bomb on Iranian people. Like, it's not just that she's lying and misrepresenting the truth. It's like it couldn't be any more further from the truth. Like, anything she's saying has nothing to do with the truth at all.
Uranium that we were going to drop on Iran, we didn't go in because we didn't see it through, I guess, with the nuclear bomb that we were going to drop on Iran. We didn't go in commando style and seize all the uranium. We allowed, according to the Israelis, according to the Iranians, that is, the war against Hezbollah to stop, which he wants seen through. He would love to see Lebanon completely bombed and to be made to look like Gaza.
Oh my God. First of all, they're not attacking Lebanon. They're attacking Hezbollah. And the reason why they're attacking Hezbollah, and they're doing such a good job at it, is because Hezbollah attacked them first. Does anybody ever mention that Israel, just every time Israel starts attacking Hezbollah, they weren't just sitting around and they're like, guys, we're bored today. We don't have anything to do. We have this great military and it's just sitting by getting wasted. What do? Should we just go attack Hezbollah today just for fun? Guys, Hezbollah just attacked Israel. Do these people mention the fact that Israel is responding? That they cannot tolerate? Guys, like, the Israelis who live on the side of the border with Lebanon, they still can't live in their homes. They're homeless and living outside of their homes. Should Israel just tolerate that? And like, okay, I guess my people should be homeless. Like, they have to secure that area. They're responsible. Israel has the responsibility as an independent nation state, responsible for the safety of its civilians. When Hezbollah is dropping missiles at my civilians, I need to go secure that area. I need to go push Hezbollah, given that the Lebanese army unfortunately cannot do this because they're not armed enough. I need to go push back Hezbollah to the point where they cannot keep throwing missiles at my people. I cannot do anything else. It's a crime. I don't belong to be the government of Israel if I don't do at least this. They're shooting missiles at my citizens. Of course I have to attack Hezbollah. What else do you expect? Every other country would have done 10 times more. Every other country, if they were attacking such a way, they would carpet bomb the entire area. What are you talking about if they could? In fact, Israel is showing the most restraint compared to any other country in the world.
And there was really no point to going forward other than more death and destruction. The Iranians proved to be tough MFers, and they really...
Wow, guys, look at this. The Iranians are such tough MFers. Wow. Like, guys, this is, I don't know, is this treason? What is this? Is this like this? These are, it's so normal for people to do this right now. But I bet you 10 years from now, history will look back at these people the same way that we would look back at somebody during World War II in United States if they were praising Nazis. I will bet you we will look back at this time decades from now with the same level of disgust that we now look back at Americans in the United States during World War II who were praising the Nazis. This is so disgusting. If you don't get the same disgust reaction from the way these people talk about the Islamic Republic that you would have if somebody was praising Nazis, then you're missing the point. You're missing what's happening here.
Realized that they had something far more
And by the way, Pierce keeps nodding, like like he's agreeing with Megyn Kelly.
Iranians proved to be tough MFers, and they realized that they had something far more powerful than a nuclear bomb. They had control over the Strait of Hormuz, and Trump was warned prior.
That is not more powerful than a nuclear bomb. Okay, to be fair, that is powerful. What they have, like that has been influential. But you are, when it comes to geopolitics, Megyn Kelly, you're retarded if you think that is bigger than a nuclear bomb. Are you kidding me? Look at this.
Than a nuclear bomb. Tough MFers. And they realized that they had something far more powerful than a nuclear bomb. They
really? You idiot! If the Islamic Republic had a nuclear bomb, nobody would be attacking it. You goddamn moron! They would be treating it like North Korea. Like, okay, I guess it is what it is. Let's just let them be forever, I guess. You idiot! You think that oh my god. Guys, like, oil hasn't even hit $120 yet. That is an absolute miracle. Like, it has been bad, but it hasn't been nearly as bad as what usually happens when you would close the Strait of Hormuz. Is anyone old enough here to know what happened the past couple of times? You know, the first Persian Gulf War? Like, you remember what happened in the United States? People were lining up to get gas. People had to look at their plate numbers to see if this is the day that they could get gas or not. Are you kidding me? Like, you think that the closing of the Strait of Hormuz has been somewhat, damaging to the economy, but not nearly as much as before. Guys, stock markets didn't even adjust 5%. Year over year, the stock market is still up 30%. 30%, that's not even normal. Normal is like 12%, 15%, 30% still, year over year. Like, it has been bad, but it hasn't been devastating. A nuclear bomb is far more devastating. A nuclear bomb going off, you know what that would do to the whole world? The closing of a Strait of Hormuz hasn't even been as bad as COVID. Like, it hasn't been one-tenth as harmful as COVID. And we recovered from COVID. Like, look at the stock market. Everything recovered. All the losses from COVID is all the way back. When this is over, any loss to the economy over this will be back. I mean, at least for most of the world. I don't know if the UAE would. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe not for some of the Persian Gulf countries. More than like, guys, tell me you don't understand geopolitics without telling me you don't understand geopolitics. You know how you do that? You say that Islamic Republic's control over the Strait of Hormuz is as more powerful than a nuclear bomb. You know who would consider Megyn Kelly to be retarded? The Islamic Republic, because they're so desperate to have a nuclear bomb. And if they thought control over the Strait of Hormuz is more powerful than a nuclear bomb, they wouldn't be trying to get that.
Had control over the Strait of Hormuz. And Trump was warned prior to getting involved in this conflict by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs that they were not likely to collapse easily and that they probably would maintain control of the strait and could cause a global economic panic. And
it's not. How is it the global economic panic? What, guys, look at S&P 500. You guys are exaggerating. You guys are exaggerating. This is not at all what you think it is. Oh my God. Let me see year over year. So in the past 1 month, oh my God, in the past 1 month, S&P 500 is up. In the past 6 months is up. In the past 5 days is up. Well, it has already guys, S&P has recovered everything already. In the past year to year, S&P 500 is up 25%. We're already, oh my God. Oh, guys, in the past 5 days is up. It's the past 1 month is up. Here, let me show you guys. We're doing fine. Look at this. Here. Year over year, up 25%. 6 months up 1%. So this was the loss, and now we're back. 1 month. I thought it was worse, actually. Everything is fine. I mean, it could get worse, but it's not as devastating. How do we have a global economic panic and the stock markets are not even responding to it, apparently, to it? Amazing.
He didn't listen. What he did with the Dan Kane warnings was rush to Truth Social, Trump did, saying, all Dan Kane knows how to do is win. And if I tell him to invade, he's going to win. Well, that's not really what happened. There was never any question we could decimate their nation.
I mean, it is what happened. I mean, if we look at our chart here, we have our beautiful, beautiful chart. This is the win to me. This is a win. This is a win. Never in the history of military operations have we ever seen this fast the entire command structure of a army collapse. Never have we seen that ever. If this is not a win, nobody has won any wars ever.
Navy or their Air Force. Of course, no one would ever second guess the power of the U.S. military. It's pristine and it's impeccable and it's truly awe-striking. But these battles in the Middle East have been fought now for 20 plus years, and we continue to learn the same lesson over and over. It is not their overwhelming air power or their incredible navies that keep us mired in quagmires. It's their insurgencies. It's this disparate way of fighting.
Wait, does she not remember liberating Kuwait? You're like, oh, we haven't learned these lessons from our battles in the Middle East. Who liberated Kuwait from Saddam? Was that a failure of a military operation in the Middle East? Like, was that a failure? Was that a failure? That was one of the most successful military operations in history. And by every measure, it was a success. So it's almost as if you can win wars in the Middle East. Almost as if it's possible. It's possible. You're like, these people have a memory of a fish. They're like, I just remember Iraq, and somebody told me that the Iraq military operations was unsuccessful, so I'm just going to assume that all military operations in the Middle East are doomed to fail. And I'm going to say that this is exactly what's happening here after only 40 days. After 40 days, because I just remember Iraq bad, so this is also bad. And within 40 days, I'm going to say military operations in Middle East bad because Iraq, because I don't by the way, Iraq, I don't remember the first war that we had with Iraq, which was very successful. I just remember some people telling me that the second one was bad. So Middle East war bad, we will lose. And within 40 days, I have determined that we have lost this one as well. Okay. You're an idiot.
That we don't know how to handle. We can't tamp down with the...
We don't know how to handle. Who won the war against Saddam to liberate Kuwait? Mahmoud.
Amazing power of an aircraft carrier, which, by the way, we had trouble getting anywhere close there after they figured out how to attack it. And you know, we've already learned this. Trump watched us learn it. And so what led Trump, at 79 years old, to sit in there in that situation room when Bibi Netanyahu was seated as an equal?
Yeah.
Trump didn't even sit at the head of the table. Trump sat at the side of the table, and Bibi was across from him as an equal.
Oh, no! Oh, guys! I'm anti-Trump now! This is a betrayal of America! Trump was sitting at a table, and he was sitting next to Netanyahu instead of sitting at the head of the table. This is treason. This is treason. This is not America first. America first means that the president sits at this head of the table instead of on the side of the table. I didn't know this. He sat next to Netanyahu. I'm sorry, guys. I am also anti-Trump now. How dare he? How dare he sit at the side of the table next to Netanyahu? America first means that you sit at the head of the table. And of course, this is politics. This is geopolitics 101. If you care about your country, when the head of the country of your ally visits you, you make it clear that I sit at the head of the table and you sit on the side of the table. This is politics 101. I didn't know that President Trump did that. Are you sure this happened? I'm anti-Trump now. I'm anti-Trump. Orange man bad. Orange man bad. He sat at the side of the table. He sat at the side of the goddamn table. Everything is lost. Mission abort. Mission abort. The Israelis have fooled us. They're in control. Trump sat at the side of the table with them. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, guys. I take everything back. I take everything back. Everything that I believed in was a lie. Trump sat at the side of the table next to Netanyahu. Oh my God. Wow.
Situation room when Bibi Netanyahu was seated as an equal.
Yeah.
Trump didn't even sit at the head of the table. Trump sat at the side of the table and Bibi was across.
Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Trump would not do this to us. Trump would not do this to us. Trump would sit at the head of the table. Trump would sit at the head of the table. I know. I believe. He wouldn't do this to us, guys. He would not do this to us. I'm refusing to believe this. I'm not going to believe this. I'm not going to believe this.
From him as an equal in the American Situation Room. What led him to sit there and buy what that guy was selling hook, line, and sinker when every other president was able to see through that liar?
Wow, every other president, guys. Biden saw it through. Biden, like they're praising when she says every other president, that means that they're praising every other president, including the Democrat ones, ahead of Trump. He's saying Biden was wise enough to see through Prime Minister Netanyahu, but Trump was fooled. But Trump fell for it.
Was it? Because he was told the next day by our own top advisors, from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of State to the Vice President, that these are lies and that these objectives are not going to be attainable.
You don't even know what Netanyahu said, what Prime Minister Netanyahu said to President Trump. Like these guys are assuming, like, guys, look at this. All of this is with the assumption that Prime Minister Netanyahu came to President Trump and said, like, listen, we know for 100% certainty that regime change will happen if you do this, this, and this. It's like a cheat code. You press it, regime change will happen in Iran. And Trump was like, oh, well, let's do it then. And Netanyahu was like, ha, 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 ha. We fooled him. We know regime change is not possible, but we told him that this is 100% happening, and he went for it. Like, this is the assumption that these people have. A more likely conversation is that, hey, regime change seems more likely than ever before. And even though we know America's goal is not regime change, but given that we are closer to it than ever before, this alongside many other things, including the fact that the Islamic Republic was getting so close to becoming nuclear, which is even more important for the Americans. But the bonus, the point is that, hey, given what the Iranian people did, we might also get regime change out of it. That is a more likely conversation that they had. But these people pretend that Prime Minister Netanyahu promised President Trump that there is no way that this is not going to happen. And President Trump was fooled and he accepted it.
Don't believe him. We might be able to wipe out the Ayatollah, not regime change, Ayatollah. and we might be able to decimate some portion of their missiles and their.
Wait, what is this distinction? Not regime change, Ayatollah. The regime is Ayatollah. I mean, it was
attainable. Don't believe him. We might be able to wipe out the Ayatollah, not regime change, Ayatollah. And we might be able to decimate some portion of their missiles and their military. Okay, that's true. But the goals as stated by Trump when we actually did pull the trigger were all over the board. And to this moment, he's pushing the BS claim that we affected regime change. No, we didn't. It's the same regime, just different players. There isn't somebody more moderate in there at all. We have no reason to believe that. In fact, it looks like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is in control now, which is far more.
Well, that is true. We don't have regime change, and the people in charge are more durka right now than before. That is true. That is true. However, if we have learned anything regarding what President Trump puts out there, is, as Mahir Tusi says, don't take him literally, but take him seriously. It's just like President Trump, if you look at his post, it's like a roller coaster. One day we go from an extreme one end to all of a sudden an extreme other end, and it's confusing. And it seems to be, I mean, it's supposed to be confusing because they're confusing everybody, including the Islamic Republic. And it's the madman strategy where the Islamic Republic has no idea what the hell is going on. So they cannot predict the next move of President Trump, because one day he says, we already done regime change and these people are now the best of all people. So President Trump usually likes to praise the people he's about to F up. Okay? President Trump, when he starts talking to the enemies and starts praising them, that's when they should be the most afraid, right? So part of the strategy where President Trump says we had regime change is because he's saying like, oh, these people are now good. And because he's basically sweet talking to them before he F's them up, right? Like that's what he usually does. That's what historically he has done. And this just seems to be part of his madman roller coaster strategy that he has. That, I mean, some people hate it, some people love it, some people are confused by it. At the end of the day, it has managed to confuse the Islamic Republic and has made President Trump very unpredictable. So far it's working.
Radical, and the fatwa that had allegedly been issued by
Let me know if you guys agree with that, by the way. That's what it seems like it's happening. It's called the madman strategy. Makes your enemy. It achieves two things. It makes your enemy confused and scared. And also the whole we're going to end the civilization thing. It worked. It worked. I mean, did he end an entire civilization? No. But saying that made this, and also, guys, praise be to Allah. The Islamic Republic is looking at all of that. It's like, this man is crazy. he would actually blow the entire country up. Let's go talk to him, right? So it works. They came and they're now giving the Americans 2 weeks. Maybe I don't think it's going to last. Maybe it will last 2 weeks. Maybe it won't. We don't know. But it's giving some breathing room to the Americans to replenish their interceptor stockpiles, to bring the two of their ships, the George W. Bush and Boxer, airstrike carrier groups into the region, and give some time for the Islamic Republic to have some internal divisions. So, that whole madman strategy is working. The Islamic Republic doesn't know what they're dealing with. They think the man is crazy and might be able to do anything at any time.
Ayatollah on developing nukes is gone. Iran is
what? Wait, what?
Looks like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is in control now, which is far more radical. And the fatwa that had allegedly been issued by the Ayatollah on developing nukes is gone.
Are you kidding me? You took that oh God. Oh my God. Oh, it's so cute. You poor person. That's so cute. You took that seriously. Oh, guys, these people trust Ayatollah. Megyn Kelly trusts Ayatollah. You know what she's saying? She's saying the fatwa that Ali Khamenei has given against the atomic bombs, that fatwa is gone. Oh my God, that's so sweet. You took that seriously. You believe the Ayatollah. Oh, that's so precious. You're a special one, aren't you? You thought that was serious. You thought the fatwa was serious. Oh, look at this. This is cute. She believes the Ayatollah. She thinks that because Khamenei gave a fatwa against nuclear weapons, maybe that was holding them back. She thinks that was holding them back. Oh, she thinks, it's so cute when children try to do geopolitics, guys. It's so cute when retarded people try to do geopolitics. But the Ayatollah said so. Guys, the Ayatollah said so. The Ayatollah issued a fatwa. They don't want atomic bomb. They wouldn't lie to us, would they? The Ayatollah never lies. The Ayatollah never lies. He said, he put a fatwa, said that we're not going to have nuclear bomb. It's not like he could issue another fatwa and then remove his fatwa. No, that doesn't work like that. When an Ayatollah issues a fatwa, that word is final forever. Oh, wait, can they? Can they issue a fatwa and just willy-nilly remove their previous fatwa? No. Oh, my God. I don't want to live anymore. In a world that you cannot even trust an Ayatollah? That fatwas can just come and go? Really? I don't know who to trust. If you can't trust your local Ayatollah, then you can't trust anybody. Say it ain't so. Hold on, we got some super chat. Oh, we got this super chat saying she's old school MSM. She knows how it works by spinning the news. She made her camp with the anti-Trumpers and now she's stuck. So sell the lie sell the lie. Yeah, guys, being anti-Israeli is so profitable that because President Trump is pro-Israel, then they have to also throw President Trump under the bus because it's just too lucrative right now to be anti-Israeli. And then we got another super chat saying Trump wrote a book on how he does negotiation and people are still baffled by how he does things. It is ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, you're right. That's actually a good point. And also he has a history of that. So they shouldn't be surprised.
Iran is more powerful economically. It controls the strait and now is demanding the lifting of all sanctions against it. And what Trump did with that 10-point plan was go from Monday saying, no, not good, to Tuesday saying, very workable. We can do it.
Oh, guys, I wonder why President Trump went from saying like, no, F you with these 10-point plan to all of a sudden saying like, oh, this actually looks good. It's almost as if it was a different 10-point plan. It's almost as if the Americans were like looking at it, were like, well, F you, that's not workable. And then Ghalibov came up with another 10-point plan that we haven't seen that is a lot more flexible. And then America was like, okay, we could work with that. It's almost as if J.D. Vance told us publicly that the first 10-point plan that they gave us, we threw it in the trash. And then they came up with something else. It's almost as if they told us. Oh, they did tell us. Like, what changed? The plan changed. The 10-point plan changed. That's why President Trump's tone changed.
As a means of saving face to bail off of his insane threats about annihilating an entire civilization. So I don't know how we got here, Piers. I'd like to know just as much as anybody else, but all I can think...
Oh my God, did he destroy an entire civilization? Guys, if you're taking everything President Trump is saying literally, then President Trump is Muslim because he said praise to be Allah. Okay? Then, yeah.
In my head, based on what I've read in the paper, is we got here thanks to Bibi Netanyahu, Lindsey Graham, and Mark Levin. And ultimately President Trump. That's not to take agency away from the president who was...
Look at this. Piers Morgan has been agreeing with everything Megyn says so far. It's like, You know, whenever Piers Morgan hears something that he disagrees with, he doesn't let the other person finish his point. You know, it's the name of the show is ridiculous. They call it Piers Morgan Uncensored. It's Piers Morgan Censored. They just have a version of their censorship is like this. Okay, this is the version of censorship. If you have a guest that is saying the things that you agree with, just be like, But when your guest says something that you don't agree, then you say like, but wait a minute. He says, wait a minute. The guy's like, let me finish my word. Like, no, wait a minute. And then Piers Morgan starts talking, and then he goes on and on and on, and the guest is waiting to make like for him to finish, and then like, okay, is it my turn now? Then they talk, and then they say something else. Piers Morgan, but I go, but wait a minute, and then he talks and he talks and he talks until that gets time. Look at the amount of time Piers Morgan gives to the people he agrees with compared to the people he disagrees with. He interrupts them and he eats into their time until there's no time for them left. And this is just a version of censorship. So the name of the show should be Piers Morgan Censored. The form of censorship is that I will interrupt you and I will keep talking until I take away most of the time that you had to make your points.
Bamboozled. Ultimately, President Trump, that's not to take agency away from the president, who was bamboozled. I don't know why. He was too weak to say no. He was too gullible to see through the lies. One way or another, he allowed himself to be pushed into this insane conflict that caused, forget, the blood and treasure we spilled. As you point out, at least 15 service personnel. I believe we're being lied to about the total number of deaths.
We're being lied to by the total number. Okay, this is. You're saying that American soldiers died in these military operations, and the United States is lying to the Americans? Like, do these soldiers not have family members? Like, I would understand if sometimes the American, the American government delays giving out the name of the soldiers who have fallen. But usually when it happens, they just say, like, we have 3 or more fallen, but we're not going to release their names yet. But to claim that the United States lies, like, how could they lie? These people have families. You think American soldiers could go missing and the United States government is just going to be able to hide it? Look at this. You know what this means to me? They want more American soldiers dead. Let me know if I'm pushing this too far. Megyn Kelly is like, this is what Megyn Kelly is thinking. Megyn Kelly is thinking, like, damn it, only 15? How could we demonize President Trump with only 15 American soldiers dead? That's not enough. They wanted more American soldiers dead so that they could attack President Trump with it. And that's why she's like, oh, they're lying to us. Like, screw you. America, the United States military, like, she pretended to praise U.S. military at the beginning. Now you're saying the armed forces of the United States, if you're anti-Trump, that's one thing. That's against the president. And it's very American to be able to attack your president. However, if you're attacking your armed forces to the point that you're saying the armed forces of the United States are lying to Americans regarding the number of soldiers, you don't even understand the culture within the U.S. armed forces. The amount of respect they have for every single man and woman that is serving is so high. They treat these people, they worship these people. You think that the American men and women serving to protect this country could die and the United States military armed forces are just going to hide it? How dare you? Like, screw you. This is such a level of disrespect for the armed forces to say that this is an act of, this is betraying the Americans. This is such a major accusation. Do you guys agree with that? With me on this? To me, this also shows that these people wanted more American soldiers dead. They're saying like 15 is just too low. They're like, God damn it. 15, only 15? I'm going to make something up. 15 is not enough to demonize President Trump. Let's just say, like, I'm sure they're lying to us. It's way more.
And wounded.
Look at this.
Forget, the blood and treasure we spilled. As you point out, at least 15 service personnel. I believe we're being lied to about the total number of dead and wounded. But we don't know what the accurate death toll in Iran is. How many civilians in Iran died? How many died in our allies around?
Not as much as the Islamic Republic managed to kill in 2 days, you goddamn idiot. How many Iranians killed in our military operations? Here's the thing, Megyn Kelly. Ask the Iranian people what they prefer. Do they prefer to be continued to be killed by the Islamic Republic, or are they willing to pay the price, even in civilian casualties, by American Israelis military operations, given that they know that that number will never reach even a fraction of what the Islamic Republic does to them? Guys, I don't know. Was Megyn Kelly this outspoken when the Islamic Republic was killing the Iranian people? I don't know. I'm not going to accuse her of not doing it because I don't know. Even though I'm hating on her, I don't want to accuse her of something. But what does anybody know? Was she this outspoken when the Islamic Republic was killing Iranian people for the past 47 years? And if you say like, oh, civilians died among Iranians, there is literally no military operation on the planet at this scale that would not have civilian casualties. If you're saying that we shouldn't have military operations because civilians died, then no military operation is justified. And if no military operation is justified, then just get rid of your army. What's the point of having an army?
Iran, who now don't trust us. What penalty do we pay?
Wait, who doesn't trust us? Who doesn't trust you?
Death toll in Iran is how many civilians in Iran died? How many died in our allies around Iran who now don't trust us? What penalty do we pay?
Allies around Iran will not trust you if you leave, you idiot. Your allies around Iran are asking you to stay and continue to attack the Islamic Republic. Do you even follow the news? Are you a political commentator who doesn't actually consume the news before you come and embarrass yourself? Isn't it Saudi Arabia and the UAE are out competing Israel when it comes to them asking United States to continue until the Islamic Republic falls? Lady, like, did you know that as a political commentator, part of your job is to actually look at what's happening?
Other than the cost and the 15 lives that we expended, which count for a lot, but we didn't take the brunt of Iran's response. Our allies did, with whom we did not consult prior to starting this war.
Oh, guys, I wonder why the Americans didn't consult with their allies before they attacked. Does anybody know in the chat? Does anybody know? Maybe because it would have been leaked and the Islamic Republic would have been able to start. Okay, everything regarding this military operation shows that the United States wanted to surprise the Islamic Republic by giving them the impression that maybe they're not going to attack. This is why so many Iranians were like, oh my God, what if the Americans don't attack? Because they're talking about negotiations. You know, they're talking about how good these people are. President Trump was talking about only people dying in stampede and not being shot in the streets. All of that gave us the suggestion that maybe the Americans are not going to attack, because it was also giving the Islamic Republic the suggestion that the Americans might not attack, because if they knew that the attack by the Americans are inevitable, they would have started attacking Israel and all the countries around the Persian Gulf and every other country around the region before the airstrike carrier groups got to the region, before the American defense forces were in a position to protect all of these countries. So it was supposed to be a surprise. If it wasn't a surprise, if the Islamic Republic was 100% sure that the Americans would attack, then all of these countries would have been devastated by the missiles and drones of the Islamic Republic, because the Americans would not be in the region to protect them. So if the allies are like, oh, why didn't you tell us? Well, you goddamn idiot, because if we told you, the Islamic Republic would have been leaked, and the Islamic Republic would have attacked you before we got to the region. Isn't it obvious?
Were very, very angry, many of them, about what was done to them.
Guys, are these people retarded, or am I a genius? Because to me, this is obvious. Like, maybe these people are not retarded and I'm just a genius. Because to me, this is like common sense. You don't need to be a genius. To me, this is common sense. And if this is common sense, either these people are retarded or they're actually not. They know how to follow the money.
Prior to starting this war, who are very, very angry.
Oh, we got a super chat saying, what? Oh, Sotuna, miss you. Have you watched Sam Harris's recent video? No, I haven't. I'd love to hear your thoughts on his criticism of Trump. Seem rational to me. I haven't. Sam Harris never liked President Trump, so I think that he is a little bit. He doesn't consider the positives as much as he should be. I try to accept fair criticism, but I think Sam Harris is a bit too one-sided against President Trump. But I will watch it if I get the chance.
Angry, many of them, about what was done to them. What's going to happen to the trillions of dollars Trump was touting that they donated? They were offered to donate to the United States just to. Very, very angry, many of them, about what was done to them. What's going to happen to the trillions of dollars Trump was touting that they donated? They were offered to donate to the United States just to be nice guys and have great relations. You think they're going to spend that on us now? They're going.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if they were going to send it to begin with, but if anything, they're more desperate now than ever because they're like, Daddy Trump, save us. They're like, Daddy Trump, save us. They are now more desperate for American protection than ever before. What are you talking about? Hold on, let me see. We got it. Wow, thank you so much. Oh, Leo, that's very generous. Thank you so much. That's a big super chat. Oh, these are for my baby girls, my dogs. She's saying this is for Nella and Pucci. Oh, thank you. I hope we get to see more of them and their cuteness on these live streams. It's hard because they're not like, this is my studio and usually they're in the other house. But whenever they visit, I will bring them. Saying thanks for having me on the discussion group today. Yeah, you were great. Guys, Lior was in the discussion group today and she asked a really good question. Hope to join another one soon. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you so much for the super chat. That was very sweet. Guys, if Pucci and Nella are ever in this house that I do like my streams, I will bring them up. Okay. But thank you so much. Okay, that's very sweet. All right, let's get back.
Spend it on them just to be nice guys and have great relations. You think they're going to spend that on us now? They're going to spend it on themselves.
I mean, guys, like they're going to spend that on us now. They're going to spend that on themselves. What is the second superpower in the world that has an army like United States? That the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Qatar are going to go to for protection. There's this other country. It's not. I'm not talking about United States. There's this other country that is very big, very powerful. I forgot the name. That has an army that is as advanced and as powerful as the United States. That these countries could go to help them protect themselves. What is the name? What is the name of the country? Anybody remember? I think I'm forgetting the name. I think I'm forgetting the name of that country because it doesn't exist. It does not exist. What are your options? There is the United States and there is no one else. Who's going to protect you? Who's going to protect you against the big bad Islamic Republic? Like, oh, we're going to take all our money. We're going to go spend it on ourselves. Okay, good luck. Build a Patriot system. Build a THAAD system. Let's see, build your own airstrike carrier groups. Yeah, sure. Like, you're very well known for your, entrepreneurship and your advanced academia. And you're really good. You're very advanced in technology and everything and military. Yeah, go do that. Just go do that. Take all of those trillions of dollars that I don't even know if you have actually, but spend it. Build your own army. Good luck. Okay, sure. Like, oh, you go to this other imaginary superpower on the planet and spend it on them. Ask for their protection. They're like, oh, because of all of these attacks, they're not going to spend it on us anymore. Who's going to protect them? Are they, guys? Are they not going to be more desperate for U.S. protection? Are they not going to be more desperate for U.S. protection? What choice do these countries have? if anything, not only is going to push these countries closer to the United States, I think it's going to push them even closer to Israel. I think it's going to even push them closer to Israel because they need the protection. Wait. Someone's saying, I feel proud to be Pakistani for once. Wait, why for once? You should be proud. You should be proud based on your own actions. Okay. There are so many Pakistani people. Guys, if your government does something retarded, don't feel shame or lack of pride. Okay. You had nothing to do with it. You could be proud based on your own individual actions. And thank you for the support.
They've got to rebuild massive portions.
But why for once now? Like, you need to be more clear. What happened? Are you talking about the negotiations?
On us now? They're going to spend it on themselves. They've got to rebuild massive portions of their own countries thanks to the bombing campaign unleashed against them because they were within.
I mean, if they want to spend that on themselves, they need to diversify by moving. I don't understand what she's saying. She's like, they're going to spend it themselves. Spending it on investing in the United States is spending it on themselves. I mean, I don't think you understand how diversification in finance works. So I'm not going to educate you on that.
Reach by Iran, who couldn't reach us. So we've upset our allies.
In fact, another thing is that not only they have to spend more on United States because they need United States more, so they need to get more favors from the United States. If anything, if Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia are less safe areas, then you need to diversify your whatever money, whatever finances, capital that you have outside of the area to more safe areas like the United States. Like, it doesn't make sense. Guys, like, this is how retarded she is. They're going to invest more in Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia after they realize that this place is not as safe as they used to be. If anything, capital leaves an area when it's proven to be unsafe. Capital doesn't flow to an area when it's proven to be unsafe. Capital leaves that area and goes to safer places like the United States.
Israel, although now they're upset there's a ceasefire. We've upset the American base. The Trump coalition that got him elected is completely fractured and in smithereens. And
what is she talking about? Hold on.
We've upset our allies. We've pleased Israel, although now they're upset there's a ceasefire. We've upset the American base. The Trump coalition that got him elected is completely fractured and in smithereens. And he doesn't care, Piers, because he...
Yeah, you know, first of all, a lot of that is inaccurate, but you know why he doesn't care? You know why he doesn't care? Because none of this matters if the Islamic Republic gets a nuclear bomb. Do you guys understand that we're talking about the complete annihilations of certain countries? Do you understand? We're talking about the global dominance of a death cult. If you did not stop this, like, oh, my popularity is being lowered. I'm sure we could accept that sacrifice to be able to stop a death cult taking over half of the goddamn planet.
Doesn't care about the...
I don't think these people understand what would happen to the world once the Islamic Republic became atomic, because they're comparing it to North Korea. North Korea is more of a regional threat. They don't have global ambitions. And yes, before you get butthurt, I know North Korea does do certain things beyond its borders, like, I don't know, give soldiers to Russia, but those are very limited. North Korea is a local problem. North Korea being atomic means that you don't mess with them, but they also don't spread around. Okay, they don't have global domination. Global domination is not part of their agenda. It's a local issue. But Islamic Republic becoming nuclear, it's not at all comparable to North Korea. They will have the same level of protection of North Korea, but with global domination agenda. Oh my I don't understand. People don't know how close we were to basically entering a very dark chapter of history, a very, very, very dark chapter of history. And no matter how much faults and criticism you could find for President Trump, he was the only one who actually stood against it. Like no president did this. No other president did this. And you know what? I actually have some criticism for President Trump sometimes myself. Okay, but at the end of the day, nobody stood against the Islamic Republic, and somebody had to. Somebody had to. Even if for somehow all of these military operations doesn't achieve achieve many of the things that we hope it achieves. At the end of the day, the Islamic Republic was about to become nuclear, and President Trump stopped it. Even if, I'm not saying this will happen, even if the Iranian people are not saved, and I think they will be at the end of this at some point, right? The minimum we have achieved is that we have avoided a nuclear Islamic Republic. And the world could not have tolerated that. And I don't think enough people understand how devastating it would have been to the entire world if the Islamic Republic became a nuclear power. You see all of these terrorist groups in Europe, Canada, United States, all around the world, they would have been exponentially higher. The Islamic Republic would become a factory for terrorism all around the world because it would know nobody would be able to come to Iran and stop them. Closing off the Strait of Hormuz would not even begin to address all the problems that the whole world would have to deal with. They would take over the entire Middle East and they will have so much dominance over the entire global, because it wouldn't just be their oil anymore. It would be Iraq's oil. It will be Qatar's oil that they will have control over. Eventually, they will have Saudi Arabia's oil as well. They will spread their terroristic ideology so far and wide, and they will cause mass migration. They will have their proxy. They will have their think tanks basically grow within leftist democratic parties and whatever leftist parties all over the world. They would do what Qatar is doing when it comes to using their soft power, but times 100 everywhere on the planet, because they will have the full protection of their atomic bomb, knowing that nobody will come and do regime change on them. It will be a completely different world. And the person who stood against it was President Trump. So even if he does something that I don't like sometimes, I don't care. He stopped it and nobody else did. Oh, somebody gave us a super chat saying your opinion on Pakistani's current role with Trump. Honestly, at first when the ceasefire was announced, I was upset because I thought that this is going to give some breathing room to the Islamic Republic. But now that I'm seeing the effects of the ceasefire, I feel like it's actually working a lot in our favor and is damaging the Islamic Republic and is giving some breathing room to the Americans instead. So I guess the role here was positive. But when it comes to Pakistanis, I don't like to generalize, because every time people mention Pakistanis, the first thing that comes to my mind is not the Durka blasphemy laws and other stuff that comes out of Pakistan and the crazy mass migration that is not the best of Pakistan, the worst of Pakistan that comes out. That's not the first thing that comes to my mind. Whenever you say Pakistani, the first thing that comes to my mind is the secular activist friends that I have inside Pakistan that are risking their lives fighting Islamization, to be more exact, and Islam, and my atheist Pakistani friends that are fighting Islam altogether. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. And when I think of them, I wouldn't dare basically say negative things about all of Pakistan, because I remember those Pakistani friends that I have, they're heroes. Those people are heroes, and I love them. Oh, and yes, Harris Sultan. Let's remember Harris Sultan, who's Pakistani.
And he doesn't care, Piers, because he doesn't care about the Republican Party. He cares about himself. If Trump had to get reelected, he probably would have handled this a little differently. But he doesn't care that the Republicans are going to lose the midterms. I think he thought that was a foregone conclusion. And I don't think he cares that J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio wins the presidency next time around. I think there's a piece of Trump that would like to say, I'm the only one who could do it. The Republican Party's nothing without me. And the rest of us are going to be around to pick up the pieces.
I mean, a fascinating assessment. I mean, I remember early on you picking up, as I did, on what Rubio had said about the
you guys see zero disagreements. Piers Morgan had zero disagreements with Megyn Kelly.
Reason why America went in, and then the immediate backtracking the next day when they panicked and realized they'd let the cat out of the bag. This was clearly a Netanyahu-driven operation.
This is BS. Like, I don't know how many times this needs to be explained to Piers Morgan. I don't know if he's that retarded. But let me listen to this part again.
I mean, a fascinating assessment. I mean, I remember early on you picking up, as I did, on what Rubio had said about the reason why America went in. And then the immediate backtracking the next day when they panicked and realized they'd let the cat out of the bag. This was clearly a Netanyahu-driven operation. He had persuaded Trump to come with him. Then we had Antony Blinken.
No, guys, somebody please explain this to Piers Morgan as if he's retarded. So like in very simple terms, because I don't know. I saw somebody explain it to him, but he still doesn't get it. What Marco Rubio was talking about, and again, I don't know, is my English better than Piers Morgan? I don't think my English is my second language, but I think maybe I understand English better than Piers Morgan, because what Marco Rubio clearly was saying is that because of what the Israelis did, it influenced the timing of their attack, not whether or not they would attack. The attack was already planned a month ago before they attacked. Operation Epic Fury did not happen because all of a sudden the Israelis planned to do something and then the Americans were like, okay, we have to go in. They already planned it a month ahead of time, a month before the event that Marco Rubio was talking about. Marco Rubio was talking about something that the Israelis figured out that they were going to respond to that made the Americans change the timing of the strike, not whether or not they would strike. They already knew that they're going to go in. How are you so stupid? I saw somebody explain this to you. Why are you continue to repeat this lie? Guys, do you guys get what I'm talking about? Like, do you guys understand this? Because I don't know, is this complicated? The Israelis and Americans were on the same page for a whole month on the fact that they were going to do this. They even picked their name and everything for the operation. And then all of a sudden, the Israelis came up with a piece of information regarding a meeting, are like, okay, we have to move. And then the Americans realized, like, oh my God, the Israelis are going to move. So because of that, the Islamic Republic is going to respond. So we have to move as well right now. And then Rubio said that, and these retards are like, oh my God, this means that we wouldn't have participated. And the Israelis dragged us into it. No, it just changed it from a Saturday to a Friday. It just changed the timing. It didn't change. It didn't drag the Americans. In fact, the Americans were even more insistent on this happening. In fact, the Americans wanted to do that in January. The Americans were going to go in January. The Israelis were like, wait, let's do this properly. Okay, you guys get it in the chat. I'm so glad you guys get it, because sometimes when people don't get it, people are like, I'm like, is this so complicated? Is this complicated? Somehow I want this to be, somehow I actually prefer this for these people not to be retarded, because that would mean I'm a genius, because that means these things are so complicated that the fact that I'm understanding it makes me a genius. like, but you guys are telling me like, no, Armin, it's actually simple. Okay.
saying, well, actually, he tried to do this when Biden was president, when Obama was president, and both times those two guys said, no, we're not going to come with you. And then he didn't attack. So he clearly got third time lucky with an American president that would come with him. But I remember early on, you and I and others who dared to suggest that we take Rubio at his word, that actually this was all at Israel's behest. Once again,
He did not say that. He did not say that. Oh my God. He did not say that. Oh, guys. Yes, guys. Piers Morgan thinks Rubio came out and said, guys, we're just puppets. We're just puppets. The entire American government is just a puppet. Our military. We have no free will. And the puppet master is Bibi Netanyahu. Rubio just came out and said that. Sure.
Anti-Semitic if we said that.
It sounds okay. It sounds, if it's not anti-Semitic, it's pretty close. Given that this whole controlling from behind the scene accusation, from the shadows is always an anti-Jewish trope. It's an anti-Jewish trope. So even if it's not anti-Semitic, it's pretty damn close. It's pretty damn close, I would say. It's pretty damn close. The Jews are scheming. They're controlling things from behind the scenes in the dark rooms. They're it's pretty. You keep saying Israelis, and okay, that sounds it's a little bit. It sounds anti-Semitic. Are you sure it's not? No, it's not. Okay, sure. Okay, if you say so. Okay. Wait, hold on. We got some super chats. Oh, 2 super chats saying Armin, Piers, and Megan, they know the real truth, but they just push the Jew-hating propaganda anyway for the sake of it. Yeah, I don't know how much they believe their own nonsense. In my experience, to be able to be good at spreading BS, you first have to lie to yourself and make yourself believe it. This is what I've noticed with people. So maybe they somehow, something deep inside of them know that they're BSing, but they don't let themselves know that they know, so that they could be better at BSing people. Because to be a good liar, you first have to believe the lie. And then we got another super chat saying, Armin, your energy is perfect for yeshiva study. Okay. Well, my knowledge is not good enough for that, but okay. Well, maybe in another life.
There's a hatred of Israel that was driving our warped, crazed minds. And then you read this deep dive in the New York Times. Fascinating. What's most fascinating to me, they've got somebody on the inside telling them exactly what happened in that situation room, which is fascinating. But when you
by the way, given how retarded these people are, I wouldn't be surprised if that New York Times, I wouldn't be surprised if he's right regarding that what New York Times article said. They BS all the time, but it might be the entire opposite, and Piers Morgan didn't even understand it. So I wouldn't trust Piers Morgan to tell me what an article actually said. I would have to actually read it myself. This person's reading comprehension and listening comprehension levels are very, very low. Given how he still doesn't understand what Marco Rubio said, I wouldn't trust him to describe what an article was actually saying. I would have to actually go see what it said.
See it all laid out. It's crystal clear. That's exactly what happened.
Okay,
Netanyahu got in that situation room at the White House, like you say, unprecedented. The way he had the guy from Mossad on the big screen, he had him there with his. It was like 2 equal partners, and he persuaded Trump in that room to go in.
It's crystal clear. I don't think you get to say that, Piers Morgan, given that you still don't understand what Marco Rubio was saying after all of this time. I don't think you could be trusted to tell us what's clear and what's not clear.
And I think Trump will regret this. Well, you're right. He may not care. He may want to just say, moving on, it's a big victory, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is nobody thinks this was a big victory for the United States. Nobody can see anything but actually...
Nobody, guys, nobody. Really? Have you talked to everyone?
A bit of a humiliation. Not militarily, because America can beat anyone.
A humiliation. A humiliation. Guys, this has been the most impressive America has ever been. And this man thinks that this has been a humiliation for America. It's embarrassing. This level of retardation is embarrassing.
When it comes to a military punch, militarily, because America can beat anyone when it comes to a military punch-up. But what Iran has now discovered is that as long as it can control the Strait of Hormuz, it can control the global economy.
First of all, it's not Iran, it's the Islamic Republic. And they did not discover this. Just because you don't follow geopolitics in the Middle East and you just realized this yesterday, that doesn't mean the rest of the world realized this yesterday. This was always known. Like, oh, the Islamic Republic has just realized this. No, Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan has just realized this. The Islamic Republic knew that this is what they're going to do. Israel knew that this is what they're going to do. And the United States knew that this is going to do. And every other political analyst that actually knows the Middle East knew that this is what the Islamic Republic was going to do. In fact, they had game wars. They had basically simulation wars that they went through, Americans, because they knew exactly that this is what they have to deal with eventually. There has been books written about that. There has been so many articles and papers discussing and analyzing exactly what the Islamic Republic would do at every single second of different scenarios that the Islamic Republic was going to do when it comes to closing to the Strait of Hormuz has been discussed, analyzed, has been thought in in military academic circles, everywhere. This has been analyzed at a level that you would even ever be able to comprehend. And the U.S. intelligence has access to all of that. And they knew exactly that this is what the Islamic Republic is going to do. If anything, based on what I've seen, what the economists have been saying, their predictions, if the part that didn't come true, is that they expected that this would be a lot more devastating to the world energy markets by now. So I don't know what's going to happen, but in the future, but at least in the short term, the damage that this caused to the global economy was far less than what most people anticipated. We were talking about getting to $200. Like a lot of these people, a lot of these like fake analysts were talking about like, oh my God, we're going to hit 200 immediately. As the second the Islamic Republic closes the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to hit $200 per barrel. We didn't even hit 120. Again, I don't know, like in the future, things might get worse, but within the time frame that we're talking about, that they were analyzing, nothing nearly as damaging as what people expected. I mean, guys, this is the first major disruption in the Persian Gulf. First this scale of military operation in the Persian Gulf. This is the first time that we're seeing all green. Look at this. What the hell is happening? Look at this. If I go, I mean, 5 years, obviously, it's going to be green. 1 year, green. Year to date, maybe not, but year to date is not a really good benchmark. 1 year, year to date is basically arbitrary, but year to year, green. 6 month, green. 1 month, green. 5 day, green. 1 day, green. So year over year, we're up 25%. 6 months, we're up 1%. Like, look at this. How do we recover? This was the damage to the stock market. How do we recover everything that we lost in the past 6 months, or in the last month? Look at this. We went from 6,800, we went down to 6,300, and now we recovered everything back. Like, how is this? Like, actually, I'm even surprised. Like, has this been this insignificant? Like, I would have expected at least a 10% correction, a 10%, the market's being 10% down. And I expected for me to come and say, guys, the markets are 10% down, but year over year, we're still up. And just like COVID, we recovered everything from COVID. Even if we're 10% down, after all of this is over, the market is going to recover all of that. That's what I thought I would be saying. But instead, I'm saying we're not even down. How is it that we're not even down? We're not down 10%. We're not down 8%. We're not down 5%. We're not even down 2%. We're up. How are we up? This is the least consequential, the least damaging war in the Persian Gulf that I've ever seen in my entire life. So what is this economic leverage that the Islamic Republic has again? Brent didn't even hit 120. Brent didn't even hit 120. What is Brent right now? Did we get back to 100 right now? Oh my God, we're at 96. How is this? Like, how is this is the least level of, like, I didn't predict the Islamic Republic to be this insignificant.
And therefore, it can, if it has enough patience, play out the long game with the President of the United States, who will have to cave, because ultimately it's going to cause him so much economic and political damage. He has no choice. That's what's happened here. Trump hasn't brought this to an end out of some great desire for peace. He's brought it to an end because he could see that the economic and political damage was getting worse by the day.
Because the Iranians wouldn't fold. They realized what the pressure point.
Oh my God, she loves them. She loves the Islamic Republic. They wouldn't fall. Hey, Megyn Kelly, you know, guys, we should tell her something. You know what you should say? Say, hey there. Hey there. Megyn Kelly should say, hey there. Look at this. They wouldn't fold because the Iranians wouldn't fold. Just follow up and say, hey there, hey there. Like, why not? Why stop there? Why stop there? Stop, do an Allahu Akbar or something.
Because the Iranians wouldn't fold. They realized what the pressure point was and that it was working. And they watched Trump's poll numbers spiral downward in every piece of the coalition that elected him. And they realized that their ability to just withstand the beating was working, was getting them to where they needed to get. Because look, there was never majority support behind this war. There wasn't some groundswell of support behind this war.
You know, Megyn, I know you don't know much about the Middle East, but I think you don't also know much about your own country, the United States, because your country, I don't know if you know this, but it's a republic, okay? It's representative democracy. It's not a direct democracy, and it's not absolute democracy. So the popularity of a war is not the only factor that goes into deciding whether or not you're going to have war. That's the whole point of having a republic. That's the whole point of being a representative democracy instead of being a direct democracy. Last time I checked, you don't do a referendum of every action that politicians make. It's not based on the popularity. It's not based on a referendum of every action. That's how republics work. And you should know that if you knew anything about politics.
Right? There was a majority support behind this war. There wasn't some groundswell of support behind this war, right? There was a Republican-based support.
By the way, this is why you need to have a republic instead of a direct democracy, because you're supposed to. Because not everything is supposed to be by popular opinion. There needs to be limitations. That's why you have a constitution. And the reason why you have a representative democracy instead of a direct democracy is because the average voter is not going to be informed enough to know exactly what is the right decision at every time. You pick the representatives that will have access to information that the average voter either does not have access to or does not have time to study to have a better understanding on whether or not this is a good decision or not. You pick representatives, and it is their job to decide whether something is the right thing to do or not yours. And that's how sometimes unpopular but necessary things gets done, by having the right form of a government.
Some groundswell of support behind this war, right? There was a Republican-based support for the war, but the Democrats didn't support it, the Independents didn't support it, and very soon into the war.
By the way, guys, is it okay if I sometimes get nerdy with like these political theory and stuff like that? Because I think sometimes going back to the basics is good for us to have a better framework of making sense of all of these things, right?
Republicans stopped supporting it too. MAGA supported it. As MAGA dwindled, by the way, it was already only about 15% of the population. It's getting smaller by the day. President Trump 3 weeks ago declared that to be MAGA, you have to support Mark Levin, where upon which most.
Yeah, I mean, he started MAGA, so I guess he gets to define it. Like, why? Like, well, no, he doesn't get to define what MAGA means. I mean, well, then who does? Like, do we have a dictionary definition? Like, if he started it, so he gets to define it. Why not?
Multiple formerly diehard MAGA people who are dedicated to it said, I'm out. If those are the stakes, I'm out. Why would I support that warmonger who's
Good. Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Said, I'm out. If those are the stakes, I'm out. Why would I support that warmonger who's frothing at the mouth over the idea of lives being cost in Iran, civilian or otherwise? He's
who? Mark. Oh, God, look at this. Look how, are you kidding me? Look how he's describing Mark Levin. Her understanding is Mark Levin is like, yeah, less lives. Oh my God, give me American soldiers dead. Oh, yes. Iranian civilians dead. Oh, I like that. Let's have more people die. Are you kidding me? This is like cartoonish. Like, if you want to be against Mark Levin, at least understand what he's saying and criticize what he's saying. What is this bizarre? What is this straw man? This is the mother of all strawmans. Like, what are you? You're creating this image of him. Like, look at this. Like, this war. First of all, none of these people are warmonger, because if anything, they're not asking for a war to start. The war has already started. The war started 47 years ago by the Islamic Republic. They declared war in the United States. If anything, these people are trying to end the war that started 47 years ago. But I know you don't understand that because you're too stupid. But this part, look at this part.
I'm out. If those are the stakes, I'm out. Why would I support that warmonger who's frothing at the mouth over the idea of lives being cost?
Yes, guys. Guys, Mark Levin just really enjoys people dying. This is what he's doing. He's going to President Trump like how could I convince President Trump to get more people to die? I can't just live unless people die. Like, what the? Oh my God.
Iran, civilian or otherwise. He's a disgusting fool who's well past his prime. We should not be listening to him.
He understands politics way better than you. You have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. He's so much higher level than you. You're not even. You're not stupid. You're not stupid at this in the sense that you're dumb and he understands things that you don't. You're so dumb compared to him. You're so uneducated and uninformed that you can't even comprehend how far away he is from you. Like, you don't even know what you don't know. That's the problem. Like, there's a level of ignorance where some people have, but it's not so ignorant that they're ignorant of their ignorance. They just say like, okay, I don't know this. No, I don't know these things, and that person knows. So I just don't know it, and that person knows. But there's a level of ignorance that is so much worse, that it's at the level that you think you know. And when people who know history, who know politics, they talk, your level of ignorance is so high that you think you're at their level. And you can't even appreciate how far away you are from them. Wait, hold on. We got a super chat. Oh, Jewish Samantha saying the global economy and stock market. Oh, bomb the global economy and the stock market to the ground. Wait, what? What? What the hell? That's like terrorism. Jewish Samantha, you're supporting terrorism. And also, the global economy and stock markets are basically people's livings. They're a measure of people's prosperity, and you know, it basically is the stock market and whatever metrics we have to measure the economic progress. And when we talk about these numbers, sometimes people think it's just like, oh, you care about money, you care about stocks, you care about GDP, but I care about lives. I care about people's lives. Those are people's lives. Those numbers are people's lives. That stock market is someone's pension. That GDP number going up is the difference between somebody being able to, buy a bike for their child or not. Somewhere else it's about being able to put some food on the table. It's the difference between your fridge being empty or full. That stock market going up or down means whether or not somebody would be able to, there would be enough job opportunities for someone. Would mean if somebody is going to be able to take care of their husband, take care of their wife, take care of their children, take care of their parents. Poverty kills. Poverty kills more than war. So excuse me if I care about economic indicators and GDP numbers and stock market. When I see economic progress, when I see these charts go up, I get happy. And people think like, oh, you evil capitalist. You care about money. You care about dollars. Yeah, I do care about numbers go up. I do care about, because when those numbers go up, I know that means that more people get to provide for their children. I know more people will be able to pay for their healthcare. I know somebody is going to be able to afford that chemotherapy. I know somebody else is going to be able to afford that medicine. So yes, those are people's lives. Poverty kills more than war. When people can't afford resting time, when people don't have time for exercise, when people can't afford healthy food, when people can't afford their health care, when people don't have a diverse diet, those kill in a way that is boring. And that's why people don't follow it. People don't follow that. People don't follow numbers of people who die because of lack of economic progress, because that's a boring way to die. When people die in explosions, that's newsworthy. So we follow that. But the number of people who die just because their lifestyle is not where it should be, that's a boring way to die. So we don't care. We don't care. We don't follow that. But I follow that. I follow that. Oh, somebody saying Mark Levin has a moral compass. Megyn Kelly has hatred for Israel instead. Yep. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the support.
But President Trump is obsessed. On Sunday, he tweeted out that the Supreme Court should be listening to Mark Levin.
I know.
All nine justices, which would double his viewership.
Yeah, I don't get it, because you've been loudly calling out the folly of this war from day one. I have. Tucker has. Candace Owens has. Joe Rogan has. Theo Von has. I mean, there is a massive cross-section of people in our world, which is what I call the unfiltered world, where you're not controlled perhaps by other forces that own networks and so on, that sort of send out a directive about what you should.
You're completely controlled, Piers Morgan. You're completely controlled. You're controlled by the direction of the wind. You're completely controlled. The viewership right now and the money making comes from hating on Israel, and you are basically following the direction of the wind. And not only you are controlled by that, you're also controlled people. Your show is Piers Morgan censored, because you would, if anybody you're allowing Megyn Kelly to just go on and on and on. I know for a fact that if she was somebody who you disagreed with, you would have interrupted her 10 times by now, and then go on to just give your own speech instead, and not letting the person speak nearly as much as you're allowing Megyn Kelly. And that's your form of censorship. So you're controlled, and you also control people. You control the guests that you have on your show by censoring them whenever they disagree with you.
Shouldn't be saying. So in the free spirit world, where you can say what you really think, pretty much everyone has been agreed. This looked like madness. There's a very interesting piece, I think, with Stephen Chung pops up in the New York Times piece, who emerges as one of the smarter characters, actually, that Trump has around him, who said, well, how does all this sit with we're not going to go and wage war in the Middle East, which is what we campaigned on? They
didn't wage war in the Middle East. The Islamic Republic was waging war in the Middle East. President Trump is trying to go stop the Islamic Republic from waging war in the Middle East. How do you not get that?
How does it sit with America first? This will happen.
It is America first, because the Islamic Republic is anti-American. You goddamn idiot. There's nothing more America first than destroying America's enemies.
Obvious effect on prices, on inflation, on gas pump costs, and so on. How does any of this work? And there's no real answer, according to New York Times, in the room to that. He just raises this specter of this is the elephant in the room. This is exactly the opposite to what we campaigned on. So I think politically, it's been disastrous for Donald Trump, and I just don't understand.
Who cares? Who cares? We're stopping an atomic death cult. If the price is popularity, so be it. So be it. And I thank President Trump if he's sacrificing his popularity to stop an atomic death cult. Well, thank you for doing what no other president dared to do.
Other than he got bamboozled by Netanyahu, why he took such a gigantic risk?
I don't either. And it wasn't
Because
just
you're
Steve
retarded.
Young, who is a master messenger and saw the storm coming. It was J.D. Vance, who, according to the New York Times, was in there specifically saying it's going to fracture the coalition. And boy, is that an understatement. Trump is now underwater, and he wasn't before, with men. Don't forget the gender divide that happened in 2024. The women went overwhelmingly for Kamala Harris, and men went for Trump. Now he's underwater with men, including with young men and young people. The young person coalition that Charlie Kirk delivered to the president is gone. They've abandoned Donald Trump. The working class, Piers. The latest poll that just came out showed he's 2 points underwater with the working class. That's been Trump's base from the beginning. They were the unshakable foundation that got him elected over and over. And they're gone. They're very angry. They care about what's happening in Iowa, not Iran. They don't want days and days and more weeks.
They don't care. They care about what's happening in Iowa, not Iran. I'm pretty sure they would care about what's happening. They should care about what's happening in Iran if the Islamic Republic became an atomic power that controlled the entire Middle East, kept expanding its forces to Iraq, to Syria, to Lebanon, easily would have taken over the Arab countries around the Persian Gulf, potentially would have taken the oil-rich parts of the Shia, oil-rich parts of Saudi Arabia, and dominate the energy market. I'm pretty sure in Iowa you would feel that. I'm pretty sure you would feel that in Iowa. I'm pretty sure if the Islamic Republic became atomic and richer, it would be able to empower NIOC and many other lobby groups like NIOC, and the progressives in the United States would be more and more willing to take their money, and they will keep growing their roots. They're all over the progressive. I mean, they already have, but imagine 10 times the amount of the Islamic Republic's ability. Like, forget about Qatar. Qatar would be nothing. Qatar's influence over American politics would be insignificant to an atomic Islamic Republic with so much control over the energy coming out of the Middle East. They would be all over your politics. It would be all over your media. I'm pretty sure people in Iowa would feel the difference in their politics once the Islamic Republic keep growing into like all the think tanks, all the lobbying group, all the funding of these progressive leftist terrorist groups. I'm pretty sure people in Iowa would feel that. I'm pretty sure if the Islamic Republic starts creating Shia versions of ISIS, lone wolf people inspired by their supreme leader all around the world, putting out, guide pamphlets and PDF guidebooks on how to carry out terrorist attacks. They wouldn't even need to send their people. You wouldn't even need to have to be worried about migration. They would just keep radicalizing your own native population. They will come to your younger generation. They will radicalize them. They will turn them into terrorists, as they already have been doing. They will go. They already have the progressives who think. I mean, you just saw somebody saying that we should be blowing up the entire stock market. Leftists, communists, progressives, woke people will be very susceptible. They will be very willing to accept the Islamic Republic as the greatest force against Western imperialism. Guys, think about this. Think what would happen if the Islamic Republic grew stronger and stronger and stronger. If their missile arsenal, if they had 10 times the number of missiles that they have right now, which became such a serious threat to the whole world, if they became atomic, and if they became richer and richer because they dominated the entire Middle East and the oil-rich areas of the Middle East, what do you think will happen to young American communist progressives, leftist woke people who want to destroy Western imperialism? Do you know why they love the Islamic Republic right now? Because it's the greatest force in their mind against Zionism and Western imperialism. So if the Islamic Republic became atomic, if the Islamic Republic became richer, they would worship the Islamic Republic. Not only they would worship the Islamic Republic, if the Islamic Republic put out orders and PDF guides on how to carry out, terrorist operations and resistance operations in Western countries, they would guide them. They would get trained by it. They would have online classes about these things. And I'm pretty sure you would experience that in Iowa. I'm pretty sure you would experience that in Iowa. The Islamic Republic would be a far greater adversary if you just allowed them to grow than the Soviet Union ever was. Than the Soviet Union ever was to the United States. It would be horrible. And you would feel, you're like, oh, they care about what happens in Iowa, not about what happens in Iran. Well, if they don't care about what's happening in Iran, they don't understand how the world works. This is kind of like, this would be like in the middle of World War II, you're telling Americans, like, I don't care what's happening in Germany. I care about what happens in Iowa. This would be like in the middle of the Cold War, you're saying, I don't care what's happening in Moscow. I care about what's happening in Iowa. Like after this, all of the years of like pick up a history book and read it to see how much the world is connected and how what happens in Iran directly influence what happens in Iowa, especially because of the Islamic Republic.
Of debates over the Strait of Hormuz. No one cares. They care about their own lives. They care about the fact that
their lives is connected to the Strait of Hormuz, you goddamn idiot. The gas that you put in your goddamn car comes from the Strait of Hormuz. They don't care about the Strait of Hormuz. They care about, they care about their own lives. You might tell me, ARMIN, actually, no. United States is an oil exporter. So it's not the same oil. Well, the global energy market is connected. It's all connected. It's all mixed together. It doesn't matter if you're an oil exporter. If you cut supply somewhere, prices go up everywhere. It's all connected. So of course your life is connected. Your life has always been connected. In fact, the Islamic Republic has killed more Americans than any other adversary of the United States in the past 47 years. I'm sorry, you didn't know that you were already at war with these people? Like, we don't care about what happens over there. They killed American soldiers and American citizens for the past 47 years, more than any other country. You don't care about that?
they can't pay for healthcare. They can't buy a home. Young people cannot get a home even though two people are working.
They wouldn't be able to buy healthcare or homes more if it wasn't because of U.S. military presence all around the globe. Do you not understand this? They're like, oh my God, why are we over there? We can't afford things over here. The reason why you could afford anything at all, is because of U.S. military presence all around the world and their military operations. It's the U.S. military presence and their bases and their operations that is the force behind the global security that makes maritime trade possible. Without that, everything, everywhere would have been astronomically more expensive. You do that by supporting your allies like Israel. You need to be present. No other military can do that. United States has to be present everywhere, or else everything would be 100 times more expensive. Nothing that you see around you would even be even possible if it wasn't because of United States being there. When something is threatening, when there's a threat against world peace, and there's nothing more of a threat against world peace than the Islamic Republic. It's exactly this response by United States that has made the world a safer place, that has made things affordable. When you open your fridge, everything in there is as affordable as it is because the United States has made maritime trade possible with its giant military and the security that it provides. But you're retarded, so you don't understand how commerce works.
Non-stop, round the clock with no vacations.
Do you guys understand it? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how. Do you guys understand this? I need you guys to understand this.
Country. President Trump promised he would do something about that. Now we see the leaked soundbite saying, can't really worry about anything at the federal government level other than military. Everything else has to be done at the state. Then they pulled that down off the internet because they didn't mean to share it. He said it at an Easter breakfast that was supposed to be private. Well, it's going to be the campaign ad for every Democrat in these midterms. So he's lost working class, he's lost men, he's lost young people, he lost Hispanics by some 50.
Guys, you know what we need to do? Like, we lost Hispanics, we lost young men, we lost this, we lost that. You know why we lose these people? You know why we lose these people? Because these people don't understand basic economics and politics 101. This is why I have my discussion group. This is why I have this discussion group, politics discussion groups, to basically go over all of these basics. And eventually I'm hoping to grow it and have courses there and people could come and basically discuss all of these topics. And let me actually, this is my ad. So I'm going to put it in the chat. Just come join our discussion group. I put the link in the chat because we go over all of these over there. Link is in the chat.
Points. Every single gain with Hispanics is now gone. It's eradicated. Blacks, he had made some inroads with black voters. Done. You name it, they're all gone. The question is now not who has he lost. The question is who remains. And sure, it's the diehard MAGA. Trump can do no wrong.
It's people with common sense.
He's some savant. Whatever he says is right. That's great. He'll always
look at this. Piers Morgan is like, He's just saying, nodding his head. He agrees with all of this.
Those people. You can't win national elections with some fraction of 15% of the electorate. The vast majority of Republicans would call themselves America First, but not necessarily MAGA, certainly not the way Trump is now defining that term. And he misunderstood his own base twice critically in the past year. And both times are really undermining him right now.
Oh, is she going to talk about Epstein? She's talking about Epstein, isn't it?
One was Epstein,
thinking
he could just say, Epstein, who still cares about that? No one's talking about Epstein. He misread the base, which very much cared about it.
By the way, guys, I'm going to say something that, and I wonder if you guys agree. This is very unpopular, so this might backfire for me telling you guys. I think the Epstein case is really exaggerated. The main evil guy in the Epstein case was just Jeffrey Epstein. It was Jeffrey Epstein. I think that, like, he was the guy. He was the bad guy. I think he had some people going around finding him these children. I haven't seen any evidence that he had clients. Like, people like, oh my gosh, there were so many rich people involved. Like, I'm like looking at it like everything shows that it was him and a whole bunch of people he hired to go get him some kids, and he was the bad guy. I haven't yet seen any evidence of other politicians and rich people being involved. He was the horrible guy, and that's all the evidence we have. Like, I think, like, people just, I don't know, am I missing something? Like, I'm not saying other people being actually involved. I mean, I'm not saying they're not involved, but if they are, there's no evidence for that yet. Do you guys agree? Or is this how? Yeah, I think people just made a whole bunch of conspiracy theories out of that.
Epstein. One was Epstein, thinking he could just say, Epstein, who still cares about that?
Oh, you guys agree with me? Okay. Oh yeah, Prince Andrew maybe, I don't know, but it wasn't like it because remember they came out and say there's no client list, okay, and then these like Nick Fuentes people and these all these like Vosh and all of these commentators are like, oh my God, they lied. There's the files. There's the Epstein files. They told us there's no Epstein files. They lied to us. I'm like, they didn't say there's no files. They said there's no client list. But everybody like, oh my God, they lied everybody. President Trump, the FBI, they all told us there's no files. They told us the files don't exist. But look at this. There's all these files. Like, they never said there's no files. They said there's no client list. And there is no client list. The files, they say they weren't talking about all the files. Okay. How could they say there's no files? They had released some of the files. They wouldn't come and say there's no files after they released some of it. Oh my God. I don't know.
Twice critically in the past year, and both times are really undermining him right now. One was Epstein, thinking he could just say, Epstein, who still cares about that? No one's talking about Epstein. He misread the base, which
the reason why Epstein became so big because the Jews. It's the Jews, guys. This is why I think that the Epstein story has been exaggerated. Because, oh my God, Israel, this is a Mossad agent. This is the Jews from behind the scenes controlling. Guys, there's a reason why the same people who keep going Epstein are the same people who are anti-Israeli. That is not a coincidence. That is not a coincidence. Because Epstein is not just Epstein. Epstein, for these people, is the same anti-Jewish trope where Jews do weird things to children. That is why this story is big. This is a trope, more than 1,000-year-old trope, that Jews drink the blood of children, they do eat the children, they do that to children, they do this to children. And Epstein being a Jewish spy for Mossad, and it also works very well for this anti-Jewish trope where Jews control politicians from behind the scene, like they're the puppet masters, they're like the deceivers. It just works so well with that whole anti-Jewish trope, and that's the whole reason why this is big. These people are not trying to save any victim, like, oh, the victims, who's not listening to victims? And by the way, the victims that they're talking about, they're okay, no, I'm not going to go, okay? They're not trying to save any of the victims. This is an anti-Israeli agenda. It has nothing to do with saving victims. Nothing to do with saving victims. This is just a way to attack Israel. And that's why these are the same people. That's why you see the loudest people about, oh, Epstein files are exactly the most anti-Israeli people out there.
Undermining him right now. One was Epstein, thinking he could just say, Epstein, who still cares about that? No one's talking about Epstein. He misread the base, which very much cared about Epstein. Not so much because they care about Jeffrey Epstein, but they care about elites being able to get away with murder and protect each other when the common man...
So I'm saying, I love you, Armin, but I disagree. Come tell me in the discussion group. Come tell me why. Which part do you disagree? Come in the discussion group and tell me. I like people who disagree with me to come talk to me. Again, link it to the discussion group in the chat.
Cannot. And the unwillingness to turn over stones that the base had been demanding be turned over so we could figure out, is there some sort of child predator sex ring? Is there an elite cabal working to hurt people that gets protected because they have money and we don't? And Trump could...
No, that's fake. That's a fake conspiracy theory. I mean, there is a cabal, but it's not Epstein. Epstein created an operation for himself. He wasn't. There are industries that do that, mostly in third world countries, but Epstein was not one of them. Epstein created an operations to basically get children for himself. The rest of it is made up.
not get rid of that with a shrug of a shoulder, and ultimately it resulted in legislation he had to pretend he favored that was crammed down his throat and he had to sign, though it had enough loopholes in it to drive a Mack truck through. But in any event, it was a step forward on Epstein that he didn't want to make and was forced.
Yeah, by the way, yeah, exactly. Somebody's saying it's literally called Islam. Yeah, that's a good point. Guys, you want the original Epstein files? Here's the original Epstein files. It's called the Quran. Have you heard of it? This is the real Epstein files that these people refuse to talk about. It's called the Quran. It literally tells you that you could have what Goldie calls it, inappropriate relationship with children before they have their period, even before they have their period. You don't even have to go to the hadith to get there. The Quran says that. The Quran even says you don't even need to go to the hadith to talk about Muhammad's age with Aisha, marriage with Aisha at 6 years old. You could go to the Quran itself, and the Quran is actually worse than what Muhammad did, because if you go to the hadith and see what Muhammad did, you have to wait until she's 9 to be able to consummate the marriage. But if you look at the Quran, which is higher authority, you don't have to. You could do it before she has her period. These people say Epstein file. Do they talk about the fact that in Iran we have brothels where you could go and get 9-year-old girls? Do they tell you that? We just covered that today. It's called Sireh.
First two. And this is the second one. And this is a much, much bigger and more serious betrayal of what he ran on and of what was important to his base, which does include the America Firsters and not just MAGA. Or as Marjorie Taylor Greene has been saying, at this point, she's not America First. She's America only. And I think a lot of us are getting to that point. We are sick of being the policemen of the world, of being dragged into conflict after conflict by Bibi Netanyahu.
The world will, if you don't go and destroy the threats against you around the world, you goddamn idiot, it will come for you where you are. Like, how do you not know that? These are the same, like, oh, we're so sick and tired of being the policemen of the world. These would be the same people who would be defending Hitler, who would be saying that we shouldn't get involved in the war against Nazi Germany. We're like, oh, why are we policing the world? Why is it that something is happening in Europe? Europe's problem. Europe's war is Europe's problem. Megyn Kelly, back around World War II, she would have come out and said, Europe's war is Europe's problem. Why do we have to go fight Hitler? Stay out. America first. That's what she would say. That's what she would say. Why are we policing the world? That's what she would say.
By Israel, who's supposed to be our special ally, but in what they're special at is getting us to fight their wars and get involved in.
No, you idiot! They actually did the opposite. Israel has managed to keep you out of wars because they have killed more of your enemies than any other country, including the United States itself. Israel has killed more of America's enemies than any other country in the world. You couldn't ask for a better ally. They didn't drag you into wars. They kept you out of wars by killing your enemies for you without you getting involved. I grew up in Iran. From the very beginning, they told us that Israel is the little Satan and United States is the big Satan. The United States is the ultimate destination. It's the ultimate goal to take down the United States, but Israel is in the way. Israel is blocking them. Israel is the wall they have to go through. They can't attack the United States because they need to take over the Middle East first. And to take over the Middle East, Israel is stopping them. They consider Israel a tumor in the Middle East that is stopping them from growing. That's what they think. That's what they say. They're like, we have to remove it first before we could go for the United States. This tiny little country, they have all of those countries, but this tiny little country, Israel, is destroying all of their plans. Syria wanted to go nuclear. Israel stopped it. Iraq wanted to go nuclear. Israel stopped it. The Islamic Republic in Iran wanted to go nuclear. Israel stopped it again and again and again and again without any of the world, without the rest of the world helping it. Israel was like, hey guys, these guys are going nuclear. Are you going to do anything about it? They're like, no. Like, okay, I'm going to do it then. Israel did it every time. Every time. Israel, every time these people were uniting, Israel stopped them. This tiny little country in the Middle East, there was they tried pan-Arabism, Israel destroyed them. They tried Sunni pan-Islamism, Israel destroyed them. Now they're trying Shia pan-Islamism, and Israel is now fighting that again. Many times alone. The only reason why the United States is supporting Israel because they just saw how good at it they were. The United States wasn't supporting Israel to begin with. Israel just proved to be just so good at destroying America's enemies that the United States were like, okay, let's support them, I guess. At first, they were against them. Do you know that? You know the United States was against Israel? They put sanctions on, the United States put sanctions on Israel. But at some point, they said, like, oh my God, these people know how to fight, and they're killing our enemies. Let's be friends, I guess. Israel is protecting the United States for every single Israeli soldier that is in the battlefield. That's 10 American soldiers that don't have to be there. Because it's more costly if you do it from all far away. Israel has better information in the Middle East because they're involved. They know these people, they know the culture, they know how to fight them. If United States, if Israel wasn't there, it would have been 100 times more expensive in both lives and money for the Americans to be able to stop all of these people. Supporting Israel is the best investment that the United States has ever made. It has kept the United States out of so many wars. You have to be retarded not to get that. Israel is the shield. Pahlavi was a fierce shield. They took that down. Look what you're living with after that. The world, we Iranian people, we were warning you. Like the Shah was warning you. Don't trust these people. The Shah was in their way. The Americans didn't support the Shah. The Shah fell. The Pahlavi dynasty fell, and you've been suffering. You have been paying the price for it for the past 47 years because you didn't support your ally. You didn't support your ally, the Shah. You didn't support him. And look at what's happening in the past 47 years. You're not learning from that. Now you're not supporting Israel. Not supporting Israel would be even far more devastating because you didn't back up the Shah and you lost Iran as an ally. If you don't support Israel, you're going to lose the entire Middle East. The entire Middle East. Phase 1 was to get rid of the Shah because the Shah was a U.S. ally and the enemy is the United States, so we take over Iran. Phase 2 is to take down Israel because Israel is the ally of the United States and we need to take over the Middle East. That's phase 2. Guess what phase 3 is? Phase 3 is the United States. And as long as Israel stands, they're going to be stuck at phase 2. And if you supported the Shah, they would have been stuck at phase 1. How do you not learn from your mistakes? Abandoning Israel is the same as abandoning the Shah in 1979. It's a repeat of the mistake of Carter. It's the same thing. United States needs to support its allies. That's how it manages to maintain its control and provide stability globally, which the whole world needs. The whole world needs. Nobody. There's no other country that has an army that resembles the United States Army. Nobody can provide that. Nobody can provide the global security that the United States provides. But the United States needs its allies globally too, and the bases that they have, and the The fact they allow, like, even if you have a giant military, you need allies. Because you need to. You could see that even though the United States is such a powerful country, without Israel, they wouldn't be able to manage the Middle East. They wouldn't have the intelligence. They wouldn't have the know-how. They wouldn't have the experience. It's a combination of having a giant army and your allies that has made the United States so effective in providing the global stability that has made the world such a better place to live in the past 150 years. We never had anything like this. Everything is better. I know it's hard to believe because you turn on the news and you see war and destruction and you think everything is falling apart. But the world has never been this good. Based on every metric, the world has never been this peaceful. I know it's hard to believe because the news just shows you war, but the world has never been this peaceful, and it's because of the stability that the United States military provides with the help of its allies. Don't abandon your allies. You did that already with Iran in 1979. Don't repeat that mistake. And you don't have a better ally than Israel.
Their conflicts that they can't fight by themselves. That's what Dan Kane said to President Trump the day after Netanyahu came for the 7th time and was sitting in that situation room like an equal. He said that they're great on intelligence. That's supposed to be the area in which they're so special to us. They share their intelligence. They're great on it. But that intelligence doesn't always seem to pan out. Like the regime will fall easily. The Iranian people will revolt in the streets and take over. With how? They don't have.
They will, you goddamn idiot. They're just waiting for the command of their leader. They've been told. The reason why they are not out yet is because they've been told by everyone not to. Oh my God, these people are morons. Don't bet against the Iranian people. We were told many times that Iranian people will never come out again, and they ended up being wrong every single time. Every single time. The Iranian people will come out again when the time is right, and the time is not right now.
Guns, bombs would be raining down. Wasn't this thought through?
No, it was thought through. They was thought through. That's why they told them not to come out with bombs are raining down, to wait. They didn't expect the Iranian people to come out in the middle of the military operations. And we know that they didn't expect that because they kept on telling them not to. Of course they would. Like, follow the news, actually. Like, listen to what's happening. How do you not know this? How are you a commentator without actually knowing what's happening?
Isn't regime change. The Iranian people are arguably worse off than they were before. And it's all.
The Iranian people are not worse off because the number one thing that the Iranian people want is the death of their oppressors. And the Israelis and the Americans have gifted Iranian people with that wish more than anyone else.
All based on Bibi Netanyahu's special intelligence, which cost at least 15 American lives, the fracturing of the Trump coalition, probably at least the next 2 elections for Republicans, not to mention the amount of lives and blood and treasure that was spilled in the Middle East. So great job.
Megan, got to leave it there. Wish I could talk to you for another hour because it's blistering stuff, but you're so right. As you said at the start, one word, folly. What a folly it's been. And I think the repercussions are going to be enormous. Thank you very much, Dave, for joining me.
You're both idiots. Both of you, room temperature IQ. Anyways, so that was that. Again, guys, if you want to talk to me, I'll put the link to the discussion group in my chat. I'm there almost every day. So, and we have a really good group there. So check the link in the chat and come talk to me. And this was fun. Let me know how was it? Like, let me know in the comment section if you want me to do more of this, like reviewing of shows like this, like Piers Morgan shows, and responding to people's bad takes. Because I find it very, what is it called? Like, it's like therapy to me. Because I watch these alone and I'm like, what the hell? I wish I could tell somebody how wrong this is. So I really like doing this because you guys are like free therapy for me when you just listen to me say these things. Let me see. We got some super chats. Super chat saying Armin Hassan Abashi. Oh, mercy. Trump's new post is reshared by the White House. It's very important one. Please share it. Okay. Thank you for telling me. One second. Okay. Let's bring this up. Oh. Ooh, guys. Look at this. President Trump just posted this. Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not at the agreement we have. President Donald J. Trump. Wow. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, guys, we knew it. We knew it that this is going to be like this. We already said that. And then we got another super chat by Amir saying, glad you didn't brought Khomeini banned book. Okay, yes, that's too spicy for YouTube. I welcome you people to come hear about the horrid crimes in that book at ARMIN school group discussion. Well, thank you, Amir. Thank you. Yeah, guys, again, come talk to me there. That's a really, that community is growing, and it's a really fun place to have discussions about politics. And then we have another super saying, love your rants, but you're going to have a stroke. Don't worry about me. This is actually good. Like you see me getting like, yelling at all, but I'm actually enjoying it. So don't worry about me. I'm fine. And I'm not going to have a stroke. I'm very, very healthy. I exercise, I drink a lot of water, I get enough sleep, I have a very good diet. So don't worry about it. Anyways, guys, I'm going to end it here. Oh, thank you. Saying was great. Thank you. Okay, thank you, guys. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Okay, good. So maybe when other times when Goldie needs me to fill in for her, we'll do more of this. Okay. All right, guys. Say it with me. I'm Israel Chai. Long live America. Javid Shah. Payande Iran. See you guys tomorrow.